Good morning. The January 24th, 2023 Board Work Session is now in order. Paul, please call the roll.
Mr. Susan?
Here.
Ms. Wright?
Here.
Ms. Jenkins?
Here.
Ms. Campbell?
Here.
Mr. Trent?
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this is scheduled to be a long meeting. Therefore, it will be stopped around noon for a one-hour lunch break so that board staff and the public attending can refresh and be ready to return to the conversations. Now we'll begin our first topic, which is discipline follow-up. I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Schiller to start it off as he has some of his recommendations. Dr. Schiller, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Susan, and good morning. Thank you, Mr. Susan, and good morning, board members. Very nice to be here on my maiden voyage of the first board meeting. One of the issues that came up, obviously, at our retreat was the extent to which, where do we stand with all the matter that we could put under the umbrella called board issues regarding discipline. And I would like to kind of go through where we are to this date. Staff has worked overtime in reading me in, and also I'd like to share with you how I could propose to the board we go forward in order to try to bring, I would believe we can successfully bring to resolution for the board and all the actions that the board would like to take, and that would satisfy most of the needs, if not all, prior to the assumption of duties by your permanent superintendent. And so I would like to, if I could, have the time, ladies and gentlemen, to go through. There are a number of features and factors and moving pieces that we're dealing with under this omnibus of discipline issues. You originally received a memorandum from Deputy Superintendent Thede as well as Mr. Gibbs back in early December as a result of the board meeting in early December, at which time they had explained that the actual policies and administrative regulations that were in effect remained in effect, and these policies and administrative regulations would be in effect and implemented as they are until such time that the board took action to change any of the policies. If indeed you want to stop at any time to get verification from Mr. Gibbs or whatever, Mr. Thede, of course, Dr. Thede is not here, but you have a copy of that letter. So in effect, the board policies in your policy book and in the board manual, your 500 series of student conduct, removal of out-of-school suspension, disciplinary placement, expulsion of students, and, and the cell phone policy, wireless communications, are all standard and in effect. The administrative regulations are updated every year. In fact, starting with, I can't recall the date, with Dr. Blackburn, who was a former superintendent here, there is a whole booklet that goes out in each year based on federal and state statutes and changes that's updated. The last update was a revision on July of 2022, and that was brought before the former board, and that's what's been controlling. And every year, there's an effort to upgrade that, bring it out to the staff, to the board. So one of the things that we'll be talking about next will be the policy book and the administrative regulations. The regulations and policy that you have here with regard to administrative regulations, of course you know, administrative regulations are intended to bring clarity and direction and to the staff the implementation of the policies. There's not been a generalized practice here, and if you look at the policy book, you look at the administrative regulations, it's kind of thin. One of the things I'm going to ask you to consider going forward, if the board wishes, as they go through the bylaws and the policies, if you want the administrative regulations regularly, as many boards do, brought to you to make sure they're in alignment with the policy for implementation. One of the issues that so that's a question that we'll have at the next session about review of policies and whether or not, just for alignment, does this board wish to now have the administrative regulations that are in the province of being drafted by your superintendent historically, but they've not necessarily come back to the board for your review and approval. But at this point in time, I just want to reiterate that these policies are in effect, and the administrative regulations, and all of the updates that the staff get from the state and the federal government, that's what is the action that's taking place. It also leads to some kind of inconsistent application at the school-based level. Not by neglect, not by intention, but it really is pretty much predicated on the fact that there is some variation, and case by case, we have our principals doing some interpretation. Now, as a sidelight to it, one of the needs that we need to address, as our staff will explain, as they've told me, is that there's a little bit of a disconnect between what is required by the statutes, what is required by the board policies, and how that is then translated into the adequate training. And that's due to lack of time and resources that staff may have, that we're able to take what's happening and to help our principals and our teachers fully understand the implementation. Now, that's something that senior staff and I have been talking about, particularly yesterday at great length of time, and it's not a function of not doing. It's a function that there has not been adequate time or maybe resources to be able to do the kind of in-service training, particularly at the start of the school year before school, so that everyone understands the clarity of what's being expected. So that is a budgetary issue. It's an issue that, as your policy indicates, that the superintendent is responsible, along with staff, to address collective bargaining. And in working with our leadership, they would like, for the time that I'm here, at least to do the language, bring it to the board of the proposals and different needs that the board has and what those folks have in representing their constituencies and stakeholders. And of course, the fiscal side of the collective bargaining would be handled after I would leave in June 1, and when the state knows the funding. So what we're trying to do is to kind of lay out a couple of things. One, we know what now is existent. We know, and Paul, Mr. Gibbs can then bring clarity to that should you wish now. Staff has worked diligently to try to adhere to the board's policies and regulations, and it's just a matter now of bringing it all together, at least for that side. We can't expect staff to administer consistently if indeed that there's a dichotomy between what this board's expecting and what's happening at the schools. I believe, in my judgment, after going through all this, being briefed by Dr. Thede, being briefed by former Assistant Superintendent Moore, by Paul, by our good staff, that people are doing what in the framework of what's there. If it's at variance with what the board wishes, I think the board will have to then address these particular policies, and then the administrative regs would be so revised within the context of the requirements at the state and federal level, which is causing some issues. So that's the number one thing I want to talk about as where we are today, and where perhaps, Chairman, the direction of the board would be with regard to starting from the policies, those policies that are existent that you review and wish to have change on the majority of the board vote, or a full board vote, I should say, and also then the alignment of the administrative regs. And if we can get this all done, we can get that into effect as soon as everything lines up, but certainly must be done before the start of next school year, so the adequate training in service and an explanation could be done for the community, for stakeholders, and as importantly, our administrators. Now, if I've left anything out, just help me, staff, if indeed there's anything you would like for me to augment. All right. I would also point out is that our staff, I mean, the amount of experience that we have in the staff is something I've never had the pleasure of working with. The amount of knowledge and the amount of loyalty to BPS is just astounding. It really is, from my 5-decade experience. The bottom line is that they follow what it is that you as a policy board deem as the direction, and that former boards have deemed as direction. The administrative regulations as had been written, starting, and therefore, if we can find and identify some of the variances and some of the ways to remedy it, we would. Let me pause here for any clarifications up to this point.
Thank you, Dr. Schiller. So let me get this straight. Basically, our staff followed our discipline policies and administrative procedures that were passed by the board, and you feel that if there's any discrepancies, you'd like us to bring it forward and bring those up today. That's the first of these discipline.
And to proceed with the appropriate changes to the policies that reflect this board, so
Sure.
then we would then rewrite the administrative regs to make sure they're in alliance,
Sure.
and then regenerate that, and then go through the training and service sessions so everyone understands. Again, there's a moving field of federal regulations in Title IX that's been recently changed. There's a moving aspect. We're constantly getting updates from the state. So there's a balance there, sir.
Thank you. So basically, you have 1, 2, 3 things that you were mentioned inside your discipline issues and matters that you brought forward. This is kind of purpose. This is where you're talking. The next one is establish steering committee. The next one is RSM audit, and then draft for the steering committee. I think those are 4 issues. I wanted to give you the opportunity. Did you want to stay on number 1 for the first time?
If
then
you
go to
wish, you tell me, sir, if you want to pause
think it
here,
would-
or I can go forward.
I always like following up with just one
Thank
item
you.
so that we can move
Yes,
through
we're
it and
right
stuff like
on
that.
time with that.
Sure. Okay, so basically, now we're going to have discussion based on the discipline that we were talking about. So Dr. Schiller says that he met with staff and that they came forward with that they have been following the policies and the administrative procedures that we have passed. Is there any discussion? I'll go to Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah. Dr. Schiller, thank you for highlighting that all of the supposed concerns that were highlighted recently are addressed in our policies, that our administrative procedures are addressing those, that our staff has the intentions to follow those, and if they're not being followed, that it's not due to neglect. I appreciate that very much. I'm so tired of having this conversation, and so I'm going to take this opportunity to say what I need to say so I can relinquish myself from this conversation going forward. I feel like over the past 2 months we've participated in a circus. I feel like we've done damage to this district, to our staff, to our students, to cause fragments within the business community because of the perception that we put out into the community. And I felt like I knew why it was happening, but I really wanted to know why. And so I questioned it. And of course, you know, I don't get a response to some of my questions, but I did from the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. I questioned how that video came to be, and got some interesting responses. I was actually shocked by how much they responded. Again, I can't talk about these things outside of the sunshine. I didn't get this stuff until, I think, December 29th, and you all are aware I had bigger things to talk about on January 9th than to talk about this, so if you're wondering why I'm talking about it now. Also, we put discipline on the agenda again, so I'm talking about it. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that we were forced to participate in the circus. I'm frustrated that our staff and our students and our community was basically a casualty in this conversation. And we are here today saying, yeah, we've got these policies in place and these procedures in place, and sure, we can always improve and clean up, but there's nothing major that we've made changes to. I received I guess a letter, I'd call it, that Mr. Ivy had drafted back in August and it started off with Chairperson blank. And this letter was emailed to Mr. Susan the morning of November 22nd, the day that our 2 new board members were sworn in. And the letter was concerning discipline. And it basically was asking the school board, again, it wasn't addressed to anybody yet, it said Chairperson blank, to take a look at our wireless communication device policy and considering increasing the discipline for students who are using their cell phones to record students who are being bullied or harassed and putting it on social media, which is a pretty reasonable request. He was specifically asking us to follow Polk County's policy. That same policy was also sent to Mr. Susan the morning of November 22nd. It was attached to the email. I have it here in case anyone wants to question the validity of that. They also gave me their phone calls, in which 2 were made that evening during the board meeting to Mr. Susan. 1 went to call waiting. 1 was received during a recess of our meeting. And then when we came back from the recess is when my fellow board member, who's been here for 6 years, went on to pontificate about the discipline issues in our schools. I then received text messages that made it very clear that this was not just something initiated by Mr. Ivy, that it was a group communication with the union, Mr. Susan, and Mr. Ivy to organize this conversation. Why this frustrates me is because when we came into the meeting on December, I think it was 8th or 9th, and you all can confirm this, we never heard anything in that video or from Mr. Susan about what we were going to actually talk about that day. Ms. Campbell actually sent an email asking specifically what policies we were going to discuss that day. We didn't get any follow-up. And when we came in the folder was the wireless communication device policy that we never discussed, was never brought to our attention. And if you recall, at the end of that meeting, after talking about significant behaviors, we started talking about wireless communication devices out of nowhere. The following board meeting in our folder, again, was solely the wireless communication device policy. Why does this frustrate me? Because this request that clearly someone was aware of is not a crazy request to have a conversation about how do we discipline students when they're filming others getting bullied or harassed and putting it on social media. That's a really rational request. But we didn't have that conversation. Instead, we put on a show. We put on a circus. We gathered members of the community. We concerned them. We concerned the business community. They are very concerned about how we look to the rest of this nation because of the coverage on these conversations. It bothers me. I feel like I've been taken along on a circus for no reason, one that I quite frankly don't want a ticket to any longer. It is self-serving, and it is foolish. It doesn't benefit our students. It doesn't benefit our staff, because here we are 2 months later, and we aren't making any changes. We haven't made any change. And quite frankly, again, the one that was requested, if it doesn't exist here already, we could have a conversation about and make a difference for our students and our staff, and we haven't had that conversation, and that's so frustrating to me. And the reason I'm putting this out in the air is because, yes, I received it, and I can't do it any other way except in the sunshine, but quite frankly, I want a ticket off of this crazy train. I want nothing to do with this. If we are going to have real conversations about the problems in our schools, I will absolutely participate. I want to support our students and our staff. If you want to talk about the physical aggression that we hear about, but if you want to have a real honest conversation and acknowledge the data that those things are happening in our ESE classrooms, talk about how we can provide better environments for our ESE students, provide better resources for those students and teachers to provide safer environments and to actually meet their needs, I'm here for it. But to pretend that our general education students are beating up our teachers every day, I'm not having that conversation any longer, because it's just false. It makes me sick to my stomach that I had to sit in a room and watch TV while we have staff members talking about getting physically abused by students, to find out those students are blind and cognitively impaired. And we are painting a picture that our classrooms are wildly out of control when we really should be having a very specific conversation to help our kids. I'm frustrated, and I appreciate Dr. Schiller starting off by saying, these policies already exist, these procedures already exist. How can we improve the implementation of them on our campuses? That's the conversation we should be having. We shouldn't be shaming our kids, we shouldn't be shaming our staff, and we shouldn't be degrading the wonderful district that we work in. And so from this point forward, if we aren't going to talk about actual change and progress, please do not call on me, because I really no longer want to participate in this show. I am not campaigning for someone's future. Thank you.
Ms. Jenkins, you said you have copies
I
of
sure do.
these things. Can you provide those to
I
us?
can, they're right
And
here.
if you can, do you have copies for everybody, or do you need Mrs. Aguirre to make the copies?
I
so
can
that
absolutely
do
ask her
it?
to do that for
I'm
you.
checking my email, and I don't have an email from Sheriff Ivy on the 22nd. I'll take a look at what you have and
You did not
cross-reference
receive
it.
it from Sheriff Ivy, you just received it from Brevard County Sheriff's officer.
Our security, I have one email in here that's, well, I guess we'll get to the public
Mr.
records.
Susan, I have it
Yep.
in print.
Yep, we'll see. All right. Okay. Ms. Campbell, you have something to say?
Yes, I will just address what Dr. Schiller suggested that he would like to have some consensus on a couple of things. One, yes, if it's normal practice outside of our district and other districts across the state and the nation for the boards to approve administrative, and you keep saying regulations, for us it's administrative procedures, same thing. I think that's great. There's certainly been plenty of conversations where I've had community members ask me a question and I said, well, that's not policy, that's administrative procedure. It would be good just to have our eyes on that. Right, exactly. I'm all for that. I think it would be good for them to, just to come through us, because ultimately we are held accountable for those. I absolutely agree with additional training. I absolutely agree that we need to make that part of the collective bargaining conversation. I've said it before, but I think we need to not give up any more professional development time, because the people that we usually hear the most pushback on professional development time are those who have been teachers for a long time or have a certain level of expertise. I just rode a bus with one on a field trip the other day, and she said, I don't have a problem with classroom discipline. I'm like, well, she's been teaching for some time and had that training. However, we have a growing number of teachers who are very young, very new, did not come out of an education background. And I will tell you, having a education degree, I had one semester of classroom management, and then I got thrown out into student teaching, which we call internships now. And I will tell you, as a student teacher, most of our student teacher, our interns, get placed with master teachers who have classroom discipline already established, which is not necessarily the real world. When our teachers come in and they have their own classroom, their first classroom of their own, and they have to establish that themselves. And so that professional development is so vital. And as Dr. Schiller mentioned, we have changing regulations. We have updates every year from the state, from the federal government. We as a board have updates, and looks like we may have more updates. And so I will fight for that professional development time. Absolutely think we need to hold on to that and elevate that, not just for our teachers, but for our other staff as well, IAs, bus drivers, as we have opportunity, as well as our administrators who have a lot of burdens, but they need to, I want to make sure they have the time to be clear on what our expectations are of them. If we're going to hold them accountable, then we are accountable to provide that training and that opportunity. So those recommendations that he brought forward, I'm in favor of that, because as I said on the December 8th meeting, I think a lot of this is not necessarily policy, it's implementation.
If I may just add clarification, Mr. Chairman, to what Ms. Campbell is offering. Your board policy number 1030.01, development of administrative regulations. If the board delegates to if I may read it, sir?
Yep.
The board delegates to the superintendent the authority to determine whether administrative procedures will be needed to implement each of the policies. Further goes on, these procedures shall be consistent with the adopted policies. and shall describe the manner with which those policies are to be implemented. Further, it goes on to say, upon the recommendation, the board should adopt an administrative procedure when required to do so by law or when in a judgment of the superintendent adoption by the board is advisable. So it leaves it, and if you will wish to revise that to make it a mandatory, thinking of what you want to go prospectively from here with your permanent superintendent, and not just because I'm here for 3 months. This is a policy matter for the board to decide. I can tell you that is generally around the nation, the need for that alignment between administrative procedure and board intent from policy is something that's brought back to the board for concurrence, and Paul Gibbs can then determine what is the proper procedure for that. And what I'm saying is that in concert to what you were talking about, Ms. Campbell, is that I think that's one of the things that I'm recommending here that you review and make that determination. I would so recommend that you do that, particularly with this newly constituted board, so to speak, that the administrative regulations are in alignment, because, again, those are the marching orders that your staff, have in order to implement your policies. And I'll stop there.
So your recommendation, just to follow up, is to professional development programs, what we're setting to focus inside of there, and that would help with some of the discipline policies and stuff.
Well, specifically that we elevate the importance of that when we come to collective bargaining, that we make sure that that is, I'm just going to be quite plain, that we don't lose another minute of professional development time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go to Ms. Wright.
Okay. I recognize that there is a disconnect. There's a miscommunication that's happening right now with our district, and we can see it when we go into our schools. And so when I go into one school, the policies that are followed there are different than when I go into another school, which to me says we have an issue at maybe conveying that, what these policies are, what these rules are. I think we need to set a clear standard as far as teaching. And then follow through with that, because we can't ignore the fact that teachers are leaving, Ms. Jenkins. So, and they're citing discipline. Our bus drivers are leaving, and they're citing discipline as a reason. So that is very evident that we have to get this under control. And I've heard it from so many teachers. The plus side is I've also heard from our bus depots, and they've said, hey, discipline is improving, and we're really glad that you're having these conversations, because we are seeing a direct impact on our buses. So I think that I understand what you're saying, that there is miscommunication. I don't want to be part of a circus. None of us want to be part of a circus. We want to get everything under control in the classroom so that our kids can go back to learning in a safe environment. But I will also tell you, as someone who has students in the classroom, I get reports from my kids of a teacher or a student that stood up and cussed out their teacher. I hear these things that are happening. So it is happening. It does exist. Whether or not it's being documented or being followed through, I don't really know. But there is a disconnect that's happening, and we need to figure out where that lies and how we fix it. We have policies, but we also have guidelines. And I think that's where it's like, or what I guess we're not calling them standard administrative procedures. Okay, so we have policy, which should steer our administrative procedures. But what are we looking at the administrative procedures? Have we seen all of those? Are we reviewing those as a board? If we're not, we need to be, because I think that becomes very confusing on what is the rule here? Is it an administrative procedure? Is it a policy? Do they violate each other? I don't know. But regardless, we have to maintain a classroom that it's a productive learning environment. And I think right now we've gotten further and further away from that. It's coming into line. I think the cell phone, that I'm hearing from people that we're seeing a tremendous impact, that kids aren't bringing their cell phones out, which, praise Jesus, that's great. That students are listening to these rules that we're putting in place. But we need to make sure that our policies and our administrative procedures are being reviewed by this board, because we want to make sure that our teachers are safe, and we want to make sure that our students are safe, and that's the ultimate goal here.
Thank you.
May I just quickly respond? The administrative procedures, we'll call them that, are also on your website. At this point in time, from my judgment, they appear to be in alignment with the existing policies. Okay? Over the time, that's been done by previous boards, previous administration. So it's just a matter now, are these policies the ones that this board want to continue? or amend. And if they wish to be continued, then you're basically going to then update it for, as it requires, stamped, updated. If indeed this board determines that its policies, the bylaws, the policies that you need to focus on, staff is already at work, have triaged out who's responsible for facilities, who's responsible. We're going to crack through that because cabinet members and staff are already at work, like in facilities, like instruction. You know, the fine people, most of whom are back there, are the ones who are going to work on that we'll bring to you this spring. So if the board will focus on that, and if the board wishes, so that's where we are with the alignment that's there, which has been there since Dr. Blackburn, is still extant. It's going forward now. This board has the obligation, and you have a policy here that says every 5 years all of your policies need to, and many of these you can see are vintage, 08, 09.
2002.
Yeah, 2002, not 19. So now is the time with this new board and with an interim superintendent, we could get this working. The new permanent superintendent coming in will be able to know precisely, and that's wonderful understanding as you go through your interview process and search, that she or he may understand that this is the policy and the administrative regulations that she or he are going to be expected to operate on, and the board is comfortable with that. That's the alignment that I'm hoping that we can get to, because this fine group of people, you know, as they continue the work after June 1 and the new person is operational, they have the framework for which they can go about with their training, implementation, turnkey. And as you indicated, Ms. Campbell, I think the cabinet will be saying 100%. They need the time and resources in order to be able to turnkey this before we start the new school year. As much as we could do now, as soon as you quickly work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Trent.
All right. Well, the advantage of going last is much has been said already that I agree with. Policy, and Dr. Schiller, thank you for all your work you've been doing so far. We're fortunate to have your experience in this matter. I think everything has the proper timing right now. So, policy. Well, naturally, it would be nice to do that review process and amend, and it's supposed to be every 5 years, and with the new board, again, timing's great. I know we're going to be taking a look at that along with the new superintendent that's coming in. But what influences policy? Well, I think we see that purpose or not on purpose, just natural as personality influences policy. Culture influences policy, but it's all about the implementation. And for me, the discipline, if it's an issue, has all been about implementation of current policy. And of course, again, we'll review and amend the policy, but I think what we're in the middle of is either a lack or just how our policies have been implemented from the classroom to administration to district. But I think this deep dive into this discipline and this discipline issue has all been about implementation. So I think that's what we're taking the cover off of now and saying, as a result of how we have been implementing our policies, what are we living with now? And I think we see what we've had, and the teachers have been reaching out, and seriously, things have been changing all the way from the bus. 1010 has been saying that things are looking up. They're excited about what the future holds, and the biggest thing is that at least we're not listening. So the whole, if you want to call it show or whatever people call it, those were real issues, and those continue to be real issues. We just have to get across to all our stakeholders that this is going to take time. And I mean, we'll be here a year from now with progress, but yet much work still needing to be done. And professional development is a big issue there. Classroom management is the biggest reason teachers leave in the first 3 years of teaching. It's not content that matter. It's being able to handle the classroom. So any attention we can spend on that. I mean, any PD that's actually productive as a teacher, we appreciate. We've had plenty that are not. So something that we can actually use in a classroom would be wonderful. Again, lots of work ahead, but you have been working tirelessly, and we appreciate that. So I just look forward to what we're going to be doing here moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Trent. Truly appreciate it. Dr. Schiller, when you spoke to the fidelity of the policies and the procedures, did you meet with any principals, sit down and communicate to them on what exactly?
No, sir, time is not permitted. I have to rely upon the very fine communications of our directors and our assistant superintendents along that line. And so I just have not had the opportunity to get to that level, understandably. I have, been able to glean from their experiences. We benefit in this district by having basically a 1-to-9 ratio between directors and principals in schools. That is unheard of in other comparable districts here nationwide, range from a low of 1-to-15 to a 1 of 25 in Pinellas County. Given the terrific organization that we have of infrastructure, the linkage between then the assistant superintendent, their directors, and their linkage to the principals have the mechanism in place to be able to identify where the issues are. And so what has come up to me through our assistant superintendents, 3 in the last 2 weeks, more like 2, because Dr. Sullivan has gracefully stepped in until we are able to get someone to take over as the assistant superintendent. This is what being conveyed to me. And I trust that judgment. If I stand corrected, I would ask them to say it. But the bottom line is, I want to, I just haven't had that time.
Okay.
And that's why going forward, like this go forward plan I'd like to discuss with you when you are ready for it, gets to some of those pieces. If you can do the policies, and to add to it, number 5, the wireless communication devices, the student conduct, and that other one, the policy manual removal, out of school suspension. If you put that on the top of your list, at least we can get a running start, because those are your policies under the 5,000 range of students. So, and you also have here, as we say, I'm trying to meld the two of the next discussion. The policies are integrated with the procedures, which is integrated with how we go forward to capture this board's values, mission, vision, operational values. Those are where I think if you dig in right away, and some of these are one-pagers, we can make progress. Now, what I'd like, sir, when you're ready to turn back, is to kind of go through the other steps.
I have a series of questions I just
Yes.
need to get answered. So you did not meet with any principals. You met with some of the labor groups, and what was the outcome of some of those conversations? What did they ask you and say some of the things that were going on that you needed to address?
I have a whole litany, having met with a large group hosted by the BFT and with representatives from all of the organizations, including the sheriff being present and others, and sharing with me everything from the different levels to the different real or perceived aspects of the change of the statutes, of the Title IX, and what influence that has had. The ongoing advisories and direction that we get most recently from, I think, last week, that Mrs. Bland brought to my attention. There's constant updates from state, federal. There's carryover from previous administrations at the national level that are, still in effect, that have not been addressed. So what I got from that meeting and follow-up 2 meetings with each of the organizations representing the principals and the teachers in 1010 are a whole list of things, including bus drivers. When I visited the Central Depot, and with the director, Dr. Miller. So I'm hearing everything from with regard to discipline issues that drivers are experiencing, paras have reported, the different interpretations of the federal and state statutes, and also what certain procedures for certain students and what kinds of protections and what kind of steps that need to be taken that may be at variance with alternative ways of approaching it at the school level. So trying to be on the highest level, I think I've heard the whole panoply of what is, and I break it down to a couple of things. One, there's a need for in-service and clarification that everyone, all groups, stakeholders, principals, teachers, parents, understand that there are certain kinds of federal and state statutes and regulations that have certain controlling elements of how students need to be able to be administered, which sometimes may run contrary to what one might want to do or think is in the best interest. We got to clarify that. So part of it is a full, complete understanding by everyone, and that's part of what the rollout of having all of these fine committees that have been proposed, a way to, we've talked also about how we can now hold regional meetings where staff and I can address the principals and the teachers to try to address some of these matters for clarity right now. So I believe that I'm read in. Obviously, each of you, the eyes and ears of your community, can convey to me more of this so that I can then have our staff look at and see what it be. So I would chalk up those things, sir, to one, the need for full clarity and transparency with all stakeholders and staff regarding requirements. Number two, with the need for the board to say, yes, as Ms. Campbell and Ms. Jenkins led off with, these existing policies and administrative regs are in effect as they are now being administered accordingly. Now the opportunity for the board to redefine, if it wishes, these and all the others so that we can now put everything in place. Some be able to be turned around overnight, others are going to be turned around hopefully in time for the new permanent superintendent for the new school year. Thirdly, the need for the training, the time for the training. And a consistent application of your board policies and administrative regulations. Right now, the inconsistencies are partly due for our administrators doing in the best interest of the kids in their school that may be at variance at times from another school.
Thank you, Dr. Schiller. One of the things that I would like to reiterate is that the head of the BASA, which is the administrators, came forward and said that there was an extreme amount of issues that they are dealing with. Also, the teachers union brought forward many assessor violations that were not reported. We had many of our cell phones. We had everything that was inside of there that was communicated both on March 8th, inside of your possible committees, is an issue. And I feel it's a disingenuous to our members of our staff and others to say that what is going on is completely normal and that people are following the procedures and following the administrative policies and everything else, when in the fact that we have all of our union groups for the first time in unison saying there's something wrong. I have multiple principals that are saying that they lost complete control over suspensions, which is something that was different, that was something that our staff gave back to them. We have many situations where teachers were talking about cell phones not being able to enforce them, but then not being able to get the support that they needed. So this board on December 8th made a directive to initiate the cell phone, to enforce the cell phone policy. And since that cell phone policy was, we set direction, there was schools that just didn't really even make communications, right? So when we talk about the cell phone policies and setting forward, I'm glad that we're here today, but I feel very, very, it is disingenuous to tell 3 of our major unions that we have together, along with many principals that I've had conversations with that say otherwise, that the process and policies and procedures that we're following are right. And I would argue that until I will stand by that, and I will make that as something that we need to address. But I will tell you this much right now. you opened up the discussion around what we want, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
now we're going to go through each one of the things, now that we kind of, talked about, hey, this is what it is. But I would say directly to you that until you meet with the principals, until there's a survey that goes out to the staff, until we truly look at all of our assessor reporting according to our workers' comp claims, according to all of those things, we cannot with fidelity say that the policies that we put in and the administrative procedures that we were fighting for were being followed. So I would make that argument immediately, and I will be the first person that will come back here and say that once those things are done, if they were done to fidelity, that we did it right, and we'll go from there. But I think, Dr. Schiller, that if I can give you direction, I would say that before we say that we're doing the right thing, that we do a little bit deeper dive of an investigation.
Mr. Sisson,
Ms. Campbell, I am not finished speaking. So the next thing is that I would like to talk and bring up now the direction that we can start going through some of these where I talk about next step is going to be cell phones. So what I would like to do is we all have had conversations since we did that where we've seen many of the situations. So I would like to say, okay, staff needs direction. One of the things that Ms. Tammy and I had been working on is each one of the issues that we come up with, giving staff a form that they can record and look at that gives them direction. So when we come up here and we say, hey, we want to change this, this, and this, if we can have a form that kind of spells it out for them, it'd be better. And she's sent a draft for us to take a look at. But I wanted to start with Ms. Jenkins on the cell phone policies and come across. Ms. Jenkins, would you like to make any additions or speak to the cell phone policy?
No, I'm going to go ahead and let Ms. Campbell say what she needed to say.
This was on the, we're leaving the topic of discussion. And I wanted to make the point that I didn't hear Dr. Schiller say that everything was normal, that these kind of behaviors are okay, that he was I didn't hear what he said, and it's all, perception, people hear things based on their perception and their point of view, but I did not hear him say to us, to our staff, to our teachers, to our union members, to our families, that the behavior is okay, that there's nothing going on, it's not okay. What he said was, our policies are in line with federal and state law right now, and the administrative procedures attached to those policies are aligned to the policies. The fact that he asked for the professional development to happen, that training to happen, shows that he thinks we're not necessarily doing it with fidelity all the way down. That people haven't had the time. He said, we haven't had the time, we haven't had the resources to make sure that everybody has the tools they need to implement it with fidelity. So I'm going to clarify that. And also, because you just threw this out there as far as something you're establishing with Tammy, I'm going to remind you, Mr. Chairman, that we need to operate in cohesiveness as a board, or at least in awareness. I'm very concerned that you might be going around having these conversations and establishing new protocols that we have not talked about as a board. So as we move forward this morning and today, I'm going to make note of those concerns because they are building for me. So.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. I just wanted to say that the piece of paper that we were talking about doing is a recommendation by our staff and that it was coming forward for discussion today. So there is nothing that is being done outside of the protocol of the school board. The second thing that I would like to bring up is the simple fact that there is no question that our teachers need to have professional development. What I'm saying is that when issues are happening, when students are hitting teachers, when students are hitting other students, that there is a protocol and procedures that was different than it was 3-4 years ago. That procedure that is in between is where we need to get to work, and I don't feel that the processes were done to fidelity. And that's what we need to get to. So when I speak to what's happening, we have multiple situations where students were violent against other students and violent against staff.
I believe that.
All I want to do is make sure that those were done to fidelity, and before we come forward to saying that they were, I would like to look at that. That's it. That's all we said.
I believe that, and I actually think the recommendation down here for us to do the RSM audit, which we had actually mentioned, if you recall, last time, it's been probably 3 years ago, the board suggested when we had our joint committee meeting with the audit committee, what would it look like to do a discipline audit? You remember that been.
Yep, I was the one that brought it forward.
And that, so here we are, this would be a good opportunity, so we're not going by just stories and impressions, we're going, you know, RSM does a great job, they are our internal auditor, they are one of the entities that answer directly to us as a board, and that is a great, so we are getting the details and finding where the breakdown is, because other than that, it's 5 people up here taking a guess as where we think the breakdown is. And I mentioned on December 8th, I still believe it, there is a multi-layered problem, and we need to, you know, before we start just piecemealing what we think as a board we need to do, I think we need to allow RSM to do the audit. We need to allow whatever, we need to decide what we want what we want the committees to look like. They're going to come back to us. So we're not making these decisions in the blind based on what certain conversations with either the sheriff or the unions, whatever. I'm not comfortable making those kind of decisions, only hearing part of the story. And so I hate to do this, but I would really like to slow us down a little bit to make sure we have all the information before we move forward. Let's do this, let's do this, let's do that. Let's take a breath and give the process a chance to work.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that I was the one that brought forward the discipline to be audited back 3 years ago. I was the one that brought forward in August of this year that we had a problem on our buses that asked district staff to do it. I was also the one that called and had RSM come in to begin the possibilities of having this audit at the beginning last month. So 100% you want to have the data, and that's exactly what I'm saying. But until we look at all of those data, when we have all 3 of our union groups, along with others saying that there's a problem, I think it's disingenuous to come out and say, well, everything's been done to fidelity. It might be a little bit of your, professional development, and let's go ahead and get changed. That's all. So let's get down to the bottom of it. Let's figure it out. We're both saying the same thing. The issue is that I'm trying to say that if the unions are all saying something and the associations are saying one thing, let's not just tell them that it's not being done. Let's look at it past and look forward for future procedures. So now what I would like to do, if you're okay, is to move forward on the cell phones and give Ms. Jenkins an opportunity to speak to any of the cell phone issues that may want to give direction to staff. Just so everybody understands, the proper process is for us to give recommendations to staff. Then at the next board meeting, they'll bring back the staff recommendations to us. So, Ms. Jenkins?
I have an objection that you're asking us for. You didn't tell us. There was nowhere in any of the preparation for this meeting that we should come prepared to talk about the cell phone policy. I have a problem with that. As a board member, as a 1 of 5 on this board, no one said anywhere, let me slow myself down. We were not informed in any way that we were going to have a conversation today about cell phone policy, so I'm not prepared, and I would request, Mr. Chair, that we save that conversation for later when I can be prepared, and Ms. Jenkins can be prepared, and Mr. Trent can be prepared, and Ms. Wright can be prepared.
Thank you,
I'm
Ms.
not
Campbell.
prepared.
Did you receive the email on Friday, January 2nd that said update on implementation of board policy zero tolerance cell phones and discipline committee? Did you receive where it says any board member discussion on discipline items? Did you receive anything observed since staff direction to be addressed, positive or negative? Did you receive this direction?
I did on January the 20th, yes. That did not tell me, if I can borrow yours for just a second because I don't have mine in front of me. Update. I will tell you, it was sent, thank you, after I requested the information to come out. But that doesn't tell me what's going to happen. I assumed, and maybe I assumed incorrectly, and I'll put that on me, that update meant that staff was going to let us know what has been done in the intervening time.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Also, the board gave direction on December 8th to enforce the zero tolerance and the cell phone policy, which I think, if we look at both policies, we're going to find that they're pretty close to being where we feel they should be. The only issue that we've had is that we feel, along with many of the other associations and groups, that they have not been, and we just need a plan moving forward. So today, I wanted to make sure that if anybody wanted to give the opportunity to speak to the cell phone policy and some of those things, which is under provide anything observed since staff direction to be addressed, positive, negative. These are all items that were sent out earlier that I feel like we have the ability to speak to. So with that, does anybody wish to speak to the cell phone policy to make any recommendations on it?
Yeah, I need to. Number one, there are assumptions that because you disagree with the rhetoric and conversation for the past 2 months that you think that behaviors don't exist in the classroom. May I remind everyone, I worked for BPS for 6 years before being on the board. My husband has been a teacher for 13 years. I am in and out of my schools regularly. I am well aware we have behaviors in the classroom. We service 70,000 children. Children have behaviors. No one's saying they don't exist. No one is diminishing that. No one is diminishing the concerns of our teachers. My own husband has the same exact concerns. They are real. I hear you. They reach out to me too. We are the 10th largest county in the state. We are the 10th largest number of referrals in the state. We are proportionate. My argument is that we are not unique. We are not an anomaly, like has been presented to the community and to the world at large. My issue is that today we're saying, oh, this is what we've been talking about the whole entire time. This uncovered that we're not implementing. No, the entire time we've been talking about this rhetoric that our policies are bad, that we got to redo our policies or redraft brand new policies. We weren't talking about implementation. The entire time we were talking about increasing discipline in our classrooms, not talking about the fact that we actually already over-discipline our students, and maybe we can come at it from a different approach, like teacher training and classroom management, like we're having that conversation today. We need to be focusing on implementing practices to benefit our teachers and our students, not the circus that we've been a part of. And Mr. Susan, you used a really, really, really important word today, disingenuous. This entire conversation is disingenuous. We have administrators too, Mr. Susan, that speak with us. And quite frankly, the ones I speak with believe the whole rhetoric we've been having for the past 2 months was disingenuous because it gave this perception that they weren't doing their jobs. That's disingenuous. To say that this conversation has led us to the point where we need to do this audit so we can reveal if something's working, and when you find out it's working, you'll say, yeah, you know what? Great, it's working. Cool. But I'm going to hold you to the fact that this entire time you've done the opposite. Without having an audit in place, you've gone around the community for 2 months saying things aren't working, that we aren't reporting things to the state. And that is just as dangerous as saying it's working without knowing if it is. So you need to commit to that promise as well, because it's dangerous. It impacts our school system. And quite frankly, let's be open and honest. Your video in front of the jail prompted the Office of Safe Schools to come to Brevard County. And I haven't heard a report from anyone saying that we have done anything wrong yet. I feel like if they saw something, they would have said it by now. But unfortunately, the people who were involved no longer work for our district, so I can't ask them. And Mr. Schiller, I don't know if you were briefed on that and if you have anything to add to that conversation, if the Office of Safe Schools did come to you and talk about that visit, and if they had any serious, genuine concerns from that initial visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. We are on cell phones, so that was a great conversation about cell phones. Ms. Campbell, would you like to speak?
Mr.
No,
Susan,
Ms.
no.
Ms.
Mr.
Jenkins.
Susan, the
Ms.
public
Jenkins.
deserves to hear.
Ms. Campbell,
The
please.
public deserves to hear the
Ms.
response of the
Campbell,
Office and
please,
Safe.
your opportunity. We will
Mr.
get to
Susan,
the Office
the
of Safe
public
Schools.
deserves to hear the results
Ms.
and the
Jenkins.
visit from the
Ms.
Office
Jenkins,
of
please.
Safe Schools.
Thank you. We will have time to do that. Ms. Campbell, you have the opportunity to speak on the cell phone.
I would like staff to bring recommendations to us.
Okay.
And it usually comes in the form of a work session, so at that time,
Yep.
I'll have comments on, I mean, obviously we need some updating, it has been updated since 2017. I think even just some of the terminology needs to be updated. Just very briefly looking through what Ms. Jenkins just shared with us of the letter. I'm not sure if we have it here, but somewhere we have in our policy, maybe in the Student Code of Conduct, and I don't know if where we have something about students videotaping incidents. Do we have we have that somewhere? Cyberbullying. I think that we included in that. I have a vague. I'm getting a slight head nod back there, but it's in there somewhere. But if we want to go ahead and put it here, I don't have a problem with that. But you know, as far as looking for specific, I don't have specific line items because I'm a fast reader, but I'm not that fast.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Trent.
All right, so as probably the last school board member to actually have to deal with students with cell phones, I mean, we have a cell phone policy that's in place, and those continuing to read it. I'm sure most students and parents who signed this and teachers who okayed this haven't read it in a while. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff here. I mean, I don't know how we can add more to a cell phone policy. I've had students, the latest student stopped me in Publix and thanked me, which I didn't even do anything. I said, you signed it, your parents signed it, and your teacher, I'm sure, went over it. But he was concerned about the nuisance of cell phones in his classes and said, great, because what they heard was, no more cell phones. And that's not the issue. I just said, no, it's common sense. When the teacher's talking, it should be out. And they're like, now what are you going to do with the teachers that don't enforce that? We go back to the implementation, where that's happening throughout our schools. And it also happens with discipline. Let's just do cell phones. That's the easy one, where they have just lost control of their classroom and just said, I'll see you next year, and let the kid sit there and be on his phone for the entire time. But, I mean, it's a privilege. Cell phones are a privilege. It says it multiple times in our policy. And not only can we ask students to put away your phone, we can ask them to power them off. We can ask them to, put them away so we can visually see as a teacher that it's not being used, not between your legs, so you can look at texts, obviously always coming from your mom. But this is an issue that has to be addressed. It used to be back in the old days, the earbuds. I thought we lost education when we allowed those, but then the cell phones came through. So just the implementation from day one, that cell phones deter that educational minutes, and that we've got to get that back. But now that I've got the mic, we've got to allow our classroom teachers this time for us to tell them it's not that you need the PD. It's always nice to have the PD. We still have teachers that just need refresher, like, oh yeah, I used to do that 5 years ago. I should probably do that. But take control of your classrooms. You know what to do. We have the best teachers in the country. I'm going to continue to say that. But for whatever reason, some of us have just given up on those little fringe things in our classrooms that make it so wonderful to be there, like having control of your classroom. Take that back. So I know most teachers don't watch these meetings, but I think I've asked you, Mr. Susan, is how do we get it to the classroom teachers and the deans that what we've shined our light on here is just do what you know what's right to do. I've been told by teachers they could write 20 referrals a day on just referral-worthy behavior. It's there. It's not all about hitting teachers, all right? I know that's happening out there, and physical violence is not acceptable, but just the little things that keeps us from teaching your sons and daughters. And this cell phone policy is one of them. Right? I mean, we have to just get back to saying, teachers, do what you know you need to do, and deans, I know it's tough. And I don't know what I'm getting here, but I know it's tough. I know in my last school we had one dean to cover 1,000 students with no help. So these little behaviors sometimes was even asked, do you really have to write a referral on that? So then it just becomes that culture where I don't care what audit you do, those referrals that are not being written and the calls that are not being going home, those aren't auditable. So, I'm going to be still boots on the ground of you can have anything written. We have to get it out to our teachers. Do what you know needs to be done. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
I'm going to echo what you're saying to some degree, Gene. I think that I'm going to use my own story from my own child, one of my children. When they came back to school after Christmas break, I had the stern conversation that I think a lot of parents did on don't embarrass your parent, don't bring that cell phone out. And on my children's cell phone, I have the ability to see when something's downloaded, like an app or something. So around 10:30 in the morning or so, I get a notification that an app's been downloaded on my child's cell phone. And so I thought, oh, no. So I had the rough conversation with her. She gets in the car, and I kind of let into her about it a bit. And she tells me, oh, my teacher told me we had to download this app for something that they were doing in class. And so I'm like, oh. So I think, again, it just boils back down to, can this district send out something that says, hey, guys, no cell phone during instruction time? If there's something that they need to do on an app, download it outside of school, because we're giving a mixed signal. If we have a teacher that says, hey, download an app, bring out your cell phone, now you've kind of opened that door. If we could, as a district, just send something out that says, hey, no cell phones out during instruction time. You have the ability to remove that cell phone if you see it out. I think just the reminder will help them if that's what we're talking about. The cell phone policy as a whole, I've read it multiple times. It's good, it's solid if it's followed. But I don't think it's being followed. I think we just need to remind everyone that this is the cell phone policy. Parents, have that conversation with your children. Do not have those cell phones out. If they do, your teacher has the ability to take that cell phone from you, and me as mom will have to come and get it, or dad, or guardian. So I think just the communication. There's a breakdown of communication here. We need to be clear across the board, because that's only one teacher, but then other teachers have said, no, it's been good in my classroom. I'm not allowing cell phones. So if we were able to set the precedence that this is the policy that will be enforced to the T moving forward, I think it would clear up a lot of things.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Just so that I can kind of overview some of it, I think everybody that had, or I'm sorry, Ms. Wright, I think everybody here has great input and has said some things that I think is definitely good for staff to go and come back. I think one of the things that needs to be reiterated is that currently we have school board, inside of our schools, we have cell phones out in the common areas as the students are coming in between classes, and this is a security issue. One of the issues that you have is that when you have students out there and they start texting about a fight, they start texting about all this other stuff, that is what our law enforcement has brought forward to say, hey, this is a severe issue. Plus, it allows them to meet up at certain places to fight or know that something's going to happen faster than we can figure that out. So one of the things that I wanted to see if the board would want as part of the cell phone, which is inside the policy, but like common areas for cell phone has become an issue on security. The other thing is that I wanted to say, we hear from many of our teachers about the fact that they don't have control of their classrooms when it comes to that, and that does have something to do with classroom management, and it also has to do with the enforcement. So individual achievement is down when a student is not engaging inside of our schools, inside of a classroom when they're on their phone. Mental health, there's a lot of studies currently right now that show that there is a significant increase in mental health issues the more kids spend on social media and the more times they're on their cell phones. The other piece is that classroom management's difficult. So what I feel, the two main areas that I kind of wanted to bring up to the board, because I know that we have to give direction to staff, would be the common areas that we would say there are no cell phones in your school. So when you come on campus, you put your cell phone away until your teacher says it's okay to do as part of a program, or if there's an incident that you need to be able to communicate to your families. And then the other one is some sort of direction by staff to tell our principals, listen, we are enacting this, but also give our teachers the ability, because I had many teachers that had communicated to me, hey, I love the direction, this is what's needed, this is what's great. But the problem is that if I tell Johnny that he has to give in his cell phone, that then what happens is he says, no, what do I do? And there needs to be some sort of if you don't want that teacher to then get into a conflict, reduce the class and everything else, there needs to be some sort of procedure, and quite frankly, that's not something that we should do. So what I think that we should do is ask staff to bring back some sort of a plan or communicate to the principals to come up with a plan for that. So I would like the reassurance that in the common areas that we are zeroed out, because it seems to be the number one issue. So I'll go with Ms. Jenkins first. Do you wish to say anything on the cell phone?
I just think we are spiraling in circles for no reason. I speak to teachers too, and you know what they say to me? Pick your battles. Pick your battles. This is something that they have to deal with. If we're gonna address cell phones, then you have to modify the behavior. You can't just take the cell phone away. We live in a world in 2023 where adults can't even put their own cell phones down, and you're expecting a kid who comes out of the uterus with an iPad in their hand to put their cell phone away for 8 hours a day. It makes no sense. If you want to implement some kind of strategy that this district's going to start teaching kids from pre-K all the way to 12th grade to educate them on how to use devices and manage device time and how to access the internet safely, Again, that's a proactive approach, that's modifying a behavior, that's fixing the problem. But saying you're going to take the cell phones away is no different than we already have been doing. It's not going to improve the behavior for the teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. I would reiterate that many of our common areas and every school that I've visited over the last couple of weeks has been the fact that the students are able to use those in the common areas. I would also like to just say, just to reiterate, that you feel like you're against enforcing it in the common areas because you say that they already have them and it's too difficult of a thing. I'm just trying to get board direction, so.
The issue with cell phones for teachers, if that's the whole goal of this, is not the common area. It's the classroom.
Sure.
So there's no point of changing that. That's my point.
I'm trying to figure out, we are definitely going to move forward with enforcing inside the classroom. I would also like direction,
We already have it in there.
but it's not being enforced, and I would like it to be enforced.
And I
So
would
is
like
that,
to know how you're going to do that.
okay, that's not up to us. That's up to staff, so that if we say that we're going to do that, then they would
stop saying
they would
you're gonna
reduce
do
it. So we give staff direction, staff comes back with recommendations. That's what it is. So, all right, Ms. Campbell?
You're bringing up something that's quite new that I have not, as far as shutting it down in common areas. I say new. I will tell you that, having my children having gone to 3 different secondary schools, at the middle school that they all 3 have attended, once that first bell rings, you can have it out until the first bell rings, and then it's gone until the last bell rings, and they better not have it out in between. And that includes classrooms and hallways, but that's a middle school. My girls who have been at 2 different high schools, that's not the case. They've, not in class, except for in the past when teachers have asked them to use. And I will tell you, Ms. Ray, I hear what you're saying, but in the past we weren't one-to-one with technology, and so frequently for apps like Kahoot and things like that. Right, and Mr. Trent probably used some of those as well.
I'm going to speak.
Right. But now that we're one-to-one, I think it'll be a little bit easier for teachers to say, nope, you're not going to use your cell phones. You can use the device that we provide for you, because those things are available in general on computers, laptops too. I'm not ready to say shutting it down in the common areas today. I don't think that I've gotten enough feedback. I think the fact that our parents spoke when they misunderstood and thought we were saying no cell phones at school, and some of them went nuts because they're like, I need to be able to, know if some, an active shooter or something like that. I need to know that my child can communicate with me, or I'll really admit I get texts from my children during the lunch break. Hey, Mom, can you get me some more of this or whatever? I'm not ready to shut that down at least for our high school students. So I know I can't give you that concurrence on that. But
Okay, thank you. Trent?
So I agree as a teacher. There are some times, pick your battles, if I'm going to use that phrase. Teachers are concerned about their classroom, and that is the policy, but we need to do a better job of that. I want to make sure we have something in our policy that specifically says we cannot, this is not on topic on that, but is the videoing of fights. If it doesn't say specifically that's prohibited, I know here in Polk County that in this one here, it specifically says it, and it's great. I think we need to put something like that in there. But back to the common area, boy, that's going to be a tough one. If we can make sure that is not happening in our elementary schools, in our junior highs, if we could do that, that'd be great. Maybe they've earned their right a little bit to be responsible at the high school level, or 7 through 12 level. But at the same time, I think if we start little by absolutely 100% taking control of those classrooms, as a former classroom teacher, if you can guarantee me that all 25 of my kids are not bringing out their cell phones during class, unless I ask them to do, so I would be happy with that if we could do that. Ms. Wright, when you were talking about no cell phones whatsoever, I was going to just say I couldn't even do that as a math teacher because graphing calculators are about $125 now, and they got a wonderful app that gives you a graphing calculator. So many times I would say get your cell phones out, get that application and use that. But now that we're one-on-one on a laptop. But again, if it's used for educational purposes. Today in college, teachers are taught how to utilize technology in the classroom because they know the kids have, we've maybe not come out of the uterus with an iPad, but maybe an Android. But it is useful to use that technology. But it's again, treating those teachers as professionals to know when those kids can have cell phones out and when not to. And letting these children, and I'll continue to say children, that is a privilege. And when we say it's off, it's off. And if I deem that I need to take it from you, we absolutely 100% have the ability to do that. And there's got to be some specific consequences that if you refuse to do that, it's gone and that privilege is taken. But to take it for high school age kids away from lunchtime, it's a tough one, and I'm probably not prepared to say all gone today on that. If we can do that as it's a graduated responsibility or a privilege, that would be great. I did ask my daughter, who's in 5th grade, I'm like, are those cell phones out all the time? And she actually said, no, not in my school. So if we can be assured that that's the recommendation from this board and from administration here, that is not to be seen, because that's a bad habit to start when you got those. Those kids should be communicating with each other and developing a relationship. And yeah, and we don't want to see that at the elementary and junior high.
Okay, hang on, Dr. Schiller, just give me a second. I'll come back to you after Ms. Wright. Real quick question. I concur with you on the issue of that you had brought up, is that maybe not the common areas, right? But you had said in the event that they're being used to post to social media, being used to facilitate fighting and all that stuff, which was a recommendation that we had coming forward, I would support that moving forward for direction to staff to kind of put inside there. And I think that that's a good one. But I think, Ms. Wright, you had an opportunity to speak, and if you can give direction on that addition, that would help too, that Mr. Trent just brought up.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, I just want to make sure I'm following, but you are recommending for staff to come back to us with a suggestion on how we're going to modify this. And I'm in favor of doing that 100%. I'm old school, so to me, I mean, if a kid picks up their cell phone and they have notifications on every different app, now we're going to expect our teachers to monitor that the kid's actually adequately using the cell phone for a reason that they've said. If we have one-to-one technology, my feelings are, if I have my way, not at all during instructional time. I understand the common areas. I understand lunch being one of those areas. Do I love it? No. I mean, I'd prefer the kids talk to each other and interact with each other, but if there has to be a compromise there, that would be my recommendation. But I'm 100% in favor of asking staff to come back with something that they would revise to move forward on communicating out to all of our schools, hey, this is the new policy moving forward, or this is what we're going to be changing.
And I did kind of just want to remind that there's really not anything that we, especially if we don't go forward with making it, you know what I mean, the common areas, there is nothing that we are changing right now.
Right.
That they cannot send out a directive right now, hey, we need to work on how we're going to implement a zero tolerance on cell phones, right? I mean, like that is how that, to effectively enforce that policy. So what I'm hearing you guys say is that common areas are kind of a sticky situation, right? So what I would say is that I think we've given board direction that, hey, we need some sort of enforcement of the current policy and giving the opportunity for staff to figure that out. B, we needed some sort of professional development training, which I agree with, on how to deal with the classroom management of the cell phones possibly and stuff like that. And then we're waiting for staff to come back with any kind of recommendations that they'd want to change. So there's two sides to this. One, let's send out some messages that we are going to enforce the current policy and give the teachers the ability to do so. And then two, have staff bring back under Dr. Schiller's direction a policy changes and stuff like that. Does that make sense?
I think we already did that first one as a parent. I know I got a letter about that right before the break to talk to my children about that before we went.
We did get that directive, and can I talk? Sometimes I skip over the first sentence of policies, but you know, our student parent cell phone wireless communication device contract that they signed, the very first one, and it says protecting student, staff, and maintaining integrity and the learning environment is the top priority. One, use of cell phones except those approved by a teacher or administrator, is prohibited and must either be powered off completely or placed on vibrate and silent mode and stored out of sight. That would also mean any of those common areas if, number 2 here, when authorized and approved by the site principal. So they can set that policy in their own environment. So if they say, no, it's off completely, out of sight, you can have it on vibrate in case mom needs to text you about the dentist appointment, but it looks like it is within the power of that building principal to set that culture, however they want that. So that's here. That's in a contract that the parent and the student has already signed. So how do we work with that, or do we just talk about implementing that?
Yeah, and to be honest with you, one of the issues we have is we have this policy that we found, for one reason or another, was not being totally enforced, right? So we just need to get back to that policy, and my concern is the common areas, and like you have other things like you have all kinds of meetings that you have where the students come in for various activities inside the gym and all that other stuff, right? We would behoove us to not be a part of trying to micromanage the schools. They all know what's best for their schools. But the one thing that we need to do as a board is to say, we want this thing enforced inside the classrooms, and we want our teachers and staff on both that and buses to know that if they send a referral or if they send something that a student was not working, what is the next plan so that that is effectively enforced? I think that's what we're trying to do today. And that's what I appreciate. If we can just get a thumbs up on that, if that's good. Good.
I'm confused as what, I want to make sure, because
Sure.
I'm not going to stick my thumb up.
No,
I don't know what I'm
I-
sticking my thumb up for.
what
Because
we
it sounds
have-
like you want to say send a message, but we've sent it. Are we sending another message? Are we saying it again?
So the message, Ms. Campbell, effectively, we still have many teachers that feel like it was not properly given to them for enforcement. So they're sitting there in their classroom with kids that are twice their size, and they're getting ready to start saying, you effectively can't have your cell phone out. They effectively feel like they cannot enforce that policy and that there's going to be something that happens. And as a teacher who knows about classroom discipline, if you try to say something and you're not effectively able to move that out, then what ends up happening is that the students will then figure a way to come back. You've lost control of the classroom. So what I would say is all we would like to do is work with each one of the principals so they understand that the fidelity of enforcing this is what the board wants moving forward. Because I'll tell you right now, I have many teachers, many bus drivers that don't feel like they are being supported in that realm. And although an email went out to the staff, there was no email that went out directly to the principals saying, hey, you need to make sure that this is enforced and that there's proper processes. That's it. That's all it is. And it's just something that we can do. So I am asking for staff to be able to send out saying we're going to effectively enforce this. If you don't have, you know what I mean, if the teachers have any questions, have some sort of process in place that is effectively for each one of the schools, and we can check it off. And if anybody wants to change one, we bring some sort of a policy change back to work in the future, just like you said. That's it. That's what I was getting board direction on. Hang on. Ms. Campbell's just got the floor right now. Just hang on. Okay.
Yeah,
All right, Ms. Jenkins.
I'm with Ms. Campbell on this. We already effectively communicated this effectively in email to parents and staff. I think that someone's just looking to come out of here with a talking point that they did something today. I think asking staff to come back with how we're going to implement it is a very odd, open, broad question and request, because that's what they do in general. That's the whole point of the policy and the administrative procedure in general. It's assuming that they're not doing it already. It doesn't make any sense. If you're not, I don't get the concept behind that. And just to reiterate, it's already within our wireless communication policy that students cannot video record or audio record while on campus and off campus if they're at a school event. So the request from Mr. Ivy was more increasing the discipline if someone was to do that and put it on social media. If we one day go back to that request and have that conversation, I'm okay with having that conversation. I'm not okay with what was proposed and how it was proposed, because there's a lot of variables there, right? You know, we've got kids that are recording incidences that actually benefit our safety of our students because we get to see what happened and, you know, it helps us. But of course, if you're using it to harass or intimidate or to bully a student, that's already something that we don't tolerate. So maybe we can reiterate that part right? Reiterate, if you do record something of a student, this might happen to you, this is the consequence, don't put it on social media, so we can re-educate our students. It's not our staff that needs to be re-educated. And so at this point, no, I don't want to ask my staff to come back and tell me how they're going to implement the policy that they already believe they're implementing to the best of their ability and with the utmost fidelity.
So just to be aware, Ms. Jenkins,
I don't need to be aware. Thank you.
the conversation was wrapped around just saying that we're going to enforce this and telling them to figure out a way to do that locally at their school district. I do not want to receive a report of how they're going to effectively do this. That would be us getting down into the weeds. What we just need to do is say that we need this thing enforced and that we need to find out a way to make sure that every teacher doesn't feel like they can't enforce it. That's it. So if,
Right, Mr. Susan, respectfully, a policy exists to be enforced naturally. We don't need to say this policy needs to be enforced. It's in policy. It should be enforced always. And we already reiterated it because we requested that prior to Christmas or winter break. And so, again, if you're asking our staff to come back to us, you are asking them to bring us something new. And so, no, I'm not comfortable with that because it doesn't make any sense. I don't believe anyone in the back of the room has any idea what they would have to come back here with. There's no direction for them, and they're going to be scrambling to come up with some innovative ingenuity to talk about cell phones in the classroom that already exist in this very, very detailed policy.
Ms. Jenkins, I didn't ask for staff to have any kind of report back or anything like that. I said that each school can figure out how to make sure that each one of these is being enforced and that the teachers understand it to fidelity of how that if they go to enforce it, what's about to happen. I think that that is where the crux is, and I would be honest with you, that if we sent out a survey that said, hey, do you feel like you can effectively enforce your cell phone policy right now, that we would find out that the majority of our teachers feel like they can.
And they need to go to the administrators and they need
So-
to handle it that way. I just to be completely honest, because I'm going to say again, we sent out the letter. We made the news. If there's someone who works for Brevard Public Schools that doesn't know that this board has said, you know what, we want to crack down on cell phone use, we want to enforce a policy that we already have in place, I don't know where they've been. So I just to spin our wheels to do something, I would like for us as a board to get back to the work of this board. We've been asked, do we want to make policy changes? We've said, okay, here's some things we want to think about. To be honest, we probably need to update some things because, I think even what we've been saying today is not necessarily in here. But can we get back to the work of the board and trust Dr. Schiller and the staff to do their work? And I would suggest that if there's a teacher that feels like in their building it's not being enforced and they're not being supported, then they need to work the way up the chain and say, it's not being enforced with my administrator.
Sure.
Okay?
So I guess we don't have direction to send an email to staff saying, hey, we want to try to figure out to make sure this is being enforced. Is that true?
I would have to check the minutes.
No, it's okay. I just,
Sarah, what I see here, what I've written down, is that you want, for example, the staff through me to take a look at the policy 5136, wireless communication devices, dated 2017. Do a scan of other districts to see to what extent this is consistent with or were there inconsistencies with the law or prevailing practice. I've done a quick one of that letter that was just sent here. It basically is the same thing as Polk County with one exception. That one is newer and speaks to filming fights and whatever. Take away the discipline recommendation. So for you to want to see the research that we do and any recommendations that we may have to bring back to you about any clarifications or changes to this policy, and then you as a board would determine the policy. And we could do that, I hope, by February, 7th, the next work session? It's not going to be that long or hard. That's what I understand, number one, if that's what the direction of the board is. Number two, now I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that. I need clarification. That's one. If that's what the board's saying, then I will be happy to do that. Number two, we'll bring back the recommendations of any changes and administrative regs that we would recommend if that is the direction of the board, as I understand it. Number three where I need a little clarification, communicate with principals the fidelity of what the board wants. My question that's unresolved is, what does the board want until it changes this policy? And number two, to enforce it. What is it? This current one? Then I will basically, staff and I will go and communicate with the principals and the teachers that what is there is the current policy until such time and regulation that this board changes it. And therefore, the allowance of the cell phones as defined here in the policy, and as well as that each principal, I think it says here, in terms of what the principal, when authorized and approved by the site principal or site leadership team, students may use WCDs before, after school, during lunch break, in between. That's where your variance is going to be, sir, members of the board, because that's what your policy says. It's not lockstep. It's that each principal may. If that wants to be a policy change by the board, then that is what, after you make the policy, we will communicate. But up to this point, this is what we operate from. Is that what you would like for us to communicate, to
Yes, sir.
reinforce this is what's on until
sir.
such time you may wish to make different changes?
Everything that you said, Dr. Schiller, is correct, but I will say that we did not have board consensus to move forward with the common areas, right? So,
No, because it's not a
Right,
change of
it's the
policy.
It'll
right,
change the policy.
so we don't have consensus to do that. So what you have inside of your hand, everything that you said is correct, except for the common areas at the end is not something that we want staff to bring back to us as a recommendation. We were saying that we would like to completely enforce
I know, but
it.
as long as this one's in effect.
That's totally
It's
fine.
left to the
Yep.
the principals
Yes, sir.
at each site.
Yes, sir.
When we come back with our recommendation, and whatever it may be, this is the board's policy,
Mm-hmm.
you will make that determination.
Yep.
So if that's the understanding and the board gives that direction, do you have clarity for the minutes, Ms. Aguirre? Good. Then we have clarity here, depending upon the direction now of the board, sir.
Sounds great. Thank you for that. So that is our cell phone policy. One of the things, the reasons that I brought up the zero tolerance was we received an email most recently from some of our staff talking about the governor yesterday, and I knew this was kind of coming, was that he reestablished the entire reporting guidelines for assessors yesterday, which is now going to completely kind of change the way we report those things. Dr. Sullivan was sending some internal communications and stuff like that on those changes. I just wanted, and I made a copy for you guys. It's inside of the, inside your board documents. It would be disingenuous for me to try to ask you guys to even do anything. I just wanted to do it as an update. You'll see under the tab that says discipline, after the definitions of student behaviors, it goes into identifying incident definitions that are now 100% enforceable by Cessor, which are like alcohol, aggravated battery, arson, burglary, bullying, criminal mischief, disruption on campus, major drug sales, drug use, fighting, grand theft, harassment, hazing, homicide, kidnapping, other major incidents, all of those that are listed inside of there. Just so that you guys know, Dr. Schiller is going to be reestablishing how we report those and stuff like that with staff. Unfortunately, they basically said, like, it's now, and the problem is that we're now having to figure out a way to do that while we're also supposed to be reporting. So that's all. I just wanted you guys to know that. And that kind of brings light to what we were talking about before, which is some of the implementation of reporting and stuff like that. So are there any questions on what the governor did yesterday and brought forward? There's also a entire presentation inside there also. So anybody have any
I
questions?
didn't, yeah, I mean, I'm going to need time to go through all of this. Honestly,
Yeah.
I didn't get any of this from
No,
staff until
no,
right
no,
now.
that's the
so-
only reason we're here. It's just
Okay.
to give you guys the heads up.
All right,
That
fair
staff
enough.
is going to have to work on that and everything else, but I just wanted you to know, since it broke yesterday,
Yeah.
what the governor's trying to do is identify many of the discipline issues that may not be reported and stuff like that and kind of get back. So,
Okay.
everybody okay with that update?
May I have a clarification, sir?
Yes, sir.
What staff has sent to us, to me at least, is an update, when we have the staff here, of the most recent Cessor changes. Okay? And I'm not sure of that, and that's dated, the new SSIR rule and so forth. And that's dated, if I recall, I received it on on Monday, the 17th. And so I don't know if there's a new one after that or the one that staff's already working on. So I'm maybe
I think
it's
all
one and the same.
It's all the same.
Right.
It comes
Staff is
from us.
already working on
Yep.
that.
Yep.
And we have that.
I just wanted the board to be aware that that was
Great.
going on.
But
That's
if
all.
anyone needs that, we can send that along because I think that was, and I think Dr. Sullivan was the one who shared that directly through staff members. And, you know, I think we're talking about the same thing.
Yep.
If you don't have it, then we'll get that to you.
Yeah.
I just wanted our staff to be able to have a copy of it so that they could go through it in the fact. That's it.
Thank
No
you.
action needed. Just wanted to bring it up as a conversation. All right, so that takes care of the zero tolerance cell phone. Dr. Schiller, I'm going to come back to you for your discipline committee that you had brought up. You wanted to speak to that. That's the next purpose that you had, establishing a steering committee. So, Dr. Schiller, at your convenience, if you can.
Can I jump in really quick for clarification? Keep throwing around the term zero tolerance, and it was listed and it's constantly talked about. You just use it with cell phones. That doesn't mean the same thing with cell phones. And so when you say that out into the community, the public, they're hearing zero tolerance when it comes to behaviors. And so I just want to clarify: are we talking about the zero tolerance policy, or are you using that as a term, as in you're not tolerating cell phone use?
So, Ms. Jenkins, if you look at on the January 20th update, it says update on implementation of board policies, zero tolerance, cell phones, and discipline committee. All I wanted to do with that zero tolerance area is that it may be affected based upon the new recessor reporting guidelines, and just let the board know, hey, this is what's moving. So that's all I meant. And then moving forward, the part of the discipline committee, which is stated on Friday, January 20th, is to allow Dr. Schiller now to go over the discipline pieces that he has. Go ahead, Dr. Schiller.
Right.
There's a comma there that the public.
And I
can see.
appreciate it. I just think the
You had
public
written
needs to
zero
understand.
tolerance,
Please
comma.
stop shutting my microphone
Okay.
off for me.
I
I just
didn't
think that
touch
the
your
public
microphone.
needs to understand.
I didn't touch your microphone. Go ahead, Dr. Schiller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a follow-up to that last matter, I would draw your attention to the most recent February 2022 policy manual under 5,000, zero tolerance, what it speaks to at that point. Okay, and so that would be part of the review that we would need to conduct here, because it's not omnibus, including the wireless devices. You see what I'm saying? So all of these things I would take into consideration for your policy consideration. Okay, thank you. Moving along, in trying to now move forward, and this I think was a fruitful conversation the board had, there are a number of different external things that have begun. I'm trying to pull them all together. One, you've established a number of committees in order to bring in wide input. And I think that's incredibly important and something we need to sustain and just clarify so that we are not duplicating efforts from one committee and other stakeholders. I'm not sure I have clarity as to what their charge is. Here's what I'm trying to do, given the fact that your policy allows for the superintendent to create advisory committees, is that, one, what our whole purpose is, I think, generically, help me understand this, but my purpose is this: to initiate the resolution of all these outstanding issues, the policies that are related to discipline, not limited to, but board policies, which you've talked about, administrative regulations or procedures, to bring them in alliance, that you've spoken about, the prevailing statutes, all of our in-house procedures that are taking place at the school level, like our handbooks, to make sure everything is in alignment with what the board policy would be, and the implementation at school sites, what training and in-servicing efforts we need to put into effect to make sure these old things happen, what our needs are in order to assure the communications and the training at every level, elementary and secondary, and for all staff, and improve the flow of communications and information. And to bring all of this under that umbrella, One, I want to be able to make sure that we understand clearly what the roles and responsibilities of the already established committees and external entities who are operating within this area so that we have constructive input, but not that their people are doing double duty. We need clarity. We need that involvement from our stakeholders and staff. Thirdly, let's work this problem. Let's solve this problem. Let's try to get as much as we can done as soon as we can, but I would like to wrap this up for you in time for your permanent superintendent doesn't have to face something hanging fire and start over. That's what I'm trying to do. I was aggressive here, but overly aggressive. I think if we go forward with some of these other steps, we can wrap this up this springtime. I need a little flex time there, but I would like to, if we agree, what our goal is, let's do it by May so that it's wrapped up and all the training, all of the go forward, all the policies are in place, and we've made a running start so the permanent superintendent can go forward with the board in a different fashion. Now, I need a steering committee. Basically, what I'm trying to work through here is a group of the internal people, a small group that's going to help do the following. One, go forward with our purpose to help advise, not do, but to then target the kinds of things are being done by external committees as well as problem solve so that we can work with the people that are within. Now, there are two things that I've tried to pull together. One is that we had a video with RSM, project manager Campbell Weiss, as well as with Laura, Manlove, right, and that we did that on, I believe, Thursday on another audit that's been complete, which, okay, will then be brought forward to the audit committee on Thursday. All good. And at that point, they asked me, they were seeking clarification as to what they should be doing in light of what previous communications they have had with this board or board chair with regard to an audit of the discipline. And that's where we spent an hour talking about what they would think their role would be, what I would think their role would be, and was very tight and closely aligned. And I asked them, for clarity's sake, please send me today, or by today or yesterday, a proposal. Now, that is what they did. And that, I think, is attached to a memorandum that I received last evening. It's in your book to read, and I'd like to go through that. Similarly, late afternoon, in concert with a number of conversations I had beginning in Christmas, and then about 3:45 yesterday, according to my log, after exchanging cell phone voicemails, Mr. Hay from OSS, Department of Office of Safety and Security, we have been talking multiple times since the day before Christmas to yesterday, where I explained that I wanted to know what is it that he needs in order to satisfy what he believed are the needs for investigation of whatever he's looking for, and we're prepared to provide. And I also explained what it is that your internal auditors are, and I went through the entire proposal. And his affirmation was good, because he doesn't have the kind of staffing needed for all the things he's doing statewide, that with the information that their audit's going to do, with the kind of work that we're trying to do inside with our policies and regulations, that it would put them in the point of being able to review all of that, of the results of the audit and what we're doing, and serve as the quality control to make sure that they are satisfied with whatever it is that they were going to investigate. So he, and if you decide to go forward with this, and RSM and we are going to have the information, and if you wish to change the scope of their work, that's your prerogative. This is a running start. And they're prepared, if you make a determination when you wish to go forward And Mr. Gibbs can explain the legality and the time frame. We can go to the audit committee if you wish. But the important thing is that we could now understand that we've got several moving pieces that have been somewhat amorphous, people looking for direction, that I think I've been able to consolidate this in a reasonable fashion. Get the external committees, and you've appointed some people to it, get their input, but define what it is that they're going to focus on from their perspective. Number one, get the internal folks and the principals as they're through the representation and the teachers and local 1010 and me, and with our staff as resources, Major Neal, the assistant superintendents, their directors, whatever, and Mr. Gibbs, whatever it is that they will be called upon for the technical side, we can draw upon them. So RSM is, as I explained here, that OSS will use the results of the audit, our internal work, the steering committee's work, and other committees' input, and board actions, that they would not pursue a planned investigation, but then critique at the end, because they'll be hand in glove with us, and determine then to what extent we are in a place where everyone wants to be by the end of this. So therefore, if we might just, I'm still building this agenda for draft agenda items of a posted meeting according to your policy and board council to go through these reviews of kinds of things that need to be done. And I'm waiting for the input from these organizations this week by Wednesday to put out the final agenda. It's a public meeting according to your policies. Anyone can sit through the meeting, but it's a working group. So now, if you take a look at what RSM, I'm sure you didn't have a chance to read this. If you would like for me to go through it, I'd be happy since you got this very late. But essentially, what they're saying to me is that right now they have an internal auditor work plan for the year. They give you 3 options if you wish to go forward at the end on the second page. Option 1, you could choose to forego performing an internal audit of student discipline at this time, which would result in no change to your annual audit plan, which I don't think is in anyone's best interest to forego that investigation or that audit. Number 2 is that if you would prefer to swap out the internal audit of student discipline and replace the property control internal audit on the current audit plan, there would be no impact to the budget of what you've allocated as a swap out. Or thirdly, if you wish to add to their, number 3 is the option we discussed late yesterday afternoon or early evening. If you choose to perform the student discipline audit in addition to their current, and they haven't really necessarily begun, the property audit, it would be an additional amount as so specified here. So you would have Chinese menu A, B, or C, and you can get an egg roll with that if you wish. I'm sorry if I'm being light about it, but the point being is that I want to bring to the board your options and what it is that the scope of work as proposed by RSM would be, and to see if it meets with your agreement and give me the direction and give to our RSM the direction. And then I can communicate back to them. They were not able to be here today because of what I said that I would present this so I can tell them which way and then go on to, and Mr. Gibbs, would you help me with process of terms of the board with regard to the audit committee, what action they need to take or not need to take here, or what we could do in February?
Right, yeah. If the board provides direction to move forward either with option 2 or 3, then 3 obviously has a price increase. That'll have to come to the board to approve the monetary change to the contract for this year anyways. So that would be at February's meeting. The audit committee can be updated on Thursday that the board provided direction. If you're going to swap out, that wouldn't require board action moving forward. It would just be a swap out, net zero impact to the district. We can advise the audit committee on Thursday that, hey, we're swapping out the internal property control with the discipline audit, and then the audit committee would be advised of that, and they can RSM would then move forward with conducting the discipline audit.
Thanks. Thank you for that, Dr. Schiller. I wanted to go, before we get into the RSM conversation, we had spoken a little bit about the steering committee. What I may have heard you say, just so that we can stay in a process, you wanted to create a BPS, under the policy, create an advisory committee that has interim superintendent, 2 to 3 members from Major Neal's staff, BFT.
No, I didn't say that, sir.
Okay.
No. He is, that would have, I'm trying to write this up and it was premature in terms of, in the paragraph, or rather a comma
Okay.
wasn't there. That was an example
Okay.
that Major Neal would be a resource, as would be assistant superintendent, director, legal counsel. That he would be staffing it as needed.
Are you, so you're at, you're saying you're going to establish a steering committee for discipline, and this was kind of the framework, but it might change back and forth depending on.
Well, I'm thinking that it's a small working group that would be able to help clarify
Sure.
these different things, bring the issues to it, and then we can work with the larger committees over this period of time
Yep.
to have the input that we're getting. And forgive me, I'm not quite sure what each of the committees that have been formed, I'm not up to speed, what their charge is. So in effect, internal working group that's going to kind of help me plan this out. But what will come back to the board is any action recommendation, of course, for your approval. No, there's no power associated because your board policy has the superintendent creating, reporting back to the board, and then it all rests with you, much like, do you want to go forward in this kind of direction?
Sure.
It's kind of a way for me to manage a smaller group that's focused.
Yeah, I think if you were looking for direction from the staff to create something like this, along with using that as an opportunity to establish a bigger one that ties into the community, I'm okay with that. I just think that he was looking for direction here, and I wanted to do that before we got to the audit.
Thank you.
So if we can
Thank
give
you.
him a thumbs up on that.
No,
we can
I need
move.
clarification for anyone else on this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it. So Ms. Campbell, you have a question?
Yeah. So I think, so it sounds like we've had two different, this is a different committee from what was sent out to us earlier. So it sounds like this is something that would be an ongoing or standing committee that would be problem solving through. And that sounds like the committee that when we had the discipline meeting in December 8th, that I think it was the BF2 suggested, hey, we used to have a discipline committee. We're going to always have problems. We're going to always need to do the problem solving. So that small advisory committee sounds like that's what that would be. And so that's fine. I had a little question because you referenced policy 9140 about, and I think I just answered it for myself, but there's a place in policy 9140 that says all appointments of staff members shall be made by the superintendent. Staff members shall never constitute more than a minority of any such committee. So I just want to, when I first read that, I'm like, oh, we need to have citizens on that. But I thought, no, because when we have SIAC, it's different. So it's staff meaning like district level staff. Am I interpreting that correctly now, Mr. Gibbs?
Yeah, the policy just says the staff is going to make up a minority. So staff, I would say,
Staff
are
appointed by the superintendent.
right. The super appoints all staff members. So those appointed by the superintendent are going to be a minority of the committee.
So in this case, the ones that come from BFT and BASA and 1010 would be like, they just need to be the majority of that.
Yeah, they're the outside, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I agree. I think we need to reestablish that. That way you've got a group that can be regularly working on things that come up. But then we were, Ms. Moore sent a plan out on January 9th, giving more of a community-based or involving more stakeholders, which would include board representatives. And of course, we have staff who are parents, so anytime we have a committee like that, we're including parents in there, but just in that specific role. I think, and then we got an email from Ms. Bland last week, the week before, asking us to send the name of our representative. I actually have a fabulous representative if that committee, we decide we want to do that. But that was more for a specific time, 5 meetings, not a standing committee, maybe to address the urgent issues now. So Dr. Schiller, are you recommending that we do also go ahead and have that committee, but that they work during the same time frame, but on a different angle?
Mr. Chairman, do you want to?
No, this is your recommendation. I think he put this down. Part of the conversation is that I think they're going to create a larger group with school board members and all that stuff after. That's the way I took it, but
Okay.
Dr. Schiller, this is you, not me.
Concurrently,
Okay.
I want what you have put in motion so we can get the broadest type of input. And if you want to create, I just, frankly, there's been some miscommunication between the board, between the departing or departed assistant superintendent and Ms. Bland. Ms. Bland is following the directions as she understood it being directed. However, there was a time a week or two ago when, in effect, that there was that this is now in my bailiwick, and that I'm trying to do a little catch up with it. And Ms. Bland, who has been an incredible resource, is following what was thought to be the direction, but there was a miscommunication somewhat there. What I want you to do is that whatever you have in motion, we want to keep. Whatever you want to augment. And those are the folks that we need the broader buy-in from their perspectives. Is there clarity as to what each of the different groups have as to what their charge is?
It's not in motion yet. I mean, we had our
That's what we
representatives.
want to
I
get
know
it
I
in
sent mine
motion,
in.
right?
And Ms. Wright said, I don't know if everybody sent theirs in. And I don't have a problem with having, but I hear what you're saying is, what's the purpose? Because we don't need to have this committee over here deciding they're going to give these suggestions to the board, and this committee over here saying they're going to give these suggestions to the board. It needs to be done in concert. So if we need to put a pause on that until we know what we need from that group.
Yes.
Because none of those, if RSM, I know I'm mixing conversations, but if RSM is not going to come back to us, they said 4 to 6 weeks. That's a pretty short turnaround. If we're not going to have that from RSM to be able to identify the problem areas for 4 to 6 weeks, which is a short turnaround, maybe we need to
Yeah,
just wait.
and I think you're far more articulate than I am. The bottom point is that we need a baseline of what it is, and not on hearsay or not on random. We need a baseline. My understanding is that RSM was originally approached to do that investigation and give us the baseline so that we're not, how many problems do we have? 600 out of 78,000 students? I don't know. But we don't want to put 2%, 95%, 98% of our effort to 2%. But I think pause might be temporary until there's a redefinition of how many committees are there right now? I apologize, I'm not fully read in on all of that.
There is none at this time.
None?
We were asked to give names to submit
Thank you.
to a new
Then
one
that's
that has not
with
started
your
yet.
direction and advice, then we are able to then put this in effect. And this is what I'm trying to do with the steering committee is, all right, this is a landscape. Let's define it to our full advantage. And it may very well be that the pause would be orientation, an explanation of laws and statutes, awaiting this data and this piece. And yes, it's a tight turnaround. I asked Mr. Weiss, please, this is something that's hanging fire. It's taking a lot of time and great attention. And so we need to get to the bottom of it by an independent auditor. And therefore, our perceptions may be then moderated by the reality of data and the audit. And if we can possibly do that in accordance with revising the board policies, then it's a very rational way to move within our desired time frame. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so basically you're creating the small committee to then communicate and then create a larger committee. And then based on the larger committee, we'll have some draft and stuff like that moving forward in the future. Okay?
Their best thinking, their best advice while we're trying to pursue all this. What we can clean up inside and address, we do that.
Yep.
It may take a little longer because we have trying to make sure we have buy-in. I think that's what the whole point is here, allow stakeholders to be a part of the process. And then you can make an informed decision and not a hurried one. And it also gives all of us a database upon which to evaluate policy direction. I think, to me, that's how I look upon the problem solving. We can work the problem and then we can solve it if we know what the problems are.
Sure. So one of the things I would say is are you guys going to take minutes kind of stuff to where we as a board know what was discussed inside there? Good. Okay. And Ms. Wright, you had,
That was the intention because it's a public meeting.
okay.
Tammy, you didn't know that yet, but be it as it may, I think whomever can be assigned to do that, because again, full transparency. If people want to sit wherever we're going to be in the audience to observe, there's nothing being hidden about this. It's just that I'm trying to bring some order to it. If indeed it's my responsibility, this is my suggested go-forward plan to how to bring the pieces together.
Okay. Right, you had a question.
And I just want to clarify to make sure that we're back on target here. So as a board, we need to decide which one of these RSM options, because it sounds like the Office of Safe
Going to that
Schools
next, yep.
is looking for something from RSM, right, to appease this audit. So I just want to, that's correct, the Office of Safe Schools is going to
Yeah.
take this RSM audit in lieu of them coming in to do a thorough
Precisely.
audit. Okay.
So if you look at his discipline issues and matters, this was his next number 3. So
Okay.
we're on the RSM. You guys, and I'm sorry, I didn't get this at the same time as you guys got it. We got it yesterday. Sorry about bringing it at the last minute. I did ask for an audit. I did ask for them to move on it, right? And so what ended up happening is this was the best case because we wanted to move forward with a discipline audit before. I had requested this for RSM years ago, and because of COVID, it took us back a year. Because of, and Dr. Mullins came to me one day and he says, listen, we were going to do the audit on discipline, but we're in the middle of a COVID crisis. Can we push it? So technically, when you look at some of these options, the option 2, which is the internal audit instead of property control, it was technically before this one anyway. So just so you guys know, there was a plan to move to student discipline. This was also recommended by the actual audit committee. So it's within line of what was already done. So I think number 2 would be a good option because it gives us the 0 impact, right? But I did want to just let you guys know this was a process that was brought forward before. So with that, Ms. Jenkins, do you have direction on what you would like to do?
Yeah. If this was a process that was brought forward before, I wish we would have mentioned that 2 months ago when we started this conversation. Dr. Schiller, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm going to make an assuming statement, but my gut tells me if the Office of State Schools is willing to relinquish their audit to RSM, it tells me they can't be super, super concerned. But correct me if I'm wrong there, because you're the one who had the conversation with them. Because I did ask that, and I wasn't able to ask you and get an answer if they had told you that they had any major red flags when they visited us previously. I also appreciate you saying by doing this, perceptions can be met with the reality of data, and I agree with you. I think we've created a disaster, and we owe it to our community to come to the table with actual hardcore data. When it comes to options 1, 2, or 3, I don't want to spend more money. My gut tells me that, we're really proactive here in Brevard when it comes to auditing our departments, and I don't think there was like some major reason we were auditing property control. And so I think it's okay for us to push it aside. And like you said, if they haven't started anything yet, we're not wasting anybody's time and energy. So I am comfortable with option number 2.
Perfect. Ms. Campbell.
Yeah, I was trying to really quick do a search for the audit universe, the latest audit universe, because I was trying to figure out how long it's been since we've done property control. But it looks like, obviously the public, don't worry about it, Cindy. She's looking. This is a priority. I think we all are understanding that we need to move on this. So I prefer option 2 to swap them out for right now as opposed to spending another $35,000.
Sounds good. Mr. Trent?
Yeah, makes total sense. Option
Yep.
2 makes complete sense, so I think we have consensus already with you. So
We're good?
Option 2 is what I'd pick as well. So.
Good, and I did want to give clarification. I spoke to the Office of Safe Schools yesterday around 10 o'clock, and he said that He was coming in 2 weeks, and he was bogged down in Broward, but Mr. Schiller had spoken to him around 4 o'clock apparently, and had gotten that communication that this would be in suffice of it. He probably also is thinking that in the event that he's down in Broward for a longer amount of time, that this makes sense to get moving on pulling most of the data for him, and it kind of helps him with that investigation. When I spoke to him on the phone yesterday, he did have considerable concerns, but he wanted to wait until he saw the data. So he was definitely moving forward with coming, but as long as we're communicating ahead, we look pretty good. And that's what ultimately the goal of the Safe Schools is to make sure that if we haven't followed proper procedures, that they then just make recommendations on how to make those other changes. And if the school district doesn't move forward on some of those changes, then there's corrective actions past that. But that's usually just the process, so that everybody knows. Dr. Schiller.
Response to you and to Mrs. Jenkins, yes, this is coming together very quickly at the end of the day. I will then get a confirming letter from OSS and RSM that will get to you in terms of what I'm articulating. So therefore, there's no reason for both organizations to be looking for the same data,
Right.
nor making it into an investigation when we don't know if it's an investigation. But because of the fact that I think this board now being proactive and pulling it all together, that we proceed on this plan. I had laid this plan out both to RSM as well as to Mr. Hay. They feel comfortable that RSM is going to speed up with it. I even know who they're going to assign to this project because they have great resources.
Right.
That they're going to now accelerate and also provide us preliminary findings earlier until the final report. It gives us the running start. Mr. OSS will get a copy of what the work plan is. They're going to be working with them just to make sure everybody is getting the information that they all need. So, and I will coordinate all this because this is an important thing for the board. If this, I hope that satisfies what your questions have come up. That essentially, yes, that they would be in a confirming capacity after it's done, but they're going to be part of this all the way through, ma'am.
So I have a follow-up though, because there was a statement made that we spoke to OSS and they have grave concerns. I'm going to say this
said
again.
that?
The chairman is not privy to information. All board members should know of this information. If that is true, I would like in writing what said grave concerns were. We shouldn't be hearing about this just like willy-nilly at a board meeting. Doesn't make any sense. I haven't heard anyone else tell me that there was grave concerns from OSS. Dr. Schiller, you also had a phone call with them. Did they relay those grave concerns to you?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. So, Mr. Susan, I'm requesting that however you can do it, and if it's not able to be in writing because of sunshine, you can talk to Mr. Gibbs about how to do that effectively. I would like you to let the board know what these so-called grave concerns were. Because again, we're sitting here having a conversation, and apparently you're privileged to information, and yet you have not shared with us. But it wasn't shared with Mr. Schiller either, so it's concerning to me.
Sure. So I think part of the conversation is that there have been assessor violations that have been given to them, that they felt like the people who gave them to them felt like that they were genuine. They had also been given some other information. By who, I was not sure about, but that was confirmed. And them moving forward were based on some of those. And to be honest with you, he had said that he was ready to move forward with, following up on some of those, but he's been down in Broward, so that kind of keeps him back. So there is some sort of something that was handed to them by somebody, which I'm not privy to, but that is part of the reason that he just wanted to kind of keep his eyes on it. I think the plan going forward is appropriate, and we're going to get down to the bottom based on some of the stuff that we're looking at. So there is some sort of concerns based on some of the stuff that has been allocated, but they always give some sort of, research to try to find that out.
Okay, but some sort of somethings and feelings are not facts, proof, and data. And when you make that statement out to the public that there are grave concerns and you can't back that up with actual facts, that's concerning to me. We are causing more problems for our community. So if you could maybe, I don't know, call them back and ask for something specific, that'd be great. Thank you.
So can I
Ms.
just
Jenkins, I
clarify?
just
think
want to,
this was
want to kind of say, I'm not part of the investigative team, so like, when he
Spoke to them
calls
on the phone,
me,
Mr. Susan.
just because I do, I'm not part of the investigative team, I don't have the data that they have. By me asking them would be a rhetorical kind of general question, but I can see what I can put together for you. So just so you know, but when we had all of our unions sitting here telling about some of the stories that were going on, they had grave concerns on top of that. So they're just going to investigate, and they may, like they said, come back that they're not true. And if that's the case, then we move on. But we have a situation that needs to be investigated, and I think that that's what they're willing to do. So, Ms. Campbell, go
And
ahead.
that's my point. What is the situation being investigated?
If I think I can.
You can't answer that.
I think
Discipline,
this
Ms.
will help,
Jenkins,
if I can
discipline.
clarify. So what, it's an answer to your earlier question. OSS, the Office of Safe Schools, has not done an audit or at this point. However, I was made aware that they were here. They came to Brevard very shortly after that discipline meeting. If we have information from them, I think it would be good if they did. I mean, it doesn't sound like they finished an investigation, but if they had something, it also sounds like OSS has unaudited, uninvestigated reports that were given to them. That's what all we have right now is uninvestigated, potentially anonymous reports that were given to them. And so this is going to solve that problem. But if there was something that we did get from them that was given to staff or whoever, that was, in the days they were here, because it was my understanding they came and they showed up at several schools and they showed up at the central office. So, I mean, I'd kind of like to have what they have so far. Would be nice, unless that's, I mean, if that's against the law or against their practices, I guess they can't give it to us, but we can ask, can't we?
I think I can ask, but I will say that part of investigations is they just wait to the end. But I will ask, just so you guys know. The other thing is that you're right, they did come, and part of the problems with OSS, and it's reported many times, is that they are so understaffed that to be able to effectively do what they needed to do was difficult. So that's the reason of the delay. So they came in, did an initial poll, got some information, and then now they're sitting on that waiting to come back. And Dr. Schiller communicated to them to create a situation that RSM can also do some information. Maybe they'll see if they align, whatever that is, and come forward. I was not given any information from them. I was not told, but they said that they had received some stuff and that there were some concerns over that, and moving forward that they'd like to come back. There's not a official report yet. and
Well,
we'll
I'm
wait.
not talking about you, honestly, because
Yeah.
I don't think that the Office of Safe Schools report to the chairman of the board. I think they report back to district leadership. So I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about asking for you. If the district has received something from the Office of Safe Schools, I'd like a copy.
Yep. Thank you. All right, so what I would say on the RSM audit is that it seems like we would like to get, if there's any reports or data that they pull, so that everybody understands. Sometimes we get a report back that's like a 15-page overview and stuff like that. But I would like to, Dr. Schiller, in the event that they're doing it, I would like to get the same data that they receive when they're doing all of that. So when they do their investigations and when they are reviewing some of those things, they give those back to us. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me. I would just check with Mr. Gibbs if indeed during the course of an audit.
I don't need it until after.
Okay, I thought
Yeah,
you
when it's
meant
all
ongoing.
reported, I just wanna make
You know, As
sure.
long as that is the standard practice here, while they're doing an audit of what can be released, we'll go with that. If they wish, if you wish to, know what I know as it goes along, certainly, if indeed it's the standard practice, they only then release after they're completed, then I would just need guidance on that.
Sure. So it's public record, whatever they do. So technically, at the end, we should all be able to get it. I just wanted to make sure that it's reported to the board.
Yeah, at the end, their report will be a public record. So I don't believe they provide like updates as they go, like monthly or anything.
Never asked for an update. All I would request is that when they're finished, to take a look at the data that they received to make their justifications. The other thing I would do is to make sure that those RSM meets with our unions and associations to see if there's anything that they have that they may want to be a part of it. And I would also make sure that they interview our principals and stuff like that. That's all. So I think that's part of it, but I wanted to reiterate that.
I have a
Just
problem.
hang on. Let me let Dr. Schiller speak.
Maybe, just for clarification, Now that the board has sent a direction, I would be adding this to the agenda for the steering committee for their information, how RSM is
Perfect.
going to move forward.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I guess
And
we-
obviously, part of their work plan is going to be doing this survey and whatever. So if you indeed see something as you get more leisure time, we haven't signed anything, this is just a proposal, we can edit it. And Mr. Weiss that team is wonderful to work with. Mr. Hay has been very good to work with for the last 4 weeks that I've been working with him. And we've been trying to communicate. And yes, admittedly, because when I ran states, I had the same offices, and they're notoriously understaffed, that we're taking a bit of a burden off them if we do the work, as the board has indicated, going ahead proactively here, and they can then be able to serve in a confirming factor, and if they find something still extant, then we know we've got to go back to it.
And then, yeah, Ms.
Before we
Campbell, go
jump
ahead.
off that, I appreciate I have one problem with the request, and I think the steering committee absolutely should help with that, but I'm not concerned with RSM going to the union and hearing what their concerns are. They've said they're going to survey staff. Those will include union members, but RSM doesn't answer to the union, they answer to the board. They're doing a service for us, and the ultimate purpose is to get down to what is best for students and this district and for staff. So I mean, whether they need to meet with union members, they're going to hear the stories and they're going to see the data they need to pull. They're auditors. This is what they do. This is their job. So I'm not sure why the union leadership, no offense to the union members, but I don't understand why they would need to be a part of that conversation as a union, not as individual union members who will obviously be giving their input.
Yeah, I think the reason is that they're the ones that kind of blew the red flag on some of the stuff that was going on. They were a part of this meeting, so I think that they should be part of the conversation. But I do want to make sure you're okay with the principals being interviewed and stuff like
Well,
that.
I mean, that's part of their process. I
Yep.
mean, they
So then
are
if
going to
that's the
dig into
case,
the
then-
data, but if it's going to be an independent audit, they need to.
We just want to make sure that certain entities that we know are part of it. So if everybody's in agreement with that, we're good to go. So Dr. Schiller, I think you have option 2 on the thing. You have your discipline committee, and you also have, if I can do this, direction on that cell phone policy, if that makes sense. Okay.
I have a clarifying question since we are on the topic of OSS. Mr. Susan, I would like you to clarify
I
for the
don't think we're on the
community
topic of OSS.
whether or not you called them and asked them to come here, or if they came here just on their own.
No, they came. OSS was not called by me to come. They were,
Because you have been making statements otherwise. So I would like that to be clarified to the community that they came on their own.
yeah, I think that was stated by multiple people due to the fact that we had a press conference that was there. So, all right, thank you. So we move on to the next part of this conversation is are there any other discipline items that people have that they'd like to bring forward? And that's part of this Friday, January 20th. Are there any other items that they wanted to bring forward? Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Campbell?
Back to my notes really quick. These are topics for future conversations, but I want to go
Yep.
ahead and bring them up so we can be thinking about them.
Are they related to discipline?
They are related to
Okay,
discipline.
perfect.
I think that this is a good time as we are, I don't know, this is during Dr. Schiller's timeframe or if in the future, but we need to start thinking about some other options that are going to help, I think, and the steering committee obviously will need to make these decisions, but as a board, we need to start preparing for the fact that we may need to look at some alternatives to the ALC. We need to consider that even though the public sometimes has a perception that we are overstaffed, that in certain areas we are understaffed. And I have heard just not very long ago that I'm just hearing from people, we need more people in the dean's position. We need more IAs to support the teachers and the staff. The idea of campus monitors has come up, which are unarmed people who help with just crowd control and bringing just unruly students down to the office. That's a budget issue, and that falls on us, board, to decide. And we have a unique opportunity with the millage. There was certainly some of it was designated to the different employee groups, but there is a part that's just kind of sitting out there, undetermined yet as the needs have come up. But it might be something for us to look at as a board as we start to budget out that that millage, those millage dollars, the part that's left, that we look at providing extra support staff to our schools to help with this issue. Because even if we get some of these things, some new problem solved, this is going to be an ongoing issue. Mental health issues are not going away any quickly. I mean, the whole district, the whole world is not going to turn around on a dime. But we need to support the schools in the ways that we can, and certainly IAs and campus monitors are an inexpensive way to do that. So anyway, I just want us as a board to start thinking along those lines, because we do have that opportunity with the millage maybe to put some funding behind additional staffing.
Thank you. I think if we can stick on that ALC alternatives, because I think a bunch of us, that's one of our top blowing arguments, items that we may want to bring up. Dr. Schiller, you had a question?
May I respond, please?
Yes, sir.
The question you raised, Ms. Campbell, is a highly valid one and something that we need to do. What I'd like to do is bring forward to you Ms. CFO Lisinski and cabinet plan to how this budget will be developed. For me, I think it's critical for the board, and I do this as a living, to look at needs, staffing, over, under. We can't expect that we're going to get everything done if we don't have the right amount of resources allocated accordingly to the board's priorities. And what I would like to be able to do is refine CFO Lisinski and I are going to be meeting on Friday, devoted to this whole process of how we can make an alignment based on what we've been talking about individually from day one when both of you first met, and then each of you have been meeting with me. What are your priorities? It's critical, and we can do this now as part of the budget process as long as we understand the input that you have of things to look at. I concur with you, but we need to have the database as to, are you appropriately staffed? And I've already started those conversations with our folks. Can we do what we need to do, staffed the way we are with the resources? And the answer keeps coming back as not really, because frankly, you've been running on a shoestring in some of these areas, and it's been a more push-along budget as opposed to taking a fresh look. So if this is the direction the board will go, I'd like to maybe put this on your February work schedule of how we would like to propose going forward with a very transparent budget, although it would not be a zero base, but to make sure that everyone who would be watching, and now that there's a newly constituted board that's 6 weeks old, so to speak, where the revenues come from, how the allocations are between federal earmarked categorical programs, state revenue, local revenue, the millage, and how we can now identify, and it may not be addressed in fiscal year 24, it may be part of the predicate for fiscal year 25 with your permanent superintendent, how we can get your district in the next several months organized in such a way that you have the data to make informed decisions about addressing needs and staffing and resources. Does that sound like a generalized plan?
No, I very much appreciate it.
Yeah, so could we, Mr. Chairman, perhaps at your direction,
Yeah, we're going to
have
talk
something
about
set
that.
for February?
Yeah, we're going to talk about some of those dates and stuff like that there. We have, just so everybody understands, it's 11:20 right now. We're going to move to 12. So if we can keep our conversations down to about 3 minutes and just kind of keep moving. As far as the ALCs, I think some other people wanted to mention some things. Ms. Campbell, did you have anything? I didn't want to skip you. I'm trying to go in some sort of
No,
direct
and I
order.
think that's, rather than us, we can't solve all the problems today, but
Right.
it's not like we've got the steering committee that's going to be developing it. We clearly are going to need to look creatively, because I'm just going to say it just plainly. If we're going to start expelling a whole lot more kids, we've got to have the capacity at the ALCs. I don't think that's the right answer. I think we need to deal with things from the from both ends. Obviously, kids are going to get in trouble, we're going to expel them, but what are we doing on the front end? But we need to have those solutions, and we've talked previously about, do we change what we do with students who have drug offenses? Do we change, do we get creative and look around at what other, I think we're uniquely positioned with Dr. Schiller, and he's been a lot of places to make some suggestions of some creative ways that we can do that.
Absolutely. You said you may want to do something about the ALCs.
Yeah, I mean,
Gene?
since it's been brought up, and these are topics that we're going to have conversations with. Ms. Campbell, you just brought up college students. I mean, we're going to have a spike. I mean, if we do what we say we're going to do, we're going to have a spike in our incidents, and our referrals, and our suspensions, and our so forth and so on. So we need to talk about the ALCs, and I'm sure we're going to have much to talk about the ALCs, but also talking about creative ways of maybe a K-5 ALC. That's something that needs to be talked about. I know it's a shame that we think, and I think 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that would have never even been in a top 10 list. But we clearly see that our issues have now not just are just in our high schools and our middle schools, but it is a K-5 issue now. Though that is, if you talk to the union, that is where the majority of our concerns are coming from our teachers is K-5 on discipline. It isn't the high school. And ISSs, we need to continue to look at that. I know we have some really good programs out there right now that we should be looking at. But again, staffing, but ISS, we're not talking about expelling students, so we need to keep them in our building as much as possible so we can give them resources and we can talk to them there. Where we can, bring in even community members to mentor, and talk to, so we don't have repeat offenders. But we need to keep them in. So ISS is there. Campus monitors, great. Ms. Campbell brought that up. It's worked wonderfully. At my last school, we didn't have a campus monitor, and we have with Coach Johnson there, and it made an immediate impact. He was like SRO junior, not armed and had the relationship with kids, but it showed that that is needed in our schools. So what you had talked about, Dr. Schiller, about looking at our staffing needs, we should be in a better place now that the millage has passed, but we need to look at where we can fund these positions, the IAs, the campus monitors, the ISS monitors, and I mean, I know what the public's going to say. I mean, they're immediately going to say, look at district, look at our, are we top heavy? For every one general we don't need, that's 2 soldiers that we can put on the ground. I know that's what the public's going to say. So we need to be very transparent on that to see if we have those funds available to properly staff our discipline in our district.
Yep.
Just for topics in the future, that's very, very important.
Ms. Wright.
I'm in agreement with everything that you're saying here. You had made a remark, and I just want clarification on it. You gave us a 1-to-9 ratio. Explain that to me, really, if you don't mind, really fast.
Direct supervision of our schools. If one looks at the org chart, there are directors who are responsible for elementary and secondary that, for the most part, and we can confirm here, for those directors who have responsibility for their principals, you have 9 principals, 9 schools for which directors are responsible directly, and then they report to the assistant superintendents.
Okay, and then you made a remark in regards to surrounding districts.
Generically, yes. I could tell you from all the, I could tell you Houston is 1 to 30.
Okay, we don't want to go there.
Baltimore County is 1 to about 27, a little lower in the secondary. Pinellas is 1 to 25. I can go through, but I'm just saying I can tell you more. I can tell you more nationwide. Los Angeles.
I do want to add something to that point, though, because unless the public gets the impression by the conversation we're having right now that we are over.
The lower the ratio,
every single one of those
the
directors,
better it is because of support to the schools
Right.
and communications. Right. This is an ideal situation that we're working with that will then ensure that between principal and central office, once we get the kind and through support services, all of these things are done, and whomever was able to build that, they were dead right.
I just wanted to add that in addition to those 9 schools that each of them are responsible
They
for,
have multiple
they have other areas. For example, just in elementary leading and learning, one of the directors is over those schools and our choice programming and charter schools. One of them is over all of that. and all of our early learning. One of those directors is over their schools, and Brevard after schools. They all have, none of them are only just
Yeah, and
doing that.
if I
They are
did
also
not
doing
say
other areas
that
of
as in a
responsibility.
hurry, but
And-
they have
You guys, if-
manifold responsibilities.
These are all things that we can show an org chart, and we can definitely deep dive in having
thank you for the
conversations up here, I
clarification.
think. Yeah, so, did you have anything
good. Go
else?
ahead.
So I think 100%, the ALC alternatives, for me, I have extreme concern about them taking 3 days off and being in there for 2 days. I would say that for me, I want to move towards a situation where they're coming in. The other piece is that you can't tell me that sending a kid to the community is, some of our offenders may be doing something while they're home. It puts a burden on the parents. It does a lot of different stuff. So I feel strongly about having that ALC alternative, but now having them come back. I think the other thing is, like you said, we spoke about this many times, is that there is a difference between a kid that gets busted for drugs and a kid that is out there violently doing stuff. So I think that how that looks, I feel like we all feel like there's an opportunity to improve the ALCs. And I think you're 100% right also, Mr. Trent, on the K through 5 and stuff like that. But I think you hit on something that is 100%. We are talking about the kids that go to the ALCs. When you talk about the amount of children that go there and the disruptive patterns that they have inside of the classes, you're talking about almost less than 1% of our entire population that are ALC members that cause massive disruptions inside the school. So I want the public to understand that this board is all about creating a safe environment for their people. But what we would like to do, at least as far as my direction, is if you have strong ISS programs, the level of expulsions can come down because you don't have to expel. In some of the instances, you can actually move them to an ISS. So there's a huge opportunity through our ISS programs to provide that. Because what happens is if you can't effectively have a child who is being disciplined, he will eventually get worse. So if you catch them early, put corrective strategies inside of, we won't have to worry about future expulsions if we're able to give that. There's a lot of our principals that are calling because they just don't have the bodies for the ISS. So great point. More deans, I agree with you 100%, Ms. Campbell. It's one of the reasons that Dr. Mullins and that I didn't vote for the millage was because I said we didn't need to have those 150 aides. I would like to have more deans. And that was one of the things that I wanted to discuss, but we didn't have the opportunity. Steering committee, great. Campus monitors, great. I had a couple of other items that I wanted to bring up. One of the things that I wanted to do, which is very, very important, is we need to review our whistleblower policies and how people are being sent in, their whistleblowers, and how we need that to be utilized effectively. And whether it's communications or whatever it is, we just need to make sure that people know that when they send that in, that they're not going to be retributed against, right? The professional development program, of course. And I think anything else I can bring up with staff. But you guys nailed it. Like, it seems to me, which I'm really happy about, is that we're all on the same page for what we want. It seems like across the board, we are calling for the same things. So I just wanted to say congratulations to all of you guys. Hang on, Ms. Campbell. Congratulations to all you guys for everything. I really appreciate it. Ms. Campbell, you had something to say before I gavel
don't
it?
want to rain on the celebration parade because I like to celebrate positives too. But you said something in there that I want to make sure we don't have clarity on staff, or maybe it's something you said, oh, I want to talk about it later, but you talked about wanting to get the students back in, all of them back in full-time at the ALCs, and we got a memo the other day with some data, one that was approved by state, and two, the positives of how it's worked out, and especially if we're going to have a spike like Mr. Trent, I think we're going to have to think about how we handle that. I don't think we're all in agreement on that, because I would hate for you or staff to go back. That was a directive of the board. It was not a directive of the board. And I don't honestly think we should make that decision. And maybe you're just expressing it as an idea and input as a decision if we haven't had, until we get back all this from the steering committee, from RSM, from all of that. I don't think we need to move forward with that recommendation when we have something that's been working and was approved by the state.
So I will just be honest with everybody here. I really dislike the program. I think that it needs to end, and I think that we need to move back towards going towards it. But you are 100% right, Ms. Campbell. We need to take staff's direction into all factors. We can't just make decisions based on us coming forward with, hey, this is what we need to do. But I will be working very hard to make sure that ALC program does come back and is in full gear. That's all.
Can I jump on the ALC thing for a minute, because I didn't speak on it? This is something I've brought up as a concern almost immediately, because some of our agencies and nonprofits that support our ALC were really disheartened when we changed the amount of time that our students were there. But if we're going to have this conversation, I'm just going to prepare everyone, like, this is a dirty, ugly conversation that I brought up on December 8th, parts of that data. It's a real conversation that we have to be ready to take the reality and not say that the data isn't honest, because we're number one in the state for ALC placements, which is why we had to reduce our number to 2 days a week, because we have too many kids getting thrown into ALC. That's why we don't have enough staff. And so this is a real conversation that we need to have. And, you know, I know we're not going there yet, but, you know, just even remotely insinuating the possibility of a K through 5 is crazy to me. We need to talk about that in detail too. So this needs to be like, we need to dedicate a significant amount of time to this conversation, because it is a problem. And we need to talk about it.
So thank you for that, Ms. Jenkins. I did want to say the one thing that I did miss because I was moving through here is that I would like the dress code policy to come back. Many of you may not know, but on the dress code policy, it talks about us not being able to wear Crocs and leggings and stuff like that 90% of our kids already do. I think it's been an effective problem for our principals to be able to enforce the discipline or the dress code because of that. So if everybody's okay with them working on that, because that's their recommendation, and bringing that back to us too, that would be good. So if everybody's okay, we might be able to get a longer break. And I really appreciate everybody going through that. You good? Everybody okay? I mean,
Take it to 1.
like, we can keep going. Listen, I'll have my power bar.
Can we agree to try to knock out policy review schedule before noon?
If you guys want to do that, let's
do
go.
it.
We can keep going. Let's go. I love it. Let's go. All right. So many of you guys have heard up here, and I'll come to you in a second here, Dr. Schiller, but many of you guys have heard up here that we have a lot to do. And one of the things that Dr. Schiller was mentioning is, how do we appropriately get it done by May? How do we appropriately put all this stuff together? So what I had asked was, with that direction, you guys to grab your calendars, because we might need to add some extra days. On top of that, we have some of the items that we mentioned before that we would like to talk about, but those actually were policies. So it's all pretty much the same stuff that we brought forward on the off-site. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Schiller to give us a little bit of direction.
Thank you. I appreciate knowing some of the priorities and things that the board would like to investigate. That's what we worked through one-on-one when I first arrived, and that's what we worked through for the most part at the retreat. Because these are the kinds of things that if you shuffle to me, staff can then start addressing this as part of what it is that this board wants to review. And, you know, one of the benefits of your wisdom of going with an interim superintendent, whomever you wanted sitting here for a period of time, was to be able to now try to address the kinds of things so that the new superintendent permanently has a predicate for which the work would go on. So as we hear about these different things, we can then start studying, bring back to you, not that we can make the changes right away, but as part of the budget process, as part of the game plan for your permanent and for the board, we can have these things lined up. So as more things come up, please, there's a process, and we're now working through it. Through me, so you don't have to go to staff. We then will make all of this as part of our go-to plan, and over the next couple of months, bringing back what we are finding, and if that leads to a budget implication. What I'm hearing now is precisely what I think we need to do. I'm hearing also the need not just for tactical planning year to year, but more of a strategic look. Given the explosion of possibility of more and more students and the demands on the school, where should we be going programmatically? Where should we be going with every other facet as you redefine the future? So if we start thinking about 3-year, 5-year, 7-year, and look at what's happening in Brevard County, the multi-different levels, and that's one of the focus that I'm going to have as our cabinet meeting on Monday, which I had just developed late last night to ask to send out, is how do we start thinking, and to challenge the staff and challenge me, of a go-forward planning or backward planning approach, because we're at a time do we stay the same? I will not be here for any of that, but we need to start getting the board to start thinking in this direction. By what you're raising now is, well, what about? Some things might be done next year. Other things, as you and I have chatted, need to be on the hopper for the down the road future, as once the board determines how this board sees the future. So with that in mind, this one, the policy review schedule, that came up at the retreat, and that's why I believe it's on here. One, my recommendation, as we've talked about, is that the board needs to very quickly and soon review and revise and then approve, adopt what your board values are. We have a stated vision, mission, and organizational operating principles and values that, as far as we know, go back 16 years at least, maybe 20. That's been the whole framework, is right there on your org chart, or your site. But this is a newly constituted board. That's what the previous boards had instituted. So I think what the board would be very healthy to do in order to lay the framework for the review of your policies is to now define what are our board's values. Do we concur with the vision, the mission? Do we also with the operating principles? It's right there on the board site. That is your fundamental piece, because idealistically, ideology, philosophically, that will now set everything in motion. That's what I would recommend you start on, and do that by March at the latest. It should not take long, whether you do it by delegating it to the vice chair or however you would do it, or an open work session, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Number two, in my judgment, I would recommend that the board focus on your bylaws. Section 00000121 through 00175. And Section 1000 administration, your 1010, your board superintendent relationship, I have that on there. Your development of administrative regulations, which we alluded to. These are going to be easy. And your board staff communications. These are what's in effect now. Does that align with your values and direction of the board? Now, today, for example, you identified the dress code, the wireless communication devices. Those are the kinds of things you can cherry pick. But I would suggest that, as facilitated by you, Mr. Chairman, that the board dig in right soon of each of these things. Then, B, are there any new proposed policies that the board wishes that you identify those? We can do the draft of them. We do your work. And through our wonderful staff and board council, and if we needed, is it Neola? Yeah, Neola. We can then, if there's such a need that you think, we can then develop them for you. Meanwhile, if the board would work through these, and these were just suggested deadlines, maybe if we can accelerate that, because a lot of these are a one-pager, right? It does two things. One, set the direction of this particular board. Mm-hmm. Number two, it brings you in compliance with your own policy book that it should be done every 5 years. Okay. Number three, just make the determination, and we can write the policy or amend it. Do you want administrative regulations from your superintendent and hereforth for 4 years going, or whenever the board changes direction or composition, to have the policies purposefully brought to the board for approval? Of course you do that. Do you have the administrative regulations also, so that you can see there's an alignment, or do you want to leave it right now to the discretion of the superintendent whether or not they come to you? I know what I would recommend. I could tell you best practice is around the nation. You can't have an administrative regulation that's in discordant with that of your policy, and sometimes that happens. And then, and these are development of, I quoted in here of what I sent you, okay?
They're all on the back end. They're on the three of the things that you had on the back here
Yeah.
are all in bullets. If everybody can take a look
Yeah.
at them, they're under.
And then, what
under-
I would like to suggest, Mr. Chairman, is that the board delegates to the interim superintendent to facilitate and bring to the board for review, when ready, the review and a revision of any policies in the book which may be out of compliance with
Yep.
prevailing statutes.
That-
And we would then bring that as soon as possible, but no later in April. I mean, I don't think there are many out of compliance with the way it is, but I just think that that would just be a quality control check for all of us and for you. And also, let us take care of sections 2,000 through 9,000, which would cover most of the operating, unless there are things that you want to have specifically your domain, like you want to get into the dress code. But now we're talking facilities. Now we're talking instruction. Now we're talking, the things that are right now underway by our very talented staff, students, finances, property, operations, community relations. Bring them to you, of course, for your review of any changes, recommendations. It's your policies. But if we can separate out the work, use the expertise of these people who are really good at this stuff.
Okay.
Use the Neola. Let me orchestrate it this way of division of work. The
Thank you.
intent is to bring everything up to speed. You focus on your search for your permanent superintendent, and when there's the handoff, you say, we now have an operational superintendent, feet on the ground, and I'm back home. Your policy book will be in administrative regulations on their way or completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schiller. I think from a perspective of the board, there's been a couple of board members that have wanted to review them and see if there's any that they wanted to red flag, right? I think that we have a need as a direction to move forward with that. So what you had mentioned in kind of a schedule, so you review and revise policies book which may be out of compliance with prevailing statutes. That's absolutely the job of the staff. I think, does everybody here agree to allow Dr. Schiller to do that according to Neola and state statutes and stuff like that? Are there any concerns with Dr. Schiller doing that? It's a pretty easy no-brainer. Should be going well. The only thing that I come back to on that is that we have some of these policies that we did as a board look at, but we never truly updated them. So it still shows that they're like 2002, even though our staff may have looked at it. So if there's a way that we can put revised or approved of a specific date, then I think whatever that terminology is, so that
Yes,
it's
sir.
updated that way, that would be
Yeah,
great.
it's just, that's a matter of paperwork, of making sure that everything shows the revised date and approved at
Yeah.
that time.
I-
I mean, we can set that in motion, the people who will do this. I'm sure that we have someone, Paul, who does this type of work.
I think we can figure that out, as long as the
yes.
board doesn't want to do it.
So
So as
that
long
you'll
as,
have, they are reviewed and approved by the board, March
Yep.
2023.
so I think that's the first thing. Is everybody okay with him moving forward with reviewing the staff policies, right? We're good?
Yeah.
All right, bring board review and action by period review by April 1st. One of the things that we looked at for dates was that we as a board have a couple of dates that are definitely on. But if you look at the amount of dates that we have as comparative to our seven-day notices and allowing us to get the policies completed by April, we may need to add a couple of meetings in between now and then so that we can strike on some of those dates.
Let's review by April.
No, but I mean, like he was saying, he didn't want to have it all. We should be able to review all the policies, give Dr. Schiller, hey, here's some of the issues that we're having, right? He has his administrative ones running, and then we start bringing them up based on staff getting a schedule at each one of the board meetings for change. I think that that's part of what we're trying to do here. I think that we all have a need to try to change some of the statutes. And then, so if we can speak specific to the dates that we may need and stuff like that, is everybody okay with, because here's what my thing is. If we decide to move forward with, if we all go to our policies, and all of a sudden we come back with 100 policies that need to be changed, right? Well, that changes the amount of days that we would have to come back. So predetermining dates as far as how many we may need are there. The other thing is that as we move forward, I was going to tentatively, if we could, put a couple of dates on here so that we can tentatively have them. And then Dr. Schiller, we can always take them off, but in the event that we need them, we can definitely have them. Does that sound okay to everybody?
What I was trying to do is to kind of get you to this point. This is your game plan. I was just trying to accelerate it so that understanding
Sure.
that you set what you want to be done, you give me the directions as your CEO, as your own policies and the statutes claim. So yes, if this is the game plan that, yes, you're going to take these and focus on less those that you want to now identify to cherry
Yep.
pick, and you say, yes, see,
I think-
interim CEO, go
Yep.
forward with the staff, bring it to us. We're going to try to keep an accelerated piece going. Much of what's going to be there is going to be remaining in place.
Yep. So
The
if we,
things that are really going to change, if anything, is going to be what are your values, what are your
Sure.
areas of specific intervention, or how you're going to redefine your bylaws of your operations. So, yes, so again, this is dependent upon you. I hope this is going to be floating deadlines.
Sure.
We do as much as we can, but that we all understand is a priority for the board. You're the board, you're the policy board.
thank you, Dr. Schiller. Mr. Gibbs, if we can look at what dates we currently have as far as agenda dates already noticed, right? We can kind of mirror them to set up a kind of tentative policy dates that we may come back to. Do you have the list of the current dates that we have? I mean, I have tentatively on here. Is there a way you can pull them up real quick and read them in so that we can start working off of it?
Tammy would have the dates of our meetings,
They're online
right?
too. I mean, I can pull them up. My laptop's just not up. Yeah, all right, we'll just do this. So no, I don't have my laptop up right now. So 2/7, so February 7th is the next time that we come back, right? Is it too early to say we can look through the policies for the ones that we have concerns with that we may want to change and give that to Dr. Schiller by the 7th? Or would you guys like to push that to the 21st? So a review of the policies.
I'm just looking at, first, he told us this is a suggested plan, but I'm just looking at the suggested plan was by February 7th, that we would have brought to him any suggestions for
Yep.
new policies. By March, that the board would have reviewed our values, mission, vision, operating principles, and that by April 1st, we would have looked through those crucial bylaws. I saw on the first page that this was sent to us yesterday, or it's in the folder.
So I agree.
So all this is later. And the staff's going to work on it. We have ours, so I think what we need to decide is, how much are we willing to get done before then? So if we're going to say February 7th, we're going to come, we want to have all the bylaws looked at, are we willing in the next 2 weeks to, the board goes through the bylaws, or are we just going to wait that, give ourselves a little bit more time to do that and say, we're just, any new policies we want by February 7th? I'm not really sure exactly what you're trying to get from us, Mr. Susan.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So one of the issues that we have is do we feel that by February 7th, we could bring forward any policies that we feel needed to be changed because of our values or whatever it is?
No, we're not saying that.
No, I'm
These are
asking.
the new ones
New.
by February 7th.
When you're saying new ones, can you give specifications on that?
Yeah, if there's something that doesn't exist
Came on, Ms.
that you
Jenkins,
think
I'm
needs
asking
to
Mr.
exist,
Schiller,
that's what new
please.
means.
He's the one that has it.
What I'm thinking about is that, are there policies that are not currently in your book that you believe need to be created?
Yeah.
What list is that? Just, pick one out of the sky. We'll determine if it's there or covered.
Okay?
And if there is new, and I'm not quite sure what new may be, that may not be under, that would just then be tweaked.
You're proposing that by February 7th, any new ones that may not exist,
Right.
we want to do, okay?
Just which ones are you thinking about? We'll do the research to determine whether they're there, whether they are not there, what we need to be adding, and bring that back to you. All I need is through you, Mr. Chairman. If you survey the board, it could be done in however long, an hour by each board member, within an hour. Yeah, look at this,
Right.
Schiller.
Yep.
You and staff, look
Yep.
at this. Do we
Absolutely.
have something? And if not, we put that in a hopper to put together.
Sure.
That won't happen by February 7th, but if you, between now and your next board meeting, work session, have What are they?
Thank you, Dr. Schiller. Absolutely. So the new ones, at what point, Dr. Schiller, would you propose the ones that we would like to change that are in current existence? When would you like to, when would you
Well,
say that
that's
we would bring those
number,
back
A,
to you?
that's letter A. What I would like to suggest that by our March meeting, you then anchor down, and that should not take that long.
Okay. So you
What
would
are
like
your
by our-
values?
by our
What
March-
about the,
Thank you.
the
Yeah.
one page, the one liner? Is that
So-
what you want to stick with?
So by March 7th, you would like to bring forward any of the changes to any of the policies that we have current existing and go through them to set direction with staff, is what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying if you need the time by March board meeting, you would have completed by revising and then approving the board values. If you have board values you want to hear.
Sure.
The vision, that's already a one standard, and the mission is right behind you. It's a page, it's one sentence.
Yep.
And what the board has also up there is the organizational operating principles and values. If you concur with them, done. If you need to,
Change them, that's good. And then you mentioned here some of the sections that you felt.
were your
you
top
would-
priorities.
you felt were the top priorities.
For you as a board by April 1.
What I would like to do is give our board the opportunity to look at what their top priorities might be also, that may be outside of the scope of what you brought forward already. Does that make sense to you?
Those are the new policies,
No. So you have existing policies on our books
your bylaws.
that are not, that may need, our board may need to look at and change.
That's what your exercise would be.
Right.
Yes.
So is that to be brought to you by March 7th?
No, it says by April 1.
So you would like us to bring forward, and how would you like us to bring those forward? is what
Just
I'm
like
saying.
you're doing here. You review, just pick one, you know.
At a board meeting.
Well, however you want to do it, you're the board. Paul can advise. I can tell you one option that boards use is that each person gets assigned to something as the lead, and then each board member leads the discussion with the whole board of what their thinking is. Other boards go forward as a committee of the whole, and everyone goes through it. I mean, there are ways to do it. All I'm interested in, you're the board, you set the direction.
Sure.
How you proceed. But I'm trying to say, we need to get those as the foundation before we build the house. Building the house are the other new policies and a review of extant policies. If you focus on that, you built the foundation of which everything else flows.
Okay. And you would like to have those by April 1st in some sort of succession order, that we bring them up at meetings and stuff like that?
I think that would be the time frame. And most of these are a one-liner, or they're in statute. But they've not been confirmed and approved and updated.
So I would say, I agree that maybe the idea is not only just one board member, but maybe what we do is we take each section and assign it to a specific board meeting, and then we just go through it. So like you say, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, or whatever.
Right.
So like February 7th is 1,000.
Sure.
Bring
For
forward any
example, the
changes.
review
Hang on,
of
Dr. Schiller.
policy of ethics is 2008 by Neola. Is there anything in A, B, and C there? That can be whacked out.
Yeah.
If you need technical,
that's it.
legal assistance, we can do that.
So if we can do, if you guys will allow me to, I'd like to, since we got time certain in 3 minutes that we wanted to take an hour break, and we kind of said that, if I can go ahead and look at that kind of a schedule, and then come back after lunch, and then be able to offer that up to you guys of some sort of schedule in that direction, if that's okay, and then we can discuss it a little bit longer. And that is February 7th, we review these, February 21st, we review these, and then if there's any meetings that need to be added in between, we talk about that. But we're getting ready to take break for an hour, and we needed to make sure we honor what we said. So, is that okay with everybody? Okay? Okay? All right. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. welcome back, everybody. We have, everybody's kind of making their way back in, so we can kind of tentatively move a little bit forward, but we're still waiting on Dr. Schiller to go. Tammy, if you can text him, let him know, hey, yeah, I think he's,
Major Neal.
oh, okay.
He's in the overhang.
Okay, great. So, while Dr. Schiller gets here, just wanted you guys to take a look. What we have here ahead of you right now is February 7th, the 21st, the 7th, and the 28th, our current meetings that we have. I looked at the number of policies, stuff like that, right? Like, so in 1,000 has 15 policies, 2,000 has 50. And without knowing the scope of how many each one of you might charge, I thought that we could break it down based on between 45 or like between 44 and 70 each one, okay? So I'll explain. So 1,000 policy levels are 15 of them, 2,000 is 50, 3,000 is 44, 5,000 is 70, 6,000 is 29, 7,000 is 30, 8,000 is 40, 9,000 is 18.
Okay.
So when we look at these, what we have is we can either do some stuff where we double them up, right? And we meet on those dates, or what we do is we push and we add some dates. To be honest with you, everybody, the ones that are not identified here, if we do the 50 to 70 a period or a meeting, are going to be the 7, 8, and 9,000s, of which I think if you look at the way those work, we might be able to slide 7 in with 6, because that'll give us about 59, and then the 8,000 and 9,000. So I technically think that if we were to review the policies with the fidelity that you guys want, we would only need to add one more meeting to do so. The problem we run into is February 14th is Valentine's Day, right?
Can I pause you for just a second?
Sure.
Because I hate that you did all this work, that this is not what, and we don't have to do what Dr. Schiller suggested. He said we didn't have to, but this is not what he suggested at all. He actually says in the back that unless the board, and unless there's a specific policy that a board member wants to address, that he says on the back, board delegates to the interim superintendent to facilitate and bring to the board for review on action the 3,000s through, and I guess it's not on here right here, but 2,000s through 9,000s. He said, he suggested, recommended that we start in these coming months with the values, the bylaws, those top level things, and unless a board member has a new policy or something specific, they have, like we've talked about discipline or dress code, whatever, that we leave that review to staff to bring to us things that are out of compliance with the law. So these dates, the dates are fine, but what he suggested that we look at is values, mission, bylaws, not we're going through the 2,000s, 3,000s, 4,000s, 5,000s. I mean, if you're suggesting we do something completely different, but this is not based on what he suggested.
So I kind of mentioned to Dr. Schiller when we got back, are you saying that we should have a board member section and go through it and have some sort of schedule? So maybe I misunderstood, Dr. Schiller, kind of what your direction was. I have a feeling that we're going to have some board members that want to make some revisions. So I don't want to be working, to be honest with you, on a mission statement, a couple of things for the next 4 months, and then just try to sort of work through it. I would like to have some sort of structure as we're moving. So in the event, I'm all about years. I thought this was the direction that we talked about going before. But Dr. Schiller, if you want to explain that this is not right and there's something else you want to do, I'm all ears.
Yeah, just for clarification, and I'll take responsibility if I was not clear, is that it would seem to me that you can be focused on your bylaws, defining your mission, vision, values, and your bylaws, number one. If that's your primary focus, that's the foundation. If there are some others that you want to cherry pick in this other area, or new ones, tell me what the new ones are. Tell me which ones you want us to review. The rest of them, our staff is already underway with Neola and reviewing the facilities and all that. We'll be bringing those to you. So if you can focus on, and the bylaws are not many, they're short, and there are only a few there, but it's going to be predicated on what you as a board
Sure.
believe.
So my question, Dr. Schiller, is drug policy, volunteer policy, all of some of those ones that indicated in the past.
They're
that
in
we
the
have
work
some-
right now. That's where I was out talking with Major Neal about the volunteer one. We're ready to roll to the board the two options for you to consider as a policy, not what we're saying, do this. Okay, so we've got that underway. We've already had one review. Now we're going to, I sent them back to do a little bit more tweaking. And what we need to do is, we are not going to set the policy. You are. We're going to give us your best thinking.
So I appreciate that. One of the things that we had mentioned was that each one of them, we would have to say we reviewed and say they've been updated, right? So how would we do that with all of us just kind of saying, we'll pick out some
Because you
random
as a
ones?
board, you'll have a board, let's just pick one here. Now, under this policy manual address is 1 page.
Right.
Boom. But it has not been addressed since 7/10/18 where it says revised. Done. We just did it in 5 minutes.
But what I'm saying is that without a structure of saying we're going to review these 70 now, that we all feel like they've gone through, and then moving to the next 50 or 70.
Yeah, I don't see where, those are going to be staged once we know what your board's values, what the mission statement is, what the vision, that's your foundation. What do you believe as a board? You accept what all that is now. You're done. If you want to redefine that, that's your foundation. From that flows, well, some of these are just so small, but the responsibility, let's say board powers. This one's a 1 or 2 line one. It's predicated on statute. Member powers, 1 sentence. Is that okay? Last time it was looked at was 2018.
Dr. Schiller, I really appreciate that, but what I'm trying to get at is that if we look at these things and we say, okay, there's 2 paths to go down, right? Because you wanted to have all of the policies reviewed and ready by April 1st, and you wanted those bylaws and all that stuff reviewed by April 1st. Did I hear that correctly or no?
What I think I was trying to say is that if you take your piece, the board values, vision, mission, and the operating principles, board values, that alone by March.
And all of the other policies that are out?
Then by April, just the bylaws, the 1000 series and 3 or 4 more.
What about all of the ones that are still 2000, 2010, randoms
That's
that need
what
to be
the staff
updated?
will do to bring to you as ready for your review, and then you would approve yes or no, and then they would all then be revised by 2023. For example, we've got some going right now in facilities that have gone through Neola that they're about scheduled to come to you. So these will have gone through the staff review.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is that deal with the meat of the matter for you first.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find it, and I can't put my hands on it. Does our policy say that it is the board's responsibility to review these policies? Or, and I guess that's, my
'Cause you're
nature is,
figuring out which one.
if it's my responsibility to do it, I want to make sure that we're laying eyes on them. That's just my personal request, but I understand obviously relying on the experts and the staff that we have here, but I think that it needs to be almost in conjunction with, especially if our policy is for the board to review them.
The board owns the policies, so the board should be the entity that reviews them and gives direction on them. But staff has to then write the policies and bring it back for recommendation.
That's not on.
So it's just, so the proper process is, hey, board, we have a problem with volunteer.
Right.
Bring it before us, we talk about, hey, here's some of the things we need to change, set that direction to staff.
Right.
Staff then comes back with a revised vision and we pass it.
Right.
That's that, and we own all of the policies that are ours.
So our policy, it's 0,
I'm trying to find it. I can't.
There's a statute that also. defines it.
171.3.
yeah, 171.3, thank you. It says that we will, actually, there's a whole, 171.1, .2,
Yeah, I
.3,
know.
.4. They all say that at least once every 5 years. It doesn't mean that we have to do them all at once,
Yeah.
but in the course of 5 years, every policy will have had hands on it. And you know what? The thing is, and this to Mr. Sousa's point from before the break, I think what we want to have on there is some of these policies, for example, the board a couple years ago started in on the beginning, but those beginning ones are just not really a thing you're going to change. But we didn't put reviewed. We need to add a tag that says reviewed, right? So if the public knows, it's not been since 2002 that
Yeah,
we
some
looked
of them
at
are
it. It just,
20.
there was nothing to revise. But, I didn't hear anything in what Dr. Schiller said that would keep us, in fact, from doing any other policies beside that. We're going to be doing those at the same time. But I think we need to be realistic with ourselves and the board. It's a lot. And it's a lot. And the part that we truly own all of it, right? Because we are the policymaking body, but we especially own the bylaws because that's establishing it. So I think
We own both of them.
I do, but I'm just saying, the other ones are going to rely on the area of expertise of, like, the financial policy that we revised, the investment policy we revised last year. We needed the expertise of the investment people to get, to walk us through that as well, and to know they know the laws that govern their areas too, because we can't be making up policies out of our head when it comes to stuff like that. So I think we, to start with the basics, we're not wasting time or spinning our wheels to talk about core values and bylaws. We need to start from the very beginning there, especially with a new board.
So I'll bring it up. We have a lot of them that are supposedly out of compliance, whether they are or they're not, based on we didn't do some of them. I think it behooves us to put a schedule together so that we're going to review them. You guys feel like you don't want to review all the policies before April 1st, I'm okay with that. If you wanted to go through and do whatever, I personally think we can hop through the sections at a time, bring them forward, and move on it. That's what I thought we were going to do.
No, I like the schedule. Personally, for me, I like that because at least it lets me know what am I trying to achieve by this certain time. I'm in favor of going through the policies. Our policy says we're going to review all of our policies, and we haven't done that. So, I mean, from a new board member perspective, this is very valuable for us to go through each one of these things and look at these things and say, okay, this is how we're doing it, or this is what we should be doing.
I just think getting all through 10 sections,
Well,
which is
then-
hundreds of policies in a 3-month time frame that we're also going to be interviewing and hiring a
Yeah.
new superintendent, is aggressive.
No doubt, we have a lot
So
of work.
I think if we look at that and we say, okay, this may be the direction of, hey, these are the policies that we see in front of us. These are the ones we'd like to change. Can you send it off to staff? And staff can then start a schedule of, they're going to come back during this time. It doesn't mean that, because there's a couple of pieces. We say, volunteer policy, we want to change it to X, right? We want to give direction on what the volunteer policy should be. That then goes to the staff. Staff turns around, brings it back to us, and then we rework it from there. Then we send it out, and then there's 7 days, 7 days, 7 days,
Right,
14
you
days,
still
all that
have-
stuff.
yeah.
So like if we were to move through a schedule where we said, look, tentatively from a 30,000 foot view, scan the policies, bring forward anything that you want to change. We get it in there, we check it off, it says that it's been reviewed, and we give it to them. Then they can schedule it out for the rest of the year. If we don't do something like this, it's up to the will of the board, but if we don't do something like this, you're looking at these, even if we just did a section every meeting on the side, you're looking at July before you get to, or June before you get to all of them, or May, the end of May, okay? Then you're talking about, if we just went 1,000 section each time, then at the end, you're going to have 6 more months of them coming up in the meetings. So this right here is about a year policy.
Yeah.
If we want to extend it further, it's the will of the board. My thing is that, I was just trying, I apologize. I really thought this was what we talked about ahead of time. So I would like to recommend that
We did talk about it pretty often.
Yeah. That we would go through a section at a time, even if, say, April 1st is 7,000 and 8,000, whatever that is, right? And then what we do is we make our recommendations, and if all of the ones that we reviewed are finished, then the staff can say, okay, if they didn't need to be changed by Neola, they didn't need to be changed by us, then that we didn't make any recommendations, those policies, they get a stamp, they've been reviewed. Boom. Now we just finished 1,000. Now we just finished 2,000, and we start going. That would be an appropriate kind of process that we can all do. And staff can look over all the 1,000 Neola changes as we go too. That's what I felt was a good structure to get it done. And this is about a year process after it's all set. So we're gonna, you know what I
Jump in
mean?
here.
Hang on. So what I would do is that was my recommendation. This will take about a year, but we can at least get the process started in some sort of structure. If we turn around and we say, let's do the bylaws and this stuff, and oh, hey, just go ahead and start trying to review. We don't have a structured process of, these have been reviewed, these are moving forward, these are coming forward. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. Jenkins, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just, I feel like we are literally reinventing a wheel that doesn't need to be reinvented. I'm not understanding. I know I'm not the only one who's been on this board already. So I think the intention of Dr. Schiller bringing this up was coming from a lens of his consulting frame, which I respect and I acknowledge, but I feel very firmly that this is the role of an interim superintendent. I don't think this proposal is crazy for us to go over our mission, our values, our vision, and to talk about our bylaws. I don't think that's crazy. I don't necessarily care enough to argue whether or not the staff needs to review the ones and put like a review on them. Cool. That makes sense to me. Fine. But for us to have the schedule to go through every single policy in the handbook, quite frankly, makes absolutely no sense to me. You have the authority as a board member to bring to the attention of the superintendent and the staff any policy that you want to bring up to a workshop at any point. There's no schedule. You can't say, they can't tell you, no, you got to wait till November. That's not a thing. You can go up to anyone today and tell them you want to talk about a plan and policy and possibly have it on the next workshop as long as there's time to advertise it. And so there's no reason for this. And quite frankly, what you might find as you start to learn more about our policies is that there are some that you have a concern with, and you're not going to want to wait until the month that we've assigned to that category. That doesn't make any sense, right? If it's something that you think is an immediate concern, you can bring it up when you feel like you need to bring it up. We do own the policies. We do have to review them. We have to approve them and vote on them as a body. And then we're responsible for that policy. But quite frankly, there are so many things that we literally know nothing about. Nothing about. You will not be able to read that policy and find a problem with it because you won't know if there's a problem within it. And so that's why the staff is trained to follow the laws, follow Neola, their guidelines, and bring them to us. Half the time when they bring it to us, if you look on the agenda, and we haven't had many meetings yet as a new board, so I'm not trying to diminish what you know, I'm just being honest here. There'll be many policies where there's literally no revisions. It's just state law changes. It'll say that right there in the subject for you. But they're taking care of that for us. And so we got to trust the guidance of our staff and the knowledge and the professionalism of our staff to do the right thing. There's no need for this. Like, to be quite honest too, Mr. Susan was on the board when we did this. We tried to just genuinely go through the book and kind of come together at offsites, one section per month, and just say, if do you see anything funny here? It was impossible to keep up with because, again, we are not experts in most of those areas, and you're not going to know if there's a problem or not. It's a lot of reading, it's a lot of understanding, and honestly, it becomes a burden on the staff to explain policies that, quite frankly, have no issues with them to us because we're trying to find problems within them. So this doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not opposed to Dr. Schiller's proposition for us to just do those things in the beginning, those foundational things that we really truly own as a board, that we don't need the expertise of our staff to do with us. But this is too much. This doesn't seem efficient to me. We can be doing many, many, many other things as a board.
Ms. Jenkins, one of the issues that we have is that we have some that have dates that are completely like way out of whack for our review, going back to 2000, 2010.
Absolutely, we've already
now,
covered
Ms. Jenkins, let me get to the
Mr.
question.
Susan, no.
How would
we already covered that. We don't need to go over that
how
again.
under
We
your
have a very
plan
packed
would
agenda.
you?
We get it. We have to add a review
How under
part.
your plan, Ms. Jenkins, if I may finish, would
Mr. Susan,
you
rebuttal
allow the
everybody.
staff to actually approve? How would we be approving all of the 1000s with your plan? I just want to know.
We don't need to review them all in 1 year. You have 5 years to review them. The staff will take a look at them, and if there's emergent issues that have to be addressed, they will come forward to the board in a workshop like they always do. This is not a new process. That is my argument. It's not a new process.
One of the problems we have is that we are supposed to have reviewed every policy within the 5-year period per statute. The way it perceives is we are not allowed, we're not in compliance with that statute. So we are now working on a compliance to put this together. So if we go through the 1000s, we're able to say we've gone through the 1000s, stamp it, and move forward. But what you're saying is that it's okay, we can move forward. I'm asking you, how do we certify and make sure we're compliant with the law and
Mr.
under
Susan,
your
that's
system?
in Dr. Schiller's plan here. That is the intention. The intention is for the staff to go and say, Is it true we didn't review this since 2002, or is it that we just didn't actually make a change, so we didn't vote on it and we didn't approve it? That's the staff's job. That's not our job. We don't know if they reviewed it. We weren't on the board long enough. If there's something that says 2002, we have no idea if they reviewed it along from then to now, unless we were on the board when it happened. So that's their job to come to us and say, we got a problem. This policy is out of compliance. We need to go ahead and get into compliance. They're the ones who are going to be the experts in that. We aren't.
So I would tell you that if there are we own the policies. And the issue that you're running into is that under your current situation, what you're saying is that as staff just updates them and we get new ones from Neola, that's the only time that we really need to bring them up.
That's not what I said.
And but what I'm saying is that under that current situation, we own these. So we are the ones that actually own all of these policies. And if they're saying that they are out of compliance because the dates are going back further than 5 years, I would say it behooves us to put together a system that we can move forward. So that, and however that is very difficult to do if we're just throwing up like, hey, I want to change this one, that one, this one. Now we still have them all that say that they've been reviewed in the back. If you're saying that allowing staff to go through every one of them, make the recommendations, and then stamp them after staff did that, I have a problem with that because we as elected officials are supposed to own the policies which govern us.
That's what we've
And
always
hang on a
done.
second.
What are you talking
Everybody's
about?
policies are
That's how it
different.
works.
Everybody's policies are different. So in the event that we want to change one as a board and give direction to staff, there's a problem with just waiting for them to review them. So what I would like to
If
do.
you have a policy you want to bring up,
Ms.
you have the
Jenkins,
right
can
to bring
you
it up.
follow the governance of the board
No,
where
Mr.
you
Susan,
follow?
because you don't follow it, because you rebuttal every time someone speaks and you don't allow them to come back to it. It is
Okay.
not okay
I wasn't
either.
even finished speaking.
You
so-
are putting words in my mouth. You like to restate what people say, and you restate it incorrectly.
Okay,
If
how do
you
we
as
finish
a
it? How
board
do we finish
member-
it?
If you as a board member have a concern or a policy that you want to address, you just bring it up, period. End of story. You don't need to wait. There's no plan to wait. If you have a concern, that is your right and responsibility as a board member. When it comes to the other things, it is the staff's responsibility to review it and bring it forward to us. That is their responsibility. It's how we always done it. I'm going to pose one last question to you. Mr. Susan, when we had that plan to review all of the policies with the last board, sorry, there's one still sitting here who can concur. I don't even know the one time you were actively engaged in that conversation. So don't tell me you suddenly have a priority to read the entire policy handbook. Give me a break.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. I would just say, if the staff doesn't review one or we don't review one, it continues to be with a date of 2002, and I would like to try to figure out a way to do that. So in the event that we're looking at this, what I would say is that if there's, if we want to go through all 9,000 of them and throw them all on the board and create that, it becomes. But I think if we set sections up and we go through them one at a time, I think that works out, whether we do them with some more time or not. So does anybody else have anything to say? Ms. Campbell?
I think it doesn't have to be either or. I think it can be both and. We've been very clear and that anytime, if there's particular areas of concern, we address those. We brought up some areas, some of them weren't policy areas, but some at our January 9th. What are your priorities, right? Some of them were policy. If those areas we need to address, we need to address them. The law and our own policy says once every 5 years. It doesn't have to all be done at once. Our goal is, as a board, that over the next 5 years, we can be able to say that we have looked through everything. We're already up to date with many because we reviewed and approved and revised at least 25 policies every year since I've been on the board, and some years a lot more. What we don't have is proof, and so we can add that, just a little extra tag onto the Board Docs website that says reviewed, but I don't feel like it would be a good use of our time considering all that we have to do this so quickly, to try to do the 1,000, because some of them are very, very long and very, very complicated. So any that the staff doesn't bring forward, we have the responsibility. But, nothing's telling Ms. Wright, don't read those policies until we get there, right? She can be reading them, and she's already hit the ground running as a board member, want to cover all the bases and learn all the things. So proud of the way that I'm not saying you didn't, Mr. Trent. She had a little bit longer to handle that than you did. But, hit the ground running. That is our responsibility to do that. But I think we can, considering all we have to do, this is we do need to start from the beginning. We need to start from the beginning. And that's what those bylaws do, because we don't even have a great way of working if we're not there. And some of them we maybe just go, check, nothing, we're good. Let's add the reviewed stamp and go. But I don't see us going through the whole policy book by April. Even reviewing it. You know, let's give ourselves a little work to, because I'll be honestly, we have other responsibilities as school board members. This is very important, but we are supposed to be in school, by the way, which is in statute, in the Constitution, I believe. We have to be visiting schools. We've got other committees that we have been assigned to more than we've ever had before, by the way. We are supposed to be out listening to our constituents. I do want to get here, and I pride myself on being prepared for these meetings, and I'm going to be prepared. If you say we're going to do the thousands and the board says we're going to do all the thousands today, I'll be ready when we get there. But I have other things that I need to do in this role to be a good, effective board member besides just this. So I can't put my support behind rushing through all this in the next 4 months.
So I had thought that this was part of the direction of the board. So, Mr. Trent, go ahead.
Would I like to go through all the policies? Yeah. Being a new school board member. From what I understood is if it said last revised was 2002, I assumed that that was the last time the board approved
Most of
the
them are.
policy. So I was always open for going through the thousands, the 2000s, the 3000s. I'm assuming if we've gone through them, even if it says 15 policies, we may look at 1 or 2 of those if we haven't looked at
That's
them.
it.
You know, if it's 50 policies, we might go through 5 or 6. I'm not sure. We would do our homework ahead of time and know going into that which ones we haven't looked at. That's how it was presented to me, not to go through 65 policies in depth through that day. So I was open to any of this. So again, I don't want to say you guys figure it out, but I'm open to looking at the ones that we need to be revised. If it says that we need to look at them every 5 years, if it doesn't say within the last 5 years of a date, and Mr. Susan, you've been here for more than 5 years, you would know, and Ms. Campbell, you're here most of that time too, it's potentially that it's been before your time, so we need to look at it. And if we are responsible for doing it, not staff, then we need to do it. If not, then the staff can be.
We're not, just FYI, we're not out of compliance if something says last revised 2002. We're not, that doesn't put us out of compliance because it's been revised. It just says we need to review them.
And as long as there's some documentation that we've reviewed these policies, that's fine also. But I'm not opposed to this, so I'm 1 out of 5 here.
Okay, Ms. Wright.
Okay, so I hear what everyone's saying here, and I understand this is a huge undertaking. So, Ms. Campbell, I hear what you're saying on saying we are rushing through this and we're trying to go faster than you're comfortable with for us to be adequately prepared and actually read all these policies and bring back suggestions. I hear you. So maybe the timeline is a little too much. I will tell you from my standpoint, I mean, I'm fine with committing to this timeline. I'm fine with committing to extra meetings. I feel like it's very important that if our policy says we have to review them every 5 years, we need to have a system in place that shows that we've done that, or else we're not in compliance. And I get that we're going to have to rely on the experts and their knowledge, and so there are a lot of moving components in this, and it's not going to necessarily be as easy as just, oh, you know, some of these policies are going to take some digging, and we're probably going to need to look at law and a lot of other stuff, so I get that. So if we need to slow the timeline down to some degree to make everyone comfortable, I feel fine with that, but I am 100% in favor of us looking at these policies because that is what our policy says we're supposed to do. And so we own it. So if we own it and our name's stamped to this thing, I want to make sure that what we're doing is complying with the law and that it is following the direction of the board that we have in place. So for me, I'm on board with this, but I also understand and I hear and acknowledge the fact that the timeline is crunched. It is. So if we need to slow it down to some degree, maybe there's a compromise that can be made there. Yeah.
If I can get Dr. Schiller to go because he hasn't spoken yet. Dr. Schiller.
Point of clarification, the timelines I put here say period of review. Doesn't say approval.
Right.
Doesn't say action.
Right.
It's kind of a framework. When should the review take place? For example, you just said revisit the dress code policy this morning.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I went to 5510. There's the dress code policy.
Mm-hmm.
staff will take a look at to see, since 2017, the last time it was updated 5 years ago, is there anything that we would recommend? Meanwhile, you would give some input. This is an area we want you to look at. Pick something. I don't know. What is a particular thing that you want us to look at?
Hair
I'm
color.
sorry?
Hair color.
Hair color, okay. No, it doesn't say that purple is good, but it does say pink is okay. No, I'm teasing. But the point being is that, yes, if that's not a new policy, that's going to require review. We can tell it to you what we think in comparison to other, and Neola may think. That'll be a period of review that, what do we say, period of review? Okay. Any new ones you want us to look at, we will take a look to see if such a thing exists. This is not that you take action on. This is not that it's reviewed. So at least we get it in motion. If you take, I didn't say review and approve.
Right.
I just said, let's try to get to the point where there's a logical way going forward. You want us, if you would facilitate, and I think you said yes, because I wrote my notes down, is to identify any proposed new policies you want us to explore. If you tell me next week, I want you to think about, and we'll do the research, whether we have something like that a policy can be then tweaked, or if there's something brand new. That's not a hard thing. If, just from the fact that you say, all right, I suggest that you delegate to my position to facilitate and bring to the board for review and action when ready, that we'll look at all policies which may be out of compliance by April. And we can then bring it to the board for review and action when ready. So what I'm saying is that it looks like it's overwhelming. I'm not suggesting you get it all done at one time. I'm trying to get the process going that there's a logical way to review, bring forward. Some of these, someone must have a record when they have been previously done. Well, if you say, all right, it's been previously done, you put your stamp on it. We go through whatever number of readings that has to be done that your legal counsel will tell you, done. So I think it's just taking, I'm trying to provide a framework. If you assume in my bad writing of it, that the review meant it's going to be done, that's not what it's meant. It's meant to be looked at.
Yep.
So I think everything can get accomplished, but we're talking at each other and past each other, at least I am with you, and I apologize for that, that if indeed we take chunks where you could put your first stamp, if you keep coming up with things of, okay, maybe we need a new policy, or maybe we need a tweak of dress code. Now we know, then I can flesh out with you what area particularly. Is it hair color? Is it how much exposure? Okay. Then we can say, okay, we need it. Same thing as what I was outside before talking with Major Neal about, we were just talking about, all right, we're going to bring to the board, we already had the first pass at what the working group is with regard to the volunteers. There's some tweaking that might be done. So what he was suggesting is that, hey, as we go through this again, it may be that we might bring two options to the board for them to look at. And from a policy perspective, you would then say, do we want this one, or we want that one, or some hybrid? Because there's going to be a downside. If it's okay here, it's not going to be okay there.
So if I can speak to it, maybe the idea is, and we've done this in the past, is that we take a section a month and we review them and we meet with and say, hey.
Well, it may not be per month.
Okay.
Sorry.
No,
But
that's
for the
okay.
board, if I can make a suggestion, I think this is where you're going, Ms. Susan, that we, just for our review, that I don't, because they are also doing all their other jobs, I don't expect staff to be ready to address for example, the 3,000s, whatever 3,000s are. Let's do finance, 6,000. I don't expect Ms. Lisinski to be ready to answer every question for any financial policy, but that we have on the month that we say, hey, this month board, everybody read through the 6,000s.
Yep.
We're going to check in, and if there's something that somebody wants to address, and we say, hey, let's take a look at this, then staff starts working on it.
Yep.
Okay, that I can agree. If we can do a section a month, and we say at one of our workshops a month, we have a short 5 to 15-minute discussion where board members report back. Did anybody have a policy that just red flag to them? Yes. If that's where you're trying to go, yes. I think that's different from this. But I think it kind of goes back to what we were trying to do a couple years ago that we stopped after the first 3 months.
So
Because it was a lot to tackle.
I think that's great. So if I could propose this, the month of February, right? We have new policies, mission, values, bylaws. We start working on those, right? We also take on the 15 policies of the 1,000. That's within, right?
That's a whole new section. Can we do that like March?
The 1,000?
Yeah, the one
It's only
because the
15
zeros are and the values and are not policy, and then the bylaws are in the 1,000 or in the zeros.
Right. So you don't think we could do the new policies, mission, values, bylaws, and 1,000 in
And all the other stuff we have
in
to work on
February.
as well. I think that's a lot. Because I think we're going to have some good discussion around values and missions, and I don't want to halt that.
Okay. Okay. So maybe we take February and we work on new policies, mission, bylaws, and values, right? And then starting in March, we do 1,000s, okay? So that's, the 1,000s are only 15. Do you want to do 1 and 2?
If we're going to give an entire month, is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm trying to get to, just so that we can get some sort of schedule together.
I think if you're going to give it, 15 hardly any. I'm comfortable doing
Okay.
more than that.
So let's propose this. Let me just shoot this out there, and then you guys can say that we propose that we do between 50 and maybe 40 and 50 policies a month review. And then what we do is we say to them, hey, we're not looking for them to come back immediately to make those changes and all that stuff. We as a board review them and say, hey, does anybody have anything to do with the 1,000, right? And then somebody will say, hey, I've got this problem with this. We all say, okay, that's good enough to move forward. Go work with staff, get that thing, and then when it comes back, it might not come back for 2 months, but at least it's in the hopper and it's
Right.
moving, right? And then staff has the appropriate time to actually vet it, work on it, and there's no deadline on the background, which is what Dr. Schiller was saying. But at least we're moving on some sort of we're going to put together a schedule, all right? So I
And in the
think,
meantime, we asked board docs to add that little place that if there was if we got through the 2000s and nobody had anything, and all the ones nobody had anything on,
I think
we
Dr.
have them
Schiller
add a
can,
little tag that says
sure.
Review.
I think
reviewed.
Dr. Schiller can put that inside the thing,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So I think if we can tentatively, just so he has direction, because we know that he wants to have direction, if we can do the new policies, mission, values, bylaws by, for the month of February, okay? That's done, that's the zeros. And then for the month of March, we do the 1,000s and 2,000s. Is that okay with everybody?
I think that's, I'm okay with that. I don't know where everybody else is, but.
The 2000s are
It is. The 2,000s are 50, but if you look, 5,070, right? There's some of the other ones. So I would suggest that we do the 1,000, 2,000s. Then in the month of April, we do the 3,000s. In the month of May, we do the 5,000s. We just basically take a second month. And we get through it. That will put us into August / September before we've gotten through all of them. But
Can
it,
we do the 6,000s and 7,000s together? Because that would put us right around the.
I'm all about like
Why does
going
there
crazy.
Like, I don't understand what we're doing. Like, I don't understand the why behind this.
Because we haven't reviewed the policies. It sounds like this hasn't been done.
No, it has been done. That's the conversation we're having.
So let
So
me,
that's why Dr. Schiller is suggesting that the staff goes back and figures out if things haven't been done first.
Well-
That's why he's not tasking us with this yet, because it doesn't make sense. We're going to be doing double work for things we genuinely don't understand what happened. We weren't here. So just let the staff review it first, because if they find out that all the 2000s are totally fine and have been reviewed in the past 5 years, we can look at it on our own leisure and come back if we have a problem with the policy specifically. But we don't need to meet together too and talk about it when the staff's already talking about it. And they're the ones who are going to have the answer. I don't understand the why behind this. We're wasting so much time on things when we can be doing so much other stuff. It doesn't make any sense.
thank you. So I think that if we were to put together the 1,000s in the beginning, or the zeros, right, and then go to the 1,000s, we get through, we just tentatively schedule it. And then, like I think I heard somebody mumbling down there, maybe we get through 2 months and we're like, geez, this is a lot. Or, hey, no, this is okay, we're okay to go. Then we just make an adjustment. So I think that if we can at least just say, for the next 3 months, we're going to go over X, Y, and Z, then we come back as we're getting through them and say, wow, this is this is a lot, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we need to stretch it a little bit, but that allows us to, every single time we get through one of those sections, to say this section's been revised, put that date at the bottom and we move on. It also works with you with your, you know what I mean, with the time frame that we do. And to be honest with you, I think we are all excited to move, right? But we do have some other issues, which I was going to just bring up after this, that we had already identified in our offsite that we also want to try to get taken care of, right? So this works. So if we can tentatively just basically take a different section, and like, so you take zeros for February, ones and twos for March, threes for April, right? Fives for May, sixes for June. If you want to, we can double it up. So sixes and sevens for June, and then 8 for July, and then finish out nines in August. And then I think so. I think we can do it. But if we just tentatively stretch that right there, and then we say, okay, let's go ahead and send that to Dr. Schiller. He can then put it together inside of an agenda format appropriately, because we're pretty much going to take half and half, which was what I was thinking. If there's 70 of them, you have 2 meetings just, so like you just take the first half, 35, and then the second half, 35. But it'll get, at least tentatively we do that, and we can adjust it if we need to, if we start getting involved. Because if you look at some of them, you guys, they're like one paragraph, one sentence.
I've looked at a lot of
It's
them.
like, it starts to get to a place, but if we can tentatively do
Can we move on
that.
to the rest of this agenda that's so much more important, please? Like,
Miss
on.
Jenkins, we're just trying to get down to the bottom of this
No,
piece,
it's
thank
like,
you.
it's
So,
enough. Like,
so
move
the
on.
other thing that we wanted to talk about was, we had a series of, you know, offsite requests that were volunteer statute, all that stuff, right? So when I met with Dr. Schiller, I said, hey, technically, we should give all of our requests to staff, and then staff would be able to tell us when the appropriate time to bring those up, because we can't bring them all up right now, right? But there's one for budget. If we don't get moving on the budget earlier, it starts coming like in March, April, May, right? We start talking in March about capital budgets. We start doing that stuff. So we want to kind of move that. So what I would, if it's okay with everybody, I would like to give Dr. Schiller and staff the list of them and say, hey, Dr. Schiller, can you go ahead and take our board request and go ahead and figure out where appropriately inside the meetings over the next couple of months that is, and then he can come back with us with schedule. Does that make sense?
The only problem, and I'm just going to go back to our school board working guidelines on this, you know, we didn't, I mean, how much of those things do we need to have agreement or at least consensus of 3 before we ask staff to put a lot of time? Because some of those things we said, or, you know, we're head nodding around the table, and some things were just, because it was just, hey, what's your priorities? It was just something that, you know, Matt Susan was interested in, or something just that Jean Trent was interested in, you know, so I don't want staff to go run around spending a lot of time in something that the rest of the board might not be interested in.
Well, I'll be honest with you. We all gave board direction that it was okay to tackle those topics. But the other thing that I realized when I met with, no, we did. We said, is everybody okay with this? The other thing that I said was, there's a lot of them that don't even pertain to a board meeting. Like there's some that aren't even a part of that. The other thing is that a lot of them we're already going to be reviewing inside of our policies. Like the volunteer situation, already a policy. The HR stuff, already a policy, right? So like we're already going to be tackling them. So if it's okay with you guys, I would like to work with Dr. Schiller and staff on presenting a schedule that you guys may approve that's tentative, and we just look at it to tackle the board's needs. Does that make sense?
I mean, if we're going to look at it ahead of time, you know.
There's nothing definite, but at
Right.
least it'll allow us on February 7th to bring forward a schedule over the, because truly, and then the next step is, we said some things in there, and then Tammy was asking me, she said, hey, Matt, what does this mean? And I was like, I don't know. Gene brought that up. You know what I mean? He talked about, and we discussed it. We gave approval. We said, hey, is everybody okay with this? We moved forward. Yep. But that's where that form came from. So Miss Tammy emailed all of you guys a tentative form. And what that is the who, what, when, where, why of each one of the topics that we brought forward. It's a very good practice so that staff knows what the heck we're talking about, right? So like mine was like ROTC. I can put in there, we want to maybe expand the ROTC programs in each one of the schools. Here's what it is, and put it in a form. We can bring those back on February 7th to make sure that everybody's okay with a tentative schedule, and then we can work through it. And if there's any that you're like, look, I don't want to touch this thing, then we vote on them. I'm okay with trying to get them eliminated. You know what I mean? Does that make sense to you?
Just make sure what you said, we had consensus, what we had agreed to.
So we had, on the off-site meeting, we identified, I think it was 11 topics that we all agreed that we would tentatively look at, right? So many of those are,
I'm going to pause you right there because when we had that meeting, it was my understanding, and go back to the email that Ms. Fury sent us, that said, everybody bring your priorities.
Mhm.
And we all just, it was just an open forum. It was just, hey, what are you interested in? What do you want to see done? And we just put it out there.
Right.
We didn't, and it was even specifically given instructions in email. We're not going to have a lot of discussion with this. We're just going to make a list.
okay, so were there
So what did
anything?
we agree? I don't believe that we agreed to anything except for we're going to talk about it.
Well, I think that we had said, does this throw a red flag on anybody? And if anybody doesn't agree with this, then we should red flag it now, but we would like to move forward with it. And I think, like I said, almost a third of them aren't even topics that we probably need to bring before a board workshop. A third of them are already policies we're reviewing. So what I would say is that if you looked at those 11 and any of them cause you heartburn or something like that, absolutely, like bring that up. And I think that on the February 7th would be the appropriate time to do that.
Because there were some that I wasn't quite all on board yet. I certainly couldn't have given you my
And
opinion
then-
without having done the research. So I just want to be careful because sometimes we say things and you come back, oh, we had consensus. I just want to make sure I'm
Sure.
very clear of what you're saying we have consensus on today.
And I would say that if there's anything that causes the majority of the board that they don't want to move forward, then I think that it won't move forward. I think that we have to take that 11, we have to put some sort of definition behind it, and then we have to bring that to Dr. Schiller to bring forward in sort of a tentative schedule. And then all we have to do is review that, talk about it, and move forward. We can do that on the 7th. It's kind of the same direction that we were given when we did. So is everybody okay with? Yep. They're in,
The board
so they're in our minutes that are already
They're in
here.
the board hub, but it's hard to find it.
Well, also, in your minutes that you have that we're approving tonight, they're inside of there. Did you need to review that prior to us saying that we're going to bring them back on the 7th, or are you guys okay with bringing them back?
So I'm with Katie here. And again, I feel like, what are we doing? Like, this is not how the board functions. If you're a functioning school board member, you are actively talking to your superintendent and your staff about your concerns. You're actively learning about your concern. Then you come to the board in a public board meeting and you can bring that up in a discussion to your fellow board members if there's a consensus whether or not they want to visit your concern. That's when the staff spends time on it and brings it forward in a workshop. That's how a board functions. You can't pre-predict the next 12 months what we're going to talk about and what's more of a priority over another. You just can't. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand this like imaginary scheduling we're trying to do. It's so restrictive and controlling, and it doesn't make sense. We're fluid. We're a fluid government organization. We should be moving with the needs of our school system. And your own personal priorities, absolutely. You can interject them there if there's time for it, sure. But this makes no sense. You know, we brought up at that meeting about the volunteer. That's a need of our community that we keep hearing over and over and over again. We don't need to have a schedule that we need to go look at and say when we were supposed to have a conversation about it. It doesn't make any sense. You bring it up to the superintendent, you bring it up to the staff, you bring it up to the public. You move on.
Sure.
That's how we roll.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. The topics that we decided, they're in the thing, and I can do it right here. Mental health, policy review schedule, which we're doing, communications to families, like how we're going to communicate to them, budget process and transparency, discipline, which we tackled, HR protocols, which we dealt with transfers and some other things, K-3 reading levels and tying some sort of achievement to that, progressive career and technical alignment plan, ESF staff substitutes in schools, lobbyist registration, meeting advertisements and countywide website, advertising to increase revenue, partnership with county, volunteerism, volunteer registration program, student attraction plan, evaluation of BPS jobs, ROTC review and expansion, and employee award. Now, when I look at these employee awards, like I said, a third of these aren't even topics that we technically need to bring up in front of the board. We can work on those on the side. Many of these are already moving, and many of them we're going to be tackling anyway.
And many of
On the
those are
side part, I have
super
a problem with
broad.
that on the side part, because if on the side part means that you as a board member go to staff and tell them to start doing something, I have a problem with that. Because if that was not the direction of the board, you know why it doesn't need to become in a board meeting? Because it's not board business, it's operations. A lot of these are operational, and I will tell you, we have policy, we have budget, we have provision of of the superintendent and our other entities that report directly to us. But then the other side, the superintendent has the operational side, and a lot of this is operational. And unless I'm hearing a lot of the public saying, there's some big things we're tackling, right? Discipline and like, then I don't feel comfortable with us saying, because it kind of sounded like what you're saying is, it doesn't have to come before the board. We can just start work. Me individually, I have my pet things I want working on. I can go to staff and say, hey, staff, I want you to do this because this is my pet thing. That's not okay. One of us individually as board members should not be going to staff saying, you need to be doing this, or I want to see this happen. That causes problems. We make those decisions. We set that direction as a board. So if it's operational and really falls under the responsibility of the superintendent, then we can individually go to the superintendent and say, hey, Mr. Superintendent, I really would like to see expansion of, where did it go? Somewhere, athletics. Can we talk about that? Can you set a board workshop so we can talk about athletics and we can have that conversation as a board? But you as an individual board member should not be going to staff saying, let's get this plan in place. That is absolutely horrible governance. It's out of line, and it is not fair to the other 4 board members.
Ms. Jenkins, at no point was I mentioning that we were going to literally start doing, or Ms. Campbell, I'm telling you right now, there is no, your board cannot act on its own. What I was saying is we brought these up. I thought we had board direction, but if we have to bring them up on February 7th, that's fine too. But in the event that we say, yeah, that works out real well, employee awards, what I can do is go work with staff after we say it's okay, and then staff can identify, yeah, these are some good ideas, and then bring them back to us. So at no point have I ever said that we needed to move forward without the direction of the staff. I've consistently said that, so if that was interpreted the wrong way, I apologize. So the idea is that we can bring these 7, or all of these back to us on February 7th for approval and a date that they may be moving forward. So all we're trying to do is set up a schedule to identify some of these, and some of them we've already started attacking, and some of them are already on the agenda for February 7th. Is everybody okay with bringing these forward, setting a tentative plan, just like we did with the other pieces, to moving forward? And in the event that Ms. Campbell doesn't like, and Ms. Jenkins or Jean Trent doesn't like one, then we'll discuss it there and we can eliminate it. Is that okay with everybody?
No, I think it's a waste of time because the purpose of that conversation that created that list wasn't for this end goal. The things you just read off, many of them are the most broad things in the world, like mental health. What does that even mean? You have to have a specific purpose to come together and call the staff together. And you can talk about that whenever you want to, like I've said time and time again. Why are we creating a fake schedule of something that we don't have buy-in to? It doesn't make sense. We're a board of governance. If you have a concern, bring it up, address it. We don't need to pre-plan something that we had a discussion to tell our new interim superintendent our personal priorities. That was the point of that conversation. It was to have a conversation with the interim. It wasn't to plan what we're going to talk about and tackle over the next year. That was not the point of it. And so, no, I do not approve.
So, Ms. Jenkins, I would say that mental health is one of the worst situations inside of our school
Mr.
district.
Susan, of
And
course
actually
it is.
having a
Stop
discussion
rebuttaling
as a group
everything.
actually is
You
it.
need
Ms.
to
Jenkins,
take a minute
please,
and listen.
please let me finish
Of
when I
course,
speak.
mental health is important.
This is
Putting mental health on a schedule to discuss with no plan makes
so, Ms. Jenkins, I would say that
literally
mental
no
health
sense.
is literally one of the biggest issues. We need to tackle it as a group. I put it down there to give direction to staff to go ahead and do it. So thank you very much. Do I have a board majority to bring back these topics and talk about a schedule?
Yeah, those topics we talked about, definitely. I'm in favor of that.
In favor
Mr.
of
Trent?
what? In favor of talking about them?
Yes.
Okay.
That was.
I just wanted, that's what I'm not clear. What are we agreeing? What are we giving
we
direction
doing?
to?
Let me
To
give,
talk
let me
about
give,
them?
let me give some better explanation. So I would like to take each one of these, have a form filled out by the board member, submit them to Dr. Schiller. Dr. Schiller will have all of these. He will then say, okay, tentatively, we can put a schedule together that looks like these things. So budget is right before the budget. ESE, or CTE, the month of February is the CTE month, and we can promote that, and we can get out there, and we can do stuff. So he puts that together. He brings that back before the board. We then say, okay, now I've read the form. I understand what Mr. Susan said about mental health. Now is that what we want to do? And then we either decide to not do it or do it, and then we move on, and we have a schedule in place so that we can start attacking them. That's it. It's not outside the box. It's
That's
giving
what I
board
was asking
approval.
for.
It's,
That is what I was asking for, because it sometimes sounded like you were saying that we all agreed
well,
to do
I
those
promise
things,
you,
and
Ms.
we didn't.
Ms. Campbell, I promise you it is not the case, okay? I promise you that the board will give direction, and I promise you that that's the direction that I'd like to go, okay? We all good? All right. Oh. Let me get back to what the next topic is.
I brought this up in the past, but this is something we need to talk about as a board. Going forward,
Jenkins,
we
is
need
it
to
on the
record
agenda?
every meeting, whether it's
this-
offsite or not.
Is this on the
It
agenda?
needs to be recorded. I don't
Okay.
care if it's on the agenda, Mr. Susan.
Okay, thank you. So the next one that we have is the interim reorganization plan recommendations. Dr. Schiller, I think this is inside your boat. If you would please bring it forward.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when, as part of my contract was to study the conditions of the district and to make recommendations thereof. To that end, I've done that, and there are two things which needed immediate attention, and that was that we had two top-level retirements. What I'm recommending to you is replacements for those two people, and I went through the process with regard to interviewing internal, looking at external, with the help, with the gracious help of your search consultant, was able to identify a very outstanding person or people for several positions. What I'm trying to do two things, as I laid out for you in these 5 pages, is that one, there's a position of Chief Human Resources. We had 3 BPS employees apply, Dr. Thede screened, and I interviewed all 3. And I'm recommending for your consideration tonight concurrence with an internal candidate who is the best qualified for this position and willing to serve on the interim capacity, along with the concurrent ongoing responsibilities, and that is Dr. Green. Secondly, a highly experienced administrator, both in Orange County and Pinellas County, had contacted me at a last moment, per se, and asking if there's a way in which perhaps she may offer her services. After extensive interviewing, reference check, spent 3 hours together. I have an internal candidate, Dr. Webley, and who brings a skill set that is not necessarily going to duplicate what the outstanding skill set and experience of our 5 directors, or 6 directors, when I was meeting with them in my office last week for an hour. We were talking, and I may be off by a few years, 31 years, 23, 27, and so forth. They know the business. Dr. Sullivan was kind enough to volunteer, since I was between a rock and a hard place, so she would take on those additional responsibilities when Ms. Moore departed, and she did for 2 weeks, and I thank her publicly for doing that, but I'm also very pleased that Dr. Webley brings a skill set, particularly her analytical and synthesis skills, to be able to help right away with the discipline issue and with all of the kinds of things that we're talking about, and then to coordinate and supervise the various people who are doing the field work out there, Ms. Bland and everyone else, Ms. Jenkins and others folks who are so fine at what they do. So I'm suggesting that with your concurrence, these folks are ready to go. Dr. Green has been serving in a designee role for the last several weeks until Dr. Thede's contract expired, doing the yeoman work of putting everything together. So I'm asking for tonight that you would approve those 2 replacements. Meanwhile, and again, thank you to Dr. Thede and thank you to the many hours of Dr. Mullins, engaging their advice and thinking, and what Dr. Mullins' plan was with the millage passing and with whatever, that in truth, he has been wanting a deputy, I might call it a chief academic officer, who will be able to help work with our 3 assistant superintendents to coordinate and making sure that the individual areas of elementary and secondary and support services are integrated, going directionally, as well as this particular individual who Dr. Vogel had identified, because he is your search consultant. I did some national search. No one will come for 4 months, so to speak, and come here, and then being that this whole thing disappears and these positions disappear when your new permanent comes in, and I'm hopeful that the new permanent would recommend take a real hard look at the fine work that the staff who are now in place are doing, so they can determine, the interim and the board, whether you want these folks to continue with a reappointment or have other plans as a board. For me, I need a structure, and I need folks who know their work from within, complemented by someone from outside. Dr. Vogel had identified the very best candidate coming from a long-time position of Deputy for Educational Excellence and Equity and Diversity, Dr. Anna Maria Cody. She also has the benefit of a vested interest. She has children, grandchildren, who live here and are attending our schools. She wants to come out of retirement, the comfort level of home after many years, and be part of this to help out at this point in time. Again, Dr. Cody's appointment will only last until such time that it disintegrates upon my departure or your determination, until the operational person makes a determination, and so does the interim reorganization. So basically, what I'm trying to do is to have an organization that's concurrent with the thinking that Dr. Mullins had. His preference was to have 2 deputies. And as I explained here, with the district of 78,000, the best practices around the nation is when you get to over 100,000, you get 2 deputies. 1 for operation and 1 for. However, there's clearly that I have a need for, we all have a need for, someone about 20% of the time to be the glue, the chief of staff, where we can have a lot of things run through so they're not just coming through me. I find that Mr. Russell Brune, who you know, typically a chief of staff is just that. He's going to continue doing the very elements of a chief of staff. The strategic communication, the legislative liaison work, and also to be able to take on not only what he's doing, but not supervising any chiefs, but in a staff role. Because he's doing that now informally with the legislative piece, with the ongoing kinds of things, the things that come in on a daily basis that I need to refer to follow up on, so he can coordinate that. And also, again, he's going to continue doing what he's doing on his portfolio, taking on additional work, and that is being that person who I can say, okay, work with Mr. Wilson, work with this, see that this particular matter that's coming in that a parent is raising or whatever, and is going out to Dr. Klein and Dr. Sullivan and so forth, keep it rolling. There are 2 other things, or 3 other things that I'm recommending to you on an interim basis. Given the fact that a number of states, like Texas and others, for years now, have required that the Director of Safety and Security position not be part of the chain, but directly report to the Chief Executive Officer. So that I'm recommending that during this period of time, that our Director of Safety and Security be a direct report to me. There are things that have happened like over this weekend, or things that I was just conferring with, and that's why I was a little late coming in, that have happened. I need to hear right away, as does Mr. Bruin. So he can then handle, as does the kinds of things that the staff is handling routinely every day. And I have to tell you, as a tribute to this, to the finely oiled machine that Dr. Mullins put together, these people attend to business. We had some incidents, all of them been reported to you. They know how to handle these matters. They know how to communicate. I'm in the loop. Your communication's in the loop, and we're trying to make sure you're in the loop as far as we know. That's working so well because of the protocols, the experience, and that these people, I get calls from, which I love, 1 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning from Mr. Wilson with regard to the transportation, where we are, or how we're doing, or what bus is down. I need that. You want me to have that. They all report to me per se, but I need some kind of additional assistance. Mr. Bruin and the chief, for example, there are a couple of difficult personnel matters that have emerged for the last couple of days. Heaven forbid we had a Uvalde or a Stoneman Douglas. On behalf of the safety of your staff and students, I want to know as soon as the director knows that we can be there on site so that we can protect the best interests of the children during my term, as well as the safety of our staff. Yes, coordinating with the sheriff will take care of all the tactical aspects, but I just don't want anything, heaven forbid, to occur during my watch or in your district forever, and that there's any kind of a breakdown there. That's why I'm recommending that particular move of the direct report for this period of time. What you do thereafter, what the person who comes in here, whether she or he wants to continue, this is off the books after I leave. The other thing is things that technically is a code transfer, and those are two positions, not people, but positions that have district-wide responsibility. One, athletics and activities that affects maybe 8,000-9,000 students, which is where assigned right now may not be getting the kind of district-wide exposure or support needed, and that could it be housed elsewhere? Yes, but because of the fact that I have nowhere else to put it, I would like to put the position of the athletics director district-wide under Mr. Broom, but reporting directly to me with regard to making sure that I fully understand there are some issues that have emerged that needed emergent attention. I think some of you are shaking your head, you understand, and that I need to know so that we can get this done and we can make an evaluation. That's where it belongs, or more importantly, in 3 or 4 months from now, if you get, or whenever you get a new person to be the permanent, that person can determine where she or he wants. And the other thing is, as part of, and some of these things have come out of our one-on-one situation, the position of Director of Equity and Diversity. And I'm not talking about person, I'm talking about position. You know, that's a very important district-wide coordination. There's some questions that some of people have raised as to what have been deliverables. What is that role? Is it really working with staffing, or is it an ombudsman, or is it this, that? Well, it's a lot of things. But what came up in some of our conversations, and I've also spoken with the individual there, that there's, at one time 3 years ago, and I may be off on this, there was an assistant superintendent that was a cabinet level position for choice and diversity?
Yep.
Equity. 3 years ago, I believe the decision was made to, when that person vacated the position, to change that to a director and placed within another division. Well, I'm trying to kind of maybe streamline that a little bit, provide the support, the administrative or secretarial and also budget support. And because of Dr. Cody's expertise with that seemed like, and she was very happy to have that as a part of her responsibility as a staff member, not as a direct report like an assistant superintendent, so that it has district-wide areas, because as we've all pointed, that some of the achievement gaps and dropout gaps and graduation gaps exist among our subgroups, meaning that some of our students are not progressing as rapidly and successfully. Well, it seemed to me that's a very natural place. Could it also report to the chief of staff? Of course. Problem is that it's a matter of workload management. And since Dr. Cody has a particular long-standing, and Dr. Vogel fortunately identified Dr. Cody for me. I mean, he took a big load off my chest, and I would say thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Cody, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Dr. Vogel, for the voluntary work that you've done as part of your superintendent search, and it was pro bono, folks, identifying people. He's also identified some outstanding people that I would like to, with the board's permission down the road, like to revisit. I've talked to these folks who are real specialists in special ed support services, but due to the nature of it being interim, and I will tell you, our cabinet level positions, and even there's no scaffolding. There are people who are holding, everyone should be worth a lot more and get a lot more money. It hasn't been done. I really want, before I leave, to bring to you ways in which you can become market competitive for Florida so that you can attract the very best when there's a vacancy. But there's, when we do our salary analysis, and Dr. Green has been working overtime helping me go through the data, I do these salary studies. There's no differentiation. There are people, let's just say, I'm not picking on one, holding positions of principal that are making a higher salary than people who are cabinet level professional. There's not, where's the incentive for someone who's a principal, for example, to move up? It's not there. So we need to revisit the good folks that are out there, the positions that they hold. You'll decide on the people. If we are to replace, I'm just going to pick someone out like the CITO, or find someone to replace someone else because they retire, and that's what's happening. You're not in a position to attract someone. But as Dr. Vogel had pointed out, and I pointed out, you may want to revisit the fact that in critical areas, such as finding someone to head up all of the special support services, that it not be interim-based. An outstanding candidate that was again identified by Dr. Vogel could not pursue a further conversation with me that we held because he couldn't leave the position that he is in now for a 4-month position. But if indeed it was the board deemed that we ought to be trying to find the very best person outside, we don't have an individual inside today job ready. Well, maybe that person could come here by the time that I'm about ready to leave, a new person come in, and that's one less thing that your permanent superintendent will have to look for. Trying to find someone, and Dr. Vogel, I think, told us this at the retreat, and I echo it. In this market around the country, if people are not place-bound to their home, they can go and make huge amount of difference. There are few candidates in several areas, particularly special ed, who are looking to move or available to move, and they're going to move to a situation where, in this economy, paying $275,000, $300,000 for certain positions. Here is a wonderful place to work. The conditions. If I was years younger, I would love to be here. What a place to be for the future in your district. It's in good order and getting better every day. The point being is that it should be an enviable place to come for people, but we need to make the conditions right. So I will close by saying that I've tried to bring to you my best thinking of what's going to work for the next 3 to 4 months, take some load off some people. 2 of our people, well, it would have been 3 if Stephanie would have had the burden of taking on support services along with the secondary, Dr. Sullivan, I'm sorry. But fortunately, we have outstanding people of a blend of inside and out, and some of these other tweaks gives to me what I need to go forward, and that's my recommendation for your concurrence. I also worked out for you through Dr. Green and others the question of the total savings and costs. We've got vacant positions, and you have that included in front of you, so we can well afford. And I would like to be on record to ask the board if I can come to you in the next month or so in order for us to reposition the salaries of your top level folks to make it market competitive, and also to recognize that we've got great disparities between and among levels of staff here. I'd like to present that to you, and what you decide to do, I'll make my recommendation, but the board can then determine. We owe it to everybody that we try to do this. What your ultimate decision is, that is that of the board. It would not be responsible for me not to try to do something in order to make things improve for not only today, but your permanent superintendent, who's someday going to have to, I mean, when you have people who have been here, devoted and dedicated to this school district in their jobs for the length they are, a number of them are knocking on the door of drop and retirement, or are so talented that if they're not going to be place bound, they could go elsewhere. And we don't right now have the kind of successor planning program or readiness that I think this district can put together and the bandwidth. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the overall. You've got all of the resumes and all of the matters that I would ask that you provide concurrence. Dr. Cody is set tomorrow, and Dr. Webley is set on the 30th, which is Monday.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you guys are noticing the time, it's 2:14. We have a renaming, we have Vieira Middle School, we have a policy, we have a couple of things. So if we can keep our conversations down to about 3 minutes, make our points and move, if you guys, that'd be good so that we can get started. Ms. Jenkins, you can go first.
Yeah, I definitely am not going to be rushed through this because this is an important conversation and it's on the agenda tonight, so we need to talk about this. There's some things that I agree with and there's a lot of things that I don't. So I completely understand the need to fill the HR position as well as our student services position. I have a lot of questions because what I'm hearing is these changes are on an interim basis. You know, they're not permanent, right? But I don't understand the need for that concept because I haven't heard an identified purpose as to why leaving it the way it is right now has negative impacts until we get a permanent in place. We have no guarantee of how that permanent superintendent would their leadership style, the way in which they would like to reorganize. And so to me, I don't understand why we would take an already fragile and unstable cabinet and leadership position and shake it all up just for it to be potentially shook all up again in 6 months. That doesn't make any sense to me. And this is just my personal philosophy. I believed that we hired an interim superintendent to keep us afloat until we got to our permanent. And actually, I'll give credit to Mr. Trent. When we were making this hire, I mean, he said, this isn't, I don't think we have these huge significant changes that we need to do in this interim. We just need to keep ourselves afloat, and I agree. I see our cost saving sheet here, but it's a little interesting to me because I don't look at it the same way. Some of these positions are positions we already had vacant. These are savings we've already acknowledged and absorbed. Potentially I would have to ask Cindy here, but I feel like we've already acknowledged these savings previously when we're talking about raises for people. My biggest concern is the cost here. You know, it's been 2 months since we've paid almost $250,000 to fire an excellent superintendent, almost $250,000 to hire an interim superintendent, $50,000 to hire a search team to look for a permanent superintendent. The new position that's presented here for an interim deputy superintendent is about $150,000. I think it's not, that piece of paper isn't here. I brought my concerns up to all of you at the offsite meeting about other contracts going out for contractors and audits for $30,000. Yes, that one was canceled, but one would assume we're going to do that one again, which I still have questions about. So my gut is we're looking at almost $750,000 since November 22nd. That concerns me. Do I believe that people need raises? Absolutely, I hear you on that. Do they need market-ready salaries for us to tempt people to come fill that HR position permanently and our student services permanently? 100%, I hear you on that. To me, that makes more sense as a priority than shaking things up and moving this organization around. The other thing that I don't necessarily disagree about hearing the need of a deputy superintendent, but at the same time, I've been here for 2 years without one. And so it's hard for me to justify, at least at a minimum, doing that during an interim process. I think we should find our permanent and allow that person to decide the organizational structure that works best for them. And then one of my major concerns is the structure itself. So our 3 departments that work closest with students, the reason we're all here, and academic, are now removed from the direct ear of our superintendent. And I don't like that. That feels yucky to me. It looks yucky to me, and it doesn't make any sense why those leaders in this organization have now technically been further removed from the top. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Again, I'm very confused by this savings page. I think it's a little deceiving. Because like I said, I would love to sit down on paper and calculate how much money we spent since November 22nd. But it's a lot. It's a lot of money, and I think we're making a lot of changes. Again, I'm not going to hash out my concerns that I brought up to you all in December, I don't know, was it 8th or 9th? But I have concerns. I have concerns about how quickly we're spending money to do more of a consultant job versus the role of an interim superintendent. It concerns me. And so that's what I feel like we're doing here. And I don't see the why. For that $30,000 consultant, I had asked very specific questions as to what specific reasons did we have to do this? Why? What was the why behind it? Give me specific examples of why, and I haven't gotten that answer yet. And I'm feeling the same about this. I feel like this is super rushed without a really clear explanation of the negatives of if we don't do it, here's the negatives. Not only do I think our staff deserve to hear that, but I think the community deserves to hear that when we're looking at spending even more taxpayer money so very, 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 very quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Ms. Campbell?
I'll just keep mine short. I support the recommendations for the reorganization. I would just say you actually haven't served on the board without a deputy. Maybe not this kind of deputy, but
No,
Dr.
not a separate deputy.
Right. We've always had a deputy. And that was tied to the person, not necessarily to the role, because when Dr. Thede moved from COO to HR, the deputy position moved with her. I think this will be good for the interim. Again, just emphasize interim. The new positions are interim. That new position is interim. The way, I appreciate that you've been able to find people to fill on an interim basis because I recognize that it's a challenge. So I support the plan as described.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Trent?
All right, well, this is surely a family of finding agreement with everyone and disagreement with everyone. But there'll be areas where I feel strongly on this board because of my experience, and I'll dig in there. This isn't one of them. Dr. Schiller's here because of his experience, and I'm going to leave it to him for this time. You can do anything for a period of time, and both Mr. Susan, Mr. Campbell, you've had the luxury of having that interim deputy superintendent, and with your agreeing on that, it would be nothing but personal if I would be against that, because I'm going to defer and say if that's the recommendation and he's here for his experience, I'm going to let him put forth his experience. So I support it.
Thank you, Mr. Trent. Ms. Wright?
I'm going to echo your sentiments. I trust your guidance, Dr. Schiller, and your expertise. I believe that there is a purpose behind this. None of this is just being thrown out there for no reason whatsoever. And I think that will strategically place our district in a stronger position and help our leadership team. So I will support this restructuring as well.
And Mr. Schiller, I echo the comments of all of my fellow board members in positive support of your plan. I think moving forward, you had some tough positions to fill that we had in a quick vacancy, and I look forward to seeing what this new team can do under your new structure. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, board members. Would you want me to respond on point
No.
2?
No, we're good to go. We got majority. We're good to go.
Okay.
All right.
Just keep in mind that these are the proration over
Yep.
4 months
Yep.
is a little bit different, which we tried to show you the full year.
Yep. I
And
agree.
that, I think, is important. Number two, there were 2 vacancies.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, Dr. Schiller, thank you so much. I think now we are, and I appreciate that one going pretty good. The next one that we have is facilities name Edgewood Junior Senior High School. If I can say that, next, Dr. Sullivan, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Leading and Learning, will provide an update on facility naming for Edgewood Junior Senior and Stone Middle School. Thank you so much, Dr. Sullivan, for coming quickly to the board. Speaking podium.
Thank you, Mr. Susan, board members, and Dr. Schiller. These are actually the,
Dr. Sullivan, your mic.
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to try to figure this one out. Go. Hang on. There you go. Go. No, try it. Try it now. Some reason it said here.
thank you. Oh, thank
There we
you. Thank
go.
you, Mr. Susan, board members, Dr. Schiller. These are the first requests under our revised policy in regards to naming of school facilities. And that policy required, before a school completed the renaming process or even engaged the community, to receive a board approval to move forward. And so both Stone Magnet Middle School and Edgewood Junior Senior High are requesting to engage in the process based on their supervisory council approval to name specific parts of their campuses. In the case of Edgewood Junior Senior, it's related to a stage in a classroom, and for Stone Magnet Middle School for their gym. And so they reached that preliminary threshold, which meant the next step was board approval. It will be on the agenda, the next board agenda for approval, but wanted to present it for an opportunity for any questions or inquiries from the board.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. I'll start off with Ms. Jenkins. Ms. Jenkins, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns? Thank you. Ms. Campbell? Mr. Trent?
I don't have any.
And Ms. Wright, it sounds like this is good. You got, you're successful through. Thank you for the new naming policy. Thank you for the first successful one, right?
Well, we're not there yet. So we'll be on for
I know,
approval at the next board
but
agenda.
but it's moving.
It's moving
Thank you.
along.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
All right. All righty. Perfect. Hang on, we're moving so fast, I can't even get to my script in time.
I have to say, now we get to my favorite PowerPoints
Nah.
that we ever have come from facilities. I'm sorry, everybody else, but I do have a favorite. Sue is my favorite PowerPoint creator.
All right. Well, it's usually because she has animals in there. So next, Ms. Hand, Assistant Superintendent of Facilities, will provide an update to the new middle school attendance boundary change process.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to go through this rather quickly and frame it in the sense that today, I'm talking more about process than product. But I wanted to give you something as sort of a starting point. So we're at the very beginning of discussion regarding the middle school boundaries for the new middle school in Viera. And just wanted to kind of go through some of our initial thoughts at a staff level. We start this with the boundary change team, and we bring in the academic side of the house, facilities, our transportation folks, and we kind of chat about different aspects of considerations that are under discussion relative to boundaries. And those include things like enrollment and transportation and different programs and the community. And so we have to, for lack of a better word, develop a straw man. And that's what you'll see today. And then the process really next goes out into the community, and we get community feedback. We meet again at a staff level, and then we bring this back to the board in 3 different sessions, including a board workshop where we may make some additional changes and modifications from what will ultimately be a staff recommendation. And then there will be an action agenda item to schedule a public hearing. And then there will be a public hearing before these go into effect. So we're at the very beginning of this process today, but since we have an approval to proceed with the middle school, we felt like now was the time to really get rolling. Also bringing this to you today because we want to engage the public while the school year is still in effect. So I don't want to do this process during the summer, didn't want to start the process during the winter break. So I think we've got a good opportunity here over the next few months to really engage the families that are in the Viera area. So as I'm sure you've noticed, the Viera area is growing. And there's some slides in the presentation that show some of the projections for families and students in the Viera area, and it's pretty significant. And so we are considering what's happening in terms of the growth in the Viera area as we look at the boundaries for the middle school. So we want to serve existing students, but also make sure that we're leaving some capacity and capability to serve students that will come to us from within the Viera community. But really, this is one of those situations where there's almost unlimited permutations and combinations. So there's a lot of different ways that we could do this. And so we worked at it on a staff level, and what we have today is just something for you to look at. In terms of timing, we are recommending a hard boundary implementation for the first year in August of '24 when the school opens. And then we'll be working with the transportation team as to any special considerations that we will provide for transportation in those first couple of years. I think with the middle school, we won't really know until it happens, but students who are in 6th grade now that will be in 8th grade when the school opens, whether they will move to the school or not, and whether they will want to stay in their current school. So I think that conversation will happen as we get community engagement and understand what the community's needs are through our community engagement process. Let me just run through this real quickly for you. This shows you the middle school site. It's a little under 30 acres just north of Viera High School. That site will be under construction next week. So we'll be starting with our groundbreaking next week. This is the Viera Master Plan, and it's overlaid, you can see on the aerial. This is a little bit dated, but basically Village Center and Village 1, those areas are pretty well developed. That's kind of what you see as you drive through the Viera area now. Village 2 is under construction. Those are a lot of residential units kind of at the south end. And then Village 3 is to our west and is completely undeveloped. So we wanted to make sure that we were considering what might happen in terms of development patterns moving forward. So a little bit more detail in the slides. Village 2, estimating about 5,500 residential units. Village 3 to our west, another 4,000 residential units. So the next series of maps shows you what we're calling a base boundary. And from staff's perspective, the base boundary will be the one, this is the start. And then potentially we may want to add in areas primarily to the east, either the northeast or the southeast of this red polygon. So these series of slides show you the boundaries overlaid with middle school boundaries as they stand today. And we'll also show you some of the elementary and high school overlays. So the red polygon here is the base, and then you'll see area 1. That is to the southeast, and that will pick up primarily the Suntree, Baytree areas. And then areas 2 and 3, those are areas coincident with the Viera High School boundary. Area 1 is basically the Suntree Elementary boundary, so it affects like which feeder schools go where. So that's why the maps you'll see coming up here are overlaid with elementary and the high school boundaries. This map shows you the overlay of the red polygon and the potential add-on areas with the Viera Master Plan. So we're picking up most of what is in the Viera DRI, Development of Regional Impact, so what is formally considered the development that is called Viera. This is the overlay with the elementary school boundaries. Again, shows you the base polygon as well as Area 1, picking up all of Suntree as a feeder school, and areas 2 and 3 will pick up part of Williams as feeder schools. This chart shows you which elementary schools feed into the new middle school. This is the high school boundaries and shows you, we're, for the most part, picking up Viera High School, and then areas 1, 2, and 3 also are Viera High School students. This chart kind of gives you a sense of looking at the situation over time, and you'll see this in the charts and the different options, where we're looking at this when the school opens. So today's 5th and 6th grade students conceivably will be 7th and 8th grade students in 2024. So those are the numbers that we looked at. There's a lot of different ways to look at that, but this is where we started. And then we looked at projected growth within those polygons based on primarily the growth in the Viera area, but also where those polygons touch outside of the Viera boundaries, we do pick up either growth and in some cases decline in enrollment or in student projections that translates to enrollment projections within a 1 to 5 year period and a 5 to 10 year period. This chart also shows you the existing 5th and 6th grade students that are currently in charter schools. We don't have a good sense of if any students might move from charter schools or how the market will react to BPS having a middle school in this area, but there's certainly a large number of students that could consider coming to the middle school in Viera. So that data is relevant to this conversation as well when we move forward. The chart also shows you the factored capacity for each of the middle schools in the general area and shows you the potential growth generated by the Viera development in particular for middle school students. So these are some of the boundary, this is the base map that shows you the base boundary areas 1, 2, and 3. And then the next series of slides just show you some of the different permutations and combinations that we were looking at and how those boundaries potentially affect adjacent area schools. And so area A is just the base area. Area B is the base area plus area 1. Area C is the base area plus area 2. And option D shows the base area plus area 1 plus area 2. Area E adds in 2 and 3. And option F shows the base area plus 1, 2, and 3. So when we started looking at this at a staff level, we were up to option Q and decided that maybe we could narrow it down a little bit. But this kind of shows you the different permutations and combinations that we consider as we start talking to the community. Option G was generated by our transportation folks. They have some very specific requirements about where they can cross the railroad and those types of things that I can't articulate in any detail, but they looked at it wholly from the perspective of transportation, and they put forth a boundary as well. So I wanted to make sure that that was in the mix as we go forward in our process. So you can look through the various options, and if you have some comments, I'd like to, happy to entertain them. But we're in a place now where we're just starting the process, and we want to start talking with the community. So the community engagement plan includes, we will have a project-specific website, we'll have a dedicated phone number, email address that is kind of directed specifically to our staff to address concerns and comments and questions about the middle school. We've also coordinated with our construction contractor because we believe there's going to be some folks that ask our construction contractor about boundaries and that ask us about construction. So we're trying to make sure that we have a good, solid way to communicate to our constituents about what's happening with the middle school, both with construction and with the boundary process. We envision having some stakeholder meetings. We're going to do some type of an online survey where folks, and some of you may remember this, during the pandemic, we had the ability to provide comments online, and you fill out basically a Google form, and then we compile them. We did that with some of our prior boundary efforts. So we want to be able to reach people where they are. So they may want to come to a meeting, they may want to fill out an online survey, but we want to be able to get a good representation of opinions about our boundary process. So we'll be standing those up very soon. And then again, as I mentioned at the beginning, our tentative schedule is community engagement in February and March, the information agenda for the board April 11th, action agenda April 25th, and public hearing on May 30th. So we should expect a board workshop that follows up on all of the public engagement and provides a recommendation to you sometime in late March.
Thank you, Ms. Hand. I think many of you guys haven't been through a redistricting and all this other stuff, and it's a good, I will tell you, having Ms. Suhan as the shepherd is going to be pretty good. I think some of the factors you'll see just naturally come. So I think we're too early to really start deep diving in conversations about things, but I will be giving you guys contact information to PTOs and everybody else if you want to reach out to them. They'll be out there and doing stuff like that. So, but I did want to give everybody an opportunity real quick to speak if they wanted to, as long as we can be cognizant that we do have 2 more things on the agenda. So, Ms. Jenkins, do you have anything to speak to on this?
No, Ms. Hand, you are exceptional and a wonderful professional, and I appreciate all of your presentations because they're always perfect from A to Z, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Ms. Campbell?
There was only one animal slide in it, well, two, but it was an elephant, so I'll forgive you. No, I just wanted to throw this out there because I think we have to, it's a good question for me to ask. I appreciate over the last few years that your division has taken a very conscientious approach to making these changes, which can be very controversial and cause a lot of angst in the community. But I did want to throw out there, considering that we have some areas, my area down south in particular, where the schools are fuller, and we don't have capacity if there's a lot of growth, and especially in the Palm Bay area, we know there's potential for huge growth. Was there ever, what if we do fruit basket turnover and redraw all the lines and, what is the, I know if I
Listen,
really want to make the
now
community
she's getting
mad.
it. Listen,
But I'm
you're
just
getting
saying,
into an area I love.
What is, was that one of the A through Q plans of,
Right now, Sue's just.
let's just turn it all
getting ready to
upside
pass
down?
out.
So, I would encourage you to check in with what's going on in Hillsborough County, because that is exactly what they are doing. And we have a planning consultant that we went through an RFQ process, so we have a planning consultant available. It is the same planning consultant that's working through that process in Hillsborough, and they're doing pretty much what you've suggested. It's a very controversial and painful exercise for the community.
Well, what's
So,
another one?
No, I would be scheduling my retirement somewhere about that time. But in terms of Palm Bay, I do want to say you're right, and that is our next area of growth, and you will probably see some recommendations for a new elementary school in that area coming up with a student accommodation plan. We're actively talking to major developers down there to see if there are some school sites available, and we think that's next. So
Right. And
that is
don't
on
hear
our
me
agenda.
recommending that, but I have to throw it out there because we do have schools that are under capacity, especially in the northern half of the county,
Sure.
whereas in the south, we're more full. I know we have that in our plan, in a 5 to 10 year plan for a new elementary in the south area, but we don't have a plan for a middle school. And we do have, the largest middle schools in the county are in the south end. And they're built that way. They're built to hold a lot. They're not using outbuildings and things like that. But I don't think the model of a 1,200 student middle school, it works for Central, but it's not necessarily always the best. So I didn't know, I am not recommending that, but hey, I'm not running for re-election, so who cares? But I just wanted to throw it out there, is that something? But yes, I have seen the news articles about Hillsborough, and certainly there's a lot of angst. So don't anybody walk out of the room thinking that Katie's stirring the pot.
No, listen, I
just had
stirred
to
it
ask.
a couple years ago, so.
Ms. Campbell,
thank you,
I
Ms.
do
Campbell.
believe that this exercise is going to lead us to some of those conversations on
Yeah.
a district-wide basis.
Mr. Trent, got anything? No?
No.
Okay, Ms. Wright?
Thank you very much for what
Ms. Wright?
Yeah, thank you, Sue. You are always amazing and on top of it, so you are appreciated and very thorough, so we love you. Don't retire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sue. I think you put together a great presentation. I would entertain us using a restroom break for 5 minutes if you guys
yes,
needed that. Is that okay? I'm trying to follow my
And then can I
friend
make
here.
a
She's always getting on me because I'm not doing it.
recommendation that we flip-flop, since we have our guest for FSBA, can we go ahead and take them after the break, or
I would rather just get the policy done.
And the policy done.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that way
Alright.
we can get it done. So I'm just going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come right back. There we go. Next is a work session on Board Policy 2521, Instructional Materials Program. Ms. Klein, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Leading and Learning, will explain the changes made, followed by board discussion. Ms. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Sisson and Board. As discussed previously, the reflection on looking back at 2521, specifically Section T, the process for requesting reconsideration of non-state adopted instructional materials, classroom, and library. These proposed revisions do not encompass the suggested language from Neola. However, they are best served our district. So we will proceed through what changes Dr. Sullivan and I made to Section T, and know that today is the, next board meeting on the 7th. We will have a rule development workshop, and then public hearing on that afternoon, and for information and approval, if there's no suggestions today, on 2/21. So with that, I will entertain any concerns from the board on Section T of 2521. And we took out a lot of material.
Is everybody wanting to speak? So should I put an order together, or are we good? You wanting to speak, Ms. Jenkins?
No, but you don't need an order.
All right, Ms. Campbell.
No, I think this is, you did a good job of putting in what we asked for. And it took me a while to follow through because of all the
There is a
cross-outs.
lot. There is a
Like,
lot.
oh, wait, there it is. But it was a lot to cover, and I appreciate it.
Yep.
The only question I had was, with the new release of the state board trainings.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't necessarily think that applies to our review process, but is there something up in the earlier part of the policies that we're going to have to change regarding that?
The training, I don't believe so,
the
but we'll
rules?
have to take another look at that. I
Okay.
did not look at other portions. That training is occurring as we speak.
Right.
And, I actually took it myself, just so I understood it. And so it went out to all media specialists, and they're in the process of taking that training. And then we're doing Q&As with media specialists as it needs. Yes?
Thank you, Ms.
And
Campbell.
just want to, I'm sorry.
No,
just
no, no.
To add
Yeah.
to, it's a 2-for-1 today. The new training and the state board rules call for a district to have a policy that allows for the objection. We've actually had policy preceding the new state board rules. And so, as always, we'll review the Neola language recommendations, but there's not new material for policy. It's the procedural aspect.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trent.
All right, so unless I'm missing it or if it's here, so are we at a point where, I mean, in here, does it say when we're asking for material to be reviewed, say in the libraries, is it being removed and then reviewed and then put back in?
Yes.
I
As
thought I
your-
saw it in here.
As the recommendation, yes.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't have anything. Good job, ladies. Thank you.
Thank
This is
you.
good.
Hang on, Dr. Schiller, hang on.
Anything else?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for putting this together. It was a lot of work. I really appreciate that. And I think we've got a pretty good plan. The one thing that we may want to do is start talking about, the one thing that was outlining that I think we may want to do is we had said, in the event to move some of these faster, we would like to try to give you guys some more representatives so that we can form a couple of more committees so that we can get these things knocked out and get them back on or get them off the shelf. When would you like us to start trying that? Do you need board direction? What do we need to do there?
Well, that's an interesting question because of today's moment in time.
Okay.
And so we did change the policy to reflect that the board can direct for additional committees, and
Okay.
that's not problematic.
I saw that, yep.
As of today, we do not have any pending formal reviews.
Okay.
I anticipate that changing in the very near future, but that's just my best guess off just some informed information. So as of right now, as of today, there's no pending formals.
Okay.
And so I will certainly keep the board informed through Dr. Schiller when we receive formals, what that looks like,
Good.
and then
Okay.
you all can continue to discuss it at your meetings and let us know when you'd like us, through Dr. Schiller, to convene another meeting. It's not problematic at all.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So did the person who had put in the request before withdraw their request?
Yes, received communication from the petitioner for the remaining 9. She had indicated to rescind them for a variety of different reasons, but we definitely anticipate a continuation of receiving formal ones and prepared, of course, to engage in that process as soon as we do, and in particular after the board finishes the rulemaking process.
So either way, if we haven't already, we need to go ahead and have our representatives ready for February 21st, at least, when the policy is assuming that it goes along, that we vote on it on the 21st. We need to have those names of the board representatives, at least for the first committee.
So for the 3 previous board members, I have your recommendation. They know we're on a hold right now, and then we'll certainly codify that information. I believe I've received Mrs. Wright's, and we'll catch the new members up to the same policies and guidelines that we sent out for them. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I think we've got everybody we needed to. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Next, FSB is present to review the superintendent search timeline and online survey. Mr. FSBA team, come on down. I know Mr. Vogel. I know, I got his cell phone. No, I know. I saw him moving and I was like, I'm just going to call him FSBA guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. In our last meeting, I had more or less 2 homework assignments to do. One was to come back and present the board with a draft timeline, search timeline that we would follow as we proceed forward in searching for your next superintendent, and also to provide some draft survey information to have you take a look at and more or less receive your input on that. So if I can immediately just move to the business at hand first, the search timeline. It is fairly self-explanatory, I hope, with the dates and the issues that are reflected there. I did want to ask on the January 30th through February 17th, the time that we'll have our survey up and running for public input, and also the time to conduct the community forums, and also your focus groups on your 3 employee groups, and also your student group. I wanted to confirm the number of community forums that you would request. I wasn't sure if it was 3 or 4. From my notes, I had a couple of scratch outs there, so.
Did we say 3 because we wanted north, central, and south?
Yeah, but we had talked about the
one
idea of
beach
doing
side.
one on the beach side.
That's right.
Look, that's up to you, the 2 up here. You guys represent beaches. Both you and Ms. Jenkins represent the beaches. I just wanted the availability. It's up to you guys. It's a definite culture beachside, so I'm okay with it if you guys want to do it, but wanted to just check in with you guys.
I think it would be a really good move.
Okay.
Because some of the town halls that were hosted, there was a pretty large attendance at the Satellite Theater. And this was like, it wasn't like too many hot topics going on at the time, and there still was a really large attendance there. So this would be a hot topic. And so I think it would pull a lot of people, and yeah, as crazy as it sounds, people don't cross the bridge. And so if we want to have many people participate as possible, I think it would be smart for us to get it beachside.
Sounds good, Mr. Trent?
Yeah, somewhere on beachside would be.
But then we have to duke it out Merritt Island or Satellite, so.
Well, I think beachside, Satellite, Cocoa Beach,
Yeah,
Cape
like-
Canaveral.
Like A1A beachside, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think, and if they can make recommendations and you guys just figure it out.
Can we do 4?
Mr. Chair, if I could ask, so we'll have 4. Who would I contact to identify those 4 schools and work for a date? We typically would have our community forums at
Yes, sir.
6. The public seems to respond well to 6 o'clock forums.
Yeah.
Get off work, take care of family matters, and come out or even.
Russell Bruin will be your contact for that.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, sir.
We'll get with him and schedule those and get those on the calendar. When I modify the calendar, I'll send it back to Tammy with the dates specifically there, because we would like, once the board kind of gives us consensus on this timeline search, is to post it to your website so your public knows what's going on
Yes,
as
sir.
well. So moving through, I did put in acknowledge the time for spring break, worked with Tammy on some of your board work session dates. I did have to put in 2 special meetings because I know the board wanted to try to get all of the search completed prior to your graduations. I think your graduations are the 22nd through the 27th. So this time frame gets us through the process to where you actually conduct your on-site interviews of your finalists on April the 27th and 28th. And May the 2nd would be a special board meeting to select your new superintendent.
So, do you want discussion on that timeline real quick? Is that what you would like?
Yes, sir. If there's any input there and kind of
Okay.
get consensus that we can move forward with this, that would certainly help. Thank you.
Is it, anybody have any comments on the timeline?
So the special dates that are outside of our regular board meetings, I had were April the 4th, April the 18th, and you've got them marked in bold. And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
May the 2nd.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then April the 27th and 28th, the interviews. No, I think I had already looked at the calendar, I think I'm good with those, but when we had our conversation on the 9th, or maybe it was previous to that, we talked about having community meetings with finalists, and I didn't see that on there as part of that, when we bring them in for interviews, also having opportunities. Is that still going to be part of the plan?
Yes, ma'am. On April the 27th and 28th, and what we typically would do, the out-of-area candidates would arrive on April the 26th, the evening of the 26th. The 27th would be your day to interview your 3 or 4 or 5 finalists as a sitting body. That evening of the 27th, we would then work with your staff and your superintendent to identify an appropriate arena for us to maybe have a community reception where the community and employees and everyone can come meet the finalists. And then the next day, the 28th, you would have your one-on-one interviews following that evening reception. And during the evening reception, we'll have an opportunity for people who attend to access a QR code to provide their thoughts on the candidates, some comments they might have about each finalist. We can compile that quickly and have it to you the morning that you go into your one-on-one interviews. So some of that public input you may want to follow up with the finalists as you interview them on that 28th.
Thank you very much. Ms. Campbell, did you have anything else?
No, that's good. When we talked about that, and I liked it and didn't see it on there, so I wanted to make sure
Right.
that was still in the
Right.
plan.
Awesome. Mr. Trent?
No, thank you for all the hard work, and let's get going.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wright?
No, I don't have anything to add. So.
The one thing that I was going to ask is that we had spoken before about many of your school districts up in many parts of the United States are, they don't finish their schools until like June, right? End of June, stuff like that. We were talking, Dr. Schiller and I, about this as an issue. Do we need to put in there that in the event that they would like to finish out their school year so they don't have to cut the last 2 months, we could put in there that their start date may be later on? Can we communicate that some way? I didn't want to miss that beat.
Yes. Once we complete all
just
of
wanna make
the
sure that
community input
who's
and
out there
also the survey results, and the board comes back on one of the dates here to finalize the qualifications and the qualities and characteristics that are preferred in the next superintendent, we can talk at that point about language in the advertisement that might say something about start date to be negotiable. Typically, once the board sets the advertisement, that's where we put in any little oddities about, start dates, projected start dates, transition periods. So we will certainly have that as an item to discuss when we meet back on February 21st.
Perfect.
To finalize your advertisement.
Awesome.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much. Okay, you had some more to do. So what's
Perfect.
next? What's
All right,
next?
thank you. We will move forward.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Jenkins. Go ahead.
So this might be a little bit in the weeds here with the timeline, but you guys had mentioned that sometimes you have asked the candidates to put together like little videos that we can release to the public. kind of like little quick snapshots for people to look at, because I know, being realistic here, some people won't attend this community forum, some of them won't watch the interviews and things like that. So where exactly would that happen in this process?
That would come when you identify your semifinalist. That would be
April 11th.
on April the 24th. Once you identify your semifinalists, and again, just for a number to talk about, let's say the board selects 6 semifinalists out of the total number of applicants. We would then ask those 6 semifinalists to respond to 5 questions, 1 question from each board member. 3 of those responses, let's say, would be video, 2 would be written, so you get a feel for their writing ability and their writing style. And those videos and writing responses would be displayed on your search portal as well.
Thanks.
Okay, moving forward.
Yes, sir. On the surveys, and again, I want to commend Tammy for a great job she did, and also the board for completing your homework assignments as well, and providing us with your input on each category. If we can, I believe that Tammy has given you a copy of the survey, and if I could just look quickly at the academic excellence area, the first section. If you will note, the first 7 items from the first top of that section, 3 or more board members would like to have those questions on the survey or those items on the survey. Out of the next, so we have 7 in that first area. Out of the next 8 areas, each of the board members, there are 2 board members that wanted those questions. So what we would like to do, since we have our first 7 down to the number 16, we need 3 from the next 8 to make it a total of 10 in each section. Dr. Vogler and I have spent some time looking at certainly your website. We've looked at your strategic plan, and on some of the previous workshops that we have worked with the board on, we would recommend that after the first 7, that the survey would then add to that 7 the number 10, which talks about your early childhood programs, number 11, the strategic plan, and that number 12, improving student performance. We would recommend those 3 be added to your top 7, but certainly that's up to the board if you want to consider looking at another 3 to add.
Are there any
Can you
objections
say
to?
those 3 again? 'Cause I-
Yes, ma'am, right here. You can see right there, from there, these 10, 11.
10, 11, 12. Okay.
Any objections to his recommendation? No? No? All right, you're going to
Thank
go
you,
on that one.
Mr. Sussin. So for the first category, it would be the first 7, and we'll add number 10, 11, and 12. Moving forward to the exceptional workforce section, again, the first 7 have 3 or more board members wanting those 7 questions. We would need then 3 out of the next 4, which had 2 board members for each of those 4. So we would recommend, again, based on some of our research, that we add number 2, number 10, and number 16 to make that a total of 10 in that section.
Anybody object to his recommendations? No? I think, Ms. Jenkins, you good? Okay, moving forward, we're good.
Thank you. Moving forward to the community connection section. Again, the first 7 had 3 or more board members, so those are kind of locked in for those 7 questions. And out of the next 7, which each of those statements had 2 board members picking those, we would recommend, based on some of our research, would be number 6, the collaboration with faculty, community, in response to a diverse community interest and needs. And number 7, experience bringing diverse special interest groups together. And number 18, collaborating with your business partners. So after the first 7, we would recommend number 6, number 7, and number 18.
Any objections to his recommendations? Hearing none, I signify by you moving forward.
Thank you. With regard to operational sustainability, there are 8 that has 3 or more of the board's preference. So we certainly would go with those first 8, and meaning we would need 2 more out of the next 4, which had 2 board members identifying those 4. And again, we would recommend that you add to the first 8, number 4 and number 17.
I wanted, there was one, where was it? Oh, I'm fine with that, but there was one question, can we edit it just so it's more reflective of what we have on the first, on number 3 on that page?
Which section?
It's the 4th one, operational sustainability, but number 3, it says including oversight of district police force. Can we just change that to terminology that would reflect what we have, maybe district security or,
Okay, Ms. Campbell, which one is that on?
it's number 3. It's
Under
on the-
operational sustainability?
Yeah,
Okay.
in the section we were just looking at. It's number 3, it's the bottom
Got
of
it.
that page. See
Yes,
that?
ma'am, and how would you like it to read?
District security is probably good.
District security, yeah, because
Yeah,
we
instead
don't
of
call
police
ours
force.
the district police force.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. We'll make that change.
Thank you.
And our last item or last area would be personal leadership qualities. There were 9, the first 9 items had 3 or more of the board identifying those areas. So we need 1 of the next 6 to make that total category 10. And we would like to recommend you add number 14.
Any objections to his recommendation?
I just have a question. So number 18, when it says has had multiple educational experiences, I'm curious if I was interpreting that wrong, and I just want to know what you guys meant by that. But I took that as in experiences in the educational field. Is that not what you meant?
Yes, it's basically, it's a candidate that is not maybe just centered all on one academic area, such as maybe ESE or facilities. There is a variety of experiences within the educational system that applicant we would prefer the applicant to have instead of maybe being centered into one area only.
Can you remind me of the extra one you recommended? Which one that was?
14.
14. I mean, I'm not against that one, but I just, the educational experience one is important to me.
Okay.
One of the things that I think we had spoken about before was being able to allow a non-traditional candidate to apply.
Right.
Some of these, I don't know how you word it, because some of these are like specific to education and stuff like that. Somehow, in your great knowledge of how to do this process, we just wanted to make sure that that was something you guys planned on doing.
Well, and we do address that when the board comes back here to meet again. We talk about the qualifications, qualities, and characteristics. We address it at that point to talk about executive level and comparable businesses, or we have some language where it clearly kind of says you can be an education career applicant, or you could be a, business applicant as well.
Yep. All
So
right.
that we can do.
What else you got?
That's it, sir. I would just like to say, too, that what will happen with the survey now, we'll go back, we'll kind of massage this and update it this evening tonight. I'll provide it to Ms. Messina tomorrow, and really within about a day or 2 days, she will create the new survey now, our final survey. She'll provide your IT department with a Gizmo link and also a link or a QR code to access that survey from your site, and we'll be able to get the survey up and running within 2 or 3 days.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments for our great search team? No? All right. I think
Thank
we're
you,
great.
sir.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. All right, what do I have next? Then the other piece of the schedule stuff. So, just so you guys know, we had a situation where so I feel that we are going to have to move towards coming in at 9 o'clock in some of these days to keep, I feel that we may need on some of these days to come in at 9 o'clock and move through. We had a situation on February 7th that I was not aware of, that Ms. Campbell had brought forward to us, that she has got to go to, she has her district responsibility with the Children's Hunger Project. Based upon my knowledge of the direction that we were going, I was concerned because we had so many things like policies and everything else. What I would recommend to the board, Ms. Campbell has said in communications that she has responsibilities ahead of, like she doesn't just show up and speak, like she's trying to do things throughout the day. So what I would like to do is make the recommendation that we do come back at 2 o'clock, not come in at 9 o'clock in the morning, come back at 2 o'clock, because we don't have now all of the stuff that I thought we were going to have. And then in the event that we have a stacked agenda, to be respectful to her, that we just roll it into our regular board meeting, and we might get out a little bit later, but we at least respect her as an individual for what she's trying to do. If you're okay with that.
I'm
I
okay with
think-
that, and also 3 of you are attending, you've already RSVP'd.
Yeah, and I think the
And some
idea
cabinets.
was, I thought the idea was, look, if we had a big day, we could come in at 8, leave at like 11, because it's right around the corner, right? So that was part of the conversation. But I think 2 things happened today. 1, we realized that we may not have the largest load that we thought we had, and 2, out of respect, you know what I mean, of your responsibilities at one of the best organizations that we have, I think we just move that way. And look, we can stay a couple extra minutes in the rest of the day, and we can all go. I would ask we all go, because I think it's such a great organization. And
The
I'd like
invitation is still open, and Dr. Schiller, I did not invite you because we talked about
Oh.
the external, internal.
Come
I'm like,
on.
I don't want to
Let
send it to
Dr.
him.
Schiller go.
But,
He needs board direction.
anyway, but,
I just said.
okay, oh, good, I'll get your email a little bit. So. We're going to feed you.
Are we gonna allow him to
I'll
come?
touch base
It's
with
right
you
around
later.
the corner.
Yes.
Listen, you can sit in the back. You're gonna take care of it?
Yeah, we'll take care
All
of
right.
it.
Okay. You good?
Yeah. So if it's all right with you, could we move this conversation to now, since we have some time instead of tonight?
Does everybody know what she's about to bring up? She's bringing up the board communications that we put together for
working
when we were on
guidelines.
the offsite that we were all going to sign.
Okay.
I signed it. I think some other people have. I don't know who did. But I'm okay with talking about it. Do we all have a copy somewhere, or what are we working off of to? Because you may start referring to stuff and they may not.
Maybe
I'm
if you
sure it's
put
on
it-
the agenda, right? If you guys are able to pull it up on your computer, just that way we're all prepared.
Tammy, did you? Yeah, she emailed it to us.
Okay.
It's on the board agenda, is that correct?
No, it's not.
No, sorry.
I thought she put it up.
She's sending it in an email.
Okay.
Anyways, if you want to start speaking to it, and then I'm
Yeah.
sure it'll come in.
So this is, I thought when we had our discussion on January 9th, I haven't gotten to go by your office, Tammy, to sign it, but I thought we did good work in going over what the expectations are. It was really important for us to do that right at the start, or not the very start, but as close to the start as we could get, considering all the things that we've been doing over the last couple months. But there are a couple of things that I just wanted to highlight and remind, because I think we've already gone astray a little bit. And it's so important for us to work well together. We've had some contention today, and we were able, we're working through it. I mean, nobody stomped out of the room. We're all moving on to the next thing for the good of the students. And I have no doubt that every single one of us on this board is here to do good things for children and for our community. But I wanted just to address a couple of things. And I'm just going to start through. I've got, not going through the whole entire thing, but hopefully you have it in front of you. I will tell you that I did ask for this because we had talked about when we wanted to address things, try to put it, request it 7 days early and to put on a work session. So that's why I'd actually requested to be on a work session, Tammy, to put on the board meeting. But we have better time for a discussion here. So that's why I wanted to do it here. Skip to page 5. There was just some. I'm just going to. If anybody else wants in the discussion to bring up things that they wanted to highlight, just reminders. I just wanted to bring this as reminders, and then I am going to address an issue that I'm having. Number 10 says the focus of board meetings will be the work of the board and not administrative/staff work. And just to keep us focused, is it an item to celebrate? Is it a policy decision? Is it something that requires board action? Is it needed to ensure accountability? Does it align with the strategic plan? There are some conversations that we're starting to have that we've already had that start to go over into staff. And I'm not, listen, staff is accountable to us through the superintendent. But we have a lot of really important work to do. And new board members, you are acclimating as quickly as you can. Policy manual. This is E.
And which
On
section
page
are you
5.
talking about?
Number 10.
Number 10.
So I just want us, I think we need to always be vigilant to be careful of that line, because unless we're really hearing an outcry from the public, I think we need to be careful not to cross over into the superintendent's role. Paul sent us not very long ago the statute that describes the superintendent's responsibility by statute, and of course we're going to be talking about that when we talk about our bylaws. But you know, me personally, and we can have this conversation later. We do have it on the 7th, but when we talk about having the ESF staff all go out and sub, to me that's an operational decision, not a board policy decision. And I think we need to be careful of things like that. If you want to follow along with me, I'm going to page 8. Page 8 is section Roman numeral 2A. And number 4, complaints received from staff or the community will be directed through the staff person best able to provide resolution of the complaint or to the superintendent. Number 6 says the board is the last stop in the complaint process. And number 7, board members have no individual authority to solve problems. And number 8, board members may ensure that complaints are addressed. Now, believe me, when I say number 7, there's a little bit of that is true. Like solve problems. For example, I had somebody call me, they didn't know where to go. I'm like, I don't need to send you to staff. I know, let me just go to this place on the website. Technically I solved a problem. I didn't really solve a problem. I just pointed them where to go. I connected them with who they needed to talk to. But sometimes if we start getting to the point where people in the community can think that they can come to us and we're going to turn the system upside down and have staff as an individual board member, not as a board, but as an individual board member, and then that's how they get things done, then they are going to start skipping over all the people they really need to be communicating with to build relationships, the teacher, the principal, directors above that, and working itself up the chain. I am all for, and I have encouraged people all the time, if you come in complaining and you said you tried to reach out to the teacher wouldn't listen, you tried to talk to the principal and the principal wouldn't listen, I'm happy to direct you to our assistant superintendents. But when we start taking those as board members and we say, you know what, I'm going to fix it for you, that is not the way we're supposed to operate. And going right along that, on the next page on number 9, the agreements that we agreed to between the board and superintendent. 9, we have Roman numeral 1A, and number 4, it says encourage outreach to staff. While the board is eager to listen to its constituents and staff, each inquiry is to be referred to the person who can properly and expeditiously address the issue. Board requests that will likely require considerable time or have political implications are to be directed to the superintendent. All personnel complaints and criticisms received by the board or its individual members will be directed to the superintendent and/or designee. And, that's it. In other words, it's never for us to go crawl down a staff member's case because they didn't do what we wanted them to do. If they didn't do what we wanted to do and we have a problem, that's the person that we go to and say, you know what? I heard about this situation, this is what happened, and there, go take care of it. Because they answer to him. He answers to us, but they answer to him. So we need to be careful of that. On page 10, number 10, utilize CEO input. We've done a lot of that today. The superintendent is the CEO of the senior leadership team and should make recommendations, proposals, or suggestions on most matters that come before the board. There are, of course, times that it really is just up to the board. For example, when we do our public comment policy, when we get ready to go out to that, that's not really, superintendent doesn't really have a lot of input into that. That's board. That's how we run our meetings. And so, but on most other things, we need to listen to those recommendations. I mean, we have to take them, but we need to get those recommendations. And then number 11, the board acts only as a body. Individual board members do not have authority. Only the board as a whole has authority. We agree that an individual board member will not take unilateral action. The board chairperson will communicate the position or positions of the board on controversial issues. When board members serve on various school committees, their role shall be defined in the board as silent observer or active participant, and those are those committees that we've decided. I want to pull up, because a lot of these things came from our bylaws, which are still in place. And bylaw 0149.1 talks about public expression of members, and I'm just going to read from the 3rd paragraph. It says, board members should, when writing or speaking on school matters to the media, legislators, and other officials, make it clear that their views do not necessarily reflect the views of the board or of their colleagues on the board. And that would be unless it's something that we have all agreed to. And I'm going to come back to that in just a minute. On page 11. The end of number 12, we will not react to impromptu complaints on the spot, but will assure any individuals that the district will follow up. That's talking about during meetings. We just need to be careful. Sometimes people come and do public comment and it's moving, it's stirring, right? But we haven't heard all the side, and so that's why we don't react on the spot and say, we're going to fix that. But we say, you know what, staff, we're going to make sure we follow up, but it's our time to listen. It's not always our time to address. I will be honest and say number 13, I'm going to mention about the marathon board meetings because I'll know we have a lot to go through, but I will just be completely honest, is starting in the morning at 9 and not sometimes ending until 9. I think it's too much, and I don't want to become a regular practice. And listen, I have sat through the record board meetings. When we were going through COVID, we had 2 meetings that were over 11 hours. We started at 9 in the morning or 9:30, and we didn't get done until 8:30, one, and 8:15 the other. And it had to be done because it was COVID, but I don't ever want to do it again. And it's not just a matter of time, and I've got laundry to do or shopping to do. The emotional and mental drain of being on camera and got to be on your game, having your wits to get about you, we've got to be at our best. And I don't think we need to have regular practices of having meetings where we start. And I know there are districts, Miami-Dade is one of them, where they start early and they go all day and it's just what they do. But it's not, I don't think it's the best. And we've talked about marathon board meetings to be efficient and effective. Long board meetings must be avoided. And so in the future, here are some of the problems that I've had. And this is why I'm bringing this up. Yesterday, we received an email that was going to change, and I appreciate that we're changing, and I appreciate that you recognize that that's because of what I am doing, serving on the board of the Children's Hunger Project and getting prepared for the luncheon that I'd already invited everybody to. That was on the calendar. But we didn't discuss it. We weren't asked. We just got an email that said on February 7th, we're starting at 9. Our practice has been, and I've looked through the bylaws, the bylaws and the role of the chair don't say that the chair gets to pick the start times. I don't believe. But what we have done in the past, just out of practicality, out of respect, out of professionalism, we've come together. And we were having this meeting today where we could have discussed it. Hey, we've had done it. Hey, board, either the superintendent's told us or we've talked about it as a board, hey, we've got a lot coming up at the next meeting. Can we start at 1? Can we do a little bit earlier? Can we plan an extra meeting? And we discuss that, and we do it collaboratively. We don't just ask Tammy to send it out and do that. And so, Mr. Chair, that was very frustrating to me, and I don't think it honored the rest of the board by just unilaterally making that scheduling decision. And like I said, I appreciate that we went around it, but I honestly don't think it should have been done that way to begin with. And I'm going to go back to this that I said about individual board members taking unilateral action. On the day that we worked through this and we came to some concurrence and to a document that we all agreed to sign and abide by, and again, we talked about, this is a gentleman's agreement. This is a commitment we make to one another out of respect and professionalism, and because this is the best way that this team works. Not because somebody's going to slap somebody's hand if they don't do it, or that somebody's going to get kicked off the board. That's not the way that it works, but it's agreements that we make to one another. On the same day that we made this decision, we also talked about our legislative priorities, because on 2 days later, on Wednesday of that same week, we were going to ask the chair to present to the legislative delegation what our priorities were. We had some already listed, and we talked about a few more. We talked about FRS, we talked about wage compression, we talked about Ms. Wright, you brought up a couple of things that we weren't quite sure if we were going to add. We weren't quite comfortable adding those, but we talked about that. We talked about pre-K and classroom teachers, which had gotten left off. We wanted to put that back on. I didn't get to attend the legislative delegation meeting because I was on my way to Tampa, but I listened in and I finished it up over the next couple of days. I was shocked to listen, Mr. Chairman, to your presentation to the legislative delegation. Because in addition to the things that we had talked about, that we agreed on, and that you were speaking to the legislative delegation as our representative, as a representative of this board, in addition to that, you said some things as if they were agreed upon, as if they were done deals. And I was so shocked, I actually had to go back and I actually had to type verbatim what you said because no, he didn't say that, and you did say that.
Ms. Campbell, like, this is part of what we have inside of this governance is to be able to defend yourself in as far as stuff, right?
I'm gonna give you
And
the chance.
But no, you're actually not. You're bringing this up. What we did agree to is that we agreed to a policy procedure where 7 days prior, somebody would bring together
Yep.
the things, right?
That's what and that's
And-
why I bring this up. That's why I said, I'm gonna look
But-
through this.
but
I
Ms.
wanted everybody
Ms.
to review
Campbell,
this before
Ms.
this discussion.
Ms. Campbell, if you have these issues, which are a litany of these things, please send an email to me over each one of these things so that I can be prepared to explain back, because a lot of what you're saying, I have answers to, but it would help me if I was prepared. I can't
Mr.
take,
Susan, you said these on a televised meeting, and again, I read this particular policy because it even said specifically, speaking to legislators, you said that we were looking at expanding firefighter academies into 2 more areas around Rockledge and into Titusville when we have not done any such thing. You mentioned it that day when we were having a conversation with FSBA. You did your thank yous, you talked about the things that we did talk about with aquaculture program and the carpentry program, counselors, media specialists, and all that, and you added in the adult ed CDL program that but then you said, you told them about what we talked about at our meeting at the zoo that Monday. You said the board made significant commitments to the community. And you talked about how we were going, and I don't necessarily disagree with all of these, but you said we're going to publish our budget online for expenditures above $500. I don't ever actually remember having that conversation. You said we're going to allow homeschool students to take 1 or 2 classes and do an attraction campaign. Homeschool students have always been able to take, by the way, 1 or 2 classes,
Thank
or
you.
even more. That's not a new thing. And you said we're going to do a parental and volunteer expansion program, and that we'd met with Health First and Brevard Zoo. When you asked them to speak to us, you didn't tell us what it was about. All of a sudden, it was just happening, and you're saying they're going to give us their stuff and we're going to do it. These are not conversations that we had as a board, but yet you took that time when you were supposed to be sharing our legislative delegation priorities, and you presented an agenda that was not our agenda, so I can only assume it was your agenda. And because those were each things that you brought up on the meeting on that Monday, it was very frustrating to me because in that moment, you were representing us as a board, but you did not represent the 480,000 people that the other 4 of us represent when you unilaterally made those decisions. And so because it was a publicly televised meeting, and now the county of Brevard and our legislators think that we're doing all these things when we haven't had those conversations yet, yes, I'm not slapping you on the hand, we're not kicking you off the board, but you didn't follow the agreements that we made.
Okay, so Ms. Campbell, I would have appreciated, because inside of this document, there are other items that say that we're supposed to bring these things forward so that somebody can actually sit here and put it together and have a defense. Hang on. The other thing is we haven't even signed the document together. We haven't officially brought it forward. We haven't officially done all of those things. So there's a lot here that you're making allegations to that I started writing down, but it's not fair for somebody to come forward with all of these allegations and not sit there and say, hey, I'm going to bring these things forward. I would like you to be able to respond. It goes against everything that we discussed that day. It goes against the actual governance that you put in there, and it puts us liable to allow other individuals to just pop off, which they did already today, about a situation that we shouldn't be doing. Let's work towards a goal as far as sign this document, work towards those as goals, but at the same time, let's not pop off and hit somebody like this, because that's not fair. I will take the time to go through this and look at it, and I'll come back to you at the next workshop and talk about it. But I think that it's unfair to make accusations across the table without an opportunity to defend myself.
Well,
I did want to
I can
also,
appreciate
hang on a
that.
second. I also wanted to say one thing. One of the issues that we have is that there's a board of governance process that we want to put together, right? The other thing is that the district school board, in accordance with the provisions of 4B, Article 9 of the state constitution, district school boards shall operate, control, and supervise all public schools in their respective districts and may exercise any power except expressly prohibited by the state constitution or general law. That is our bylaws. That is who we are. And sometimes some of these things is a process, but things happen to where we've got to make a decision and move forward, okay? So I'll answer your stuff, but I'd appreciate it in the future if you would respectfully follow the board governance that you actually are referring to and allow us to have the time ahead of time. That's
So
it.
that is why that is why I asked for it to be put on the work session 7 days in advance. Now, I did not specifically list, you're right, Mr. Susan, and I'll give you that. I did not, in my request to put it on the work session, say, because I'm going to talk about how Mr. Susan did this and Mr. Susan did that. And if I need to do that, then I will do that next time. I will do that. But I will tell you, I didn't do a public records request. I didn't go behind your back. I watched a publicly televised meeting, and you said things that are not things that we agreed on. That you said things that were brought up in.
I said things that are both happening inside of our district and that we had communicated were priorities for our school board. That's it. So I can look back at all of those, but prior to me saying those on there, Russell Broom presented me with a speech, and those, I will go back and look at it. But to come at me and attack me here when I haven't had a defense, I didn't even know it was coming in a situation, I think is disingenuous. So I'll refer back to
Well,
it.
I didn't know what you said was coming either, and neither did the rest of the board, to my knowledge.
Okay. Anybody else have anything that they want to discuss?
I do. So, first off, individuals popping off. Yep, I'm an elected school board member. I get to say what I want to say. Sorry, Mr. Susan, if that upsets you. I went ahead and requested to have this conversation at the workshop through Tammy yesterday, again, to appease your request for it to not be at the regular board meetings. So, nope, you didn't get a heads up.
The request that you made was for something that we just need clarification on.
No, Mr.
Paul
Susan,
came
you
to
don't
me-
get to say
Hang on.
what my
Paul-
request is. No,
Paul
Mr.
came to
Susan,
me-
I am speaking. Thank you very much, sir. You don't know what my request is.
Go ahead, Ms. Jenkins, go ahead.
Thank you. So I wanted to get a follow-up because on November 22nd, when I presented that we have a new procedure, which you also clarified again on December 8th, when a board member does a public records request of another board member, it goes to an outside counsel that we are paying for. And on December 8th, you said to the board as a whole that the reason that decision was made because I made a request and I received 3 months worth of text messages that I should have never received. I don't have those text messages. So you told me you would follow up and explain what I received that was too broad. I still have yet to know what that was because that's justifying us spending hundreds of dollars to a lawyer because simply a board member is requesting something from a board member. I think we deserve to know the why because I genuinely don't understand the why behind that. And I've said that again too. A member of the public can ask for the exact same thing I'm asking for and it's not going to cost the district any money. It doesn't make any sense. My other follow-up question is on November 22nd. Because you believe that business done on a personal phone call does not constitute a public record, and you are challenging that idea, you requested us to reach out to the Attorney General for an opinion. My question is, it is now January 24th. Mr. Gibbs, where are we on reaching out to the Attorney General for an opinion if board business is done on your personal cell phone?
I've worked with our outside counsel that was hired by Dr. Mullins to do the board member public records. They've put together the letter. I've shared it with the chair to see if he was in agreement with what's in there. We have come up with an issue, and I was going to brief the board probably later this week on the issue is the attorneys contacted me and said he doesn't believe we can sign the certification that is required as part of the AGO process, where you have to certify there is no ongoing litigation regarding the matter. So that issue may prevent us from being able to get an AGO on that particular issue because as we had mentioned on, I believe, November, there is the DeSantis case where the public records issues are wrapped into that case, and the AGO's office typically will not render an opinion if there's ongoing litigation. So we may be precluded from getting an AGO on that issue right now.
Mr. Gibbs,
I'm
did
not-
I
I'm not
ask
done.
you,
So, Mr.
did I
Gibbs,
give you
I'm not-
direction
I'm not
and
finished.
give you information
Mr.
on all
Gibbs,
this
my
earlier?
question is, when
This
did
is
the chair
like
receive that letter that you drafted? Like, what has been happening? Why has it been taking this long?
I don't remember the date that I forwarded it to him. We've been doing other board business and we were closed down for 2 weeks, so.
Okay. Do you need these answers?
So I would like those answers, but I just want to clarify again. These are conversations that can't happen off of the dais. They have to happen in the sunshine. So you call it popping off, but it has to happen here. There's no other place for me to hold these conversations. And these conversations happened in front of the public, so we should be following up with them.
All right, so the first one is the why. All right, so just so that it's been discussed, the why that we have moved towards the public records requests being handled by an outside counsel was because of the overabundance of public records requests by Ms. Jenkins that then was putting staff in a bad situation because there was an overbearance of requests. And then on top of that, there was a basic, staff felt uncomfortable by the way that these things were happening. There's multiple emails to the point where Dr. Mullins decided to not have staff in between two squaring off board members, which puts them in a bad spot to move to outside counsel. So the why is because of the overabundance and putting board members, putting staff in between two board members. That's the first one. The cost is very easy to figure out. So the cost when somebody makes a public records request, for everything that public records request, if you are a person from the public, is a charge. That is a charge to pull somebody's public records, that's somebody to pull their cell phones, their texts, their emails, whatever that is. That is the cost is inhibited also because now we have to go to an outside counsel so that we don't put board to board and staff in the middle of us. There are emails supporting this that our staff felt it was imperative to move to an outside counsel, and that's what ended up happening for that. The cost is $325 per hour that the outside counsel is supposed to cover for doing this process. And on top of that, I feel that there should also be a cost attributed because when a staff member inside of our school district gives their cost based upon how many hours they have to work, we as school board members are paid, so it would make sense that we as a school board member also charge for it to happen because we are spending our time to do it. It's an outside cost. So businesses to public record, the Attorney General issue. The Attorney General issue, and I had no idea, again, any of this was going to come up. I didn't know that this was conversation. I didn't know that these were accusations. I would
brought it up to Mr.
appreciate.
Gibbs yesterday, and he told you.
Listen, no, actually, he had not given me all of these topics. You had somehow last night made a request to put this on the board agenda, and then at the last minute, I said, can you just give some clarification, which never came. So Paul did not call me last night to tell me all of this. That is incorrect. But the reason that we moved to the Attorney General was because it seemed like that was the appropriate place. But the Attorney General doesn't have any literal case law to work off of. But if you remember, the one thing that we said was that there's a current case that is defining portions of this that is more appropriate for us to wait on. Ms. Jenkins, I would also remind you that you have other public records requests out there in other areas that you have been told that public records requests for personal call logs are not actual public record. And this is a sticky area that I feel that staff has been put in between. So going to outside counsel to administer them and going out and waiting for an actual judicial opinion is part of what we're doing. We gave board direction to do that. And there's just a ton of other stuff here that's just, it's in there. So, and the thing where you said 3 months worth, I have the email. I told Paul, I said, hey, whatever it is that and he said that was your one issue, that you were concerned that there was 3 months of, and you wanted that email. So I said, by the end of the day, before we get to the board meeting, I'll find it and I'll give it to you. But obviously, Paul did not go to you and say that that's what he was going to do. So that's my answer to everything, which makes sense. This process has been an overabundance of public records to try to create these narratives that don't exist. And to be honest with you, I have no problem if you said, here's what I'm thinking you're doing, then I don't mind ever saying this is not true because of this. There was one that said that I was the one that had something to do with some of these issues. They're just not true. And I would love to have you say, this is what I'm concerned about, and me say, okay, I'll answer it. But it has to be in an area that you're not just bringing it forward to the school board meeting, throwing it down and having a conversation. It's disingenuous. And it goes against the governance that we're signing today.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. I think we're done with the meeting.
No, we're not. You can't just end the meeting there, sorry. So I understand that you would like me to just say that and for me to take your word, but I am not only just a board member, I'm also a private citizen of Brevard, and it is the law that you are under public records and open government.
Absolutely.
An overbearance of requests. Mr. Susan, I've used my own personal name to make these requests. I'm not ashamed of them. At this point now, I have made 12 in 6 months. Yes, I have. 12 in 6 months. And when you say that the reason it went to outside counsel is because of the overbearance, that is not truthful. And at our last board meeting at Brevard Zoo, you told everyone here that it was made because someone had messed up and responded too broadly to me and gave you 3 months worth of text messages. That is the statement that you made. Not true.
Among other things.
Now, I will say, Mr. Gibbs did just tell me about an hour ago that you had said you were going to send me that email, which you did say back in that meeting at Brevard Zoo, and I've yet to have it, so I'll wait to see it. The fact that we are paying an outside counsel $325 an hour simply because I am the individual requesting the data is absurd. And I care enough about our budget that I'm just going to ask somebody else to do it from now on, because it doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense. I'm being transparent, putting my name on that document. I'm not ashamed of it. When you make a statement that I've already been told by outside agencies that I've made these requests previously, that it's not subject to public record, man, that's really interesting, because I know who told you that, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the requests that I made. It has nothing to do with that. And we went and we asked an outside counsel opinion to draft an opinion already. We called the Attorney General's office. We spoke to Pat Gleason, who writes the handbook for public records, and she recommended a lawyer to draft an opinion. You didn't like that opinion.
Pat also said
and then
that we
you
needed to
asked for
go
us
to
to
the,
write a letter to the
listen
Attorney
to the
General,
DeSantis
and
case.
you
This
sat
is-
on it. And that is my point of bringing it up today, because the public has a right to know.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. I would also say that Ms. Gleason is the one that also said that we should follow the
No, she did
DeSantis
not. I
case.
called her
Yes,
myself.
yes, she did, and she's also, you have been told by multiple attorneys that that is not, and I have
No, it was
submitted
not.
all, except for the most recent ones, all of the personal cell phone texts and stuff that pertain to it, and I have followed to the letter. And so now we are in the process of waiting for the DeSantis campaign on the other
I have
piece,
received
and that's it.
zero
That's not true
documents from
either.
your personal
That is not true
cell
either.
phone.
That is not true either. I'll submit all of those to you by the end of the day. Thank you very much.